Welcome to day 3 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, live from Victoria, Dirac, Bells Beach, Melbourne, the Great Ocean Road, the Surf Coast Shire, one of the spiritual homes of Australian surfing, as we can see that beautiful Melbourne flight cam and the energy emerging, moving out of that landscape, as I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by the mighty, the fantastic longboard encyclopedia, Matt Chernovsky, the wax head. You've been out surfing a couple of times yesterday. How do the conditions compare today as we move into a cutthroat round 3?
After the event yesterday, Sam, we saw it glass off a little bit and the swell jack up. A lot of the competitors out there free surfing. So this morning, more of what we had yesterday, but bigger, consistent bowls, lots of scoring opportunity, but no rink on. It's going to be all over the bowl today. Fantastic energy as the competitors arrive. Of course, we've moved into this round of 16. This is where that opportunity emerges for surfers to have those big results. If they go out here, they get a 9th place finish, which none of these surfers want to carry 9th place. They want to get in that top 8, Matt. Absolutely, and you see the competitors with the leg ropes, some opting for the side fins today with edge. You see Taylor Jensen there eyeing off the conditions, and his crew nearby to Kyle Flint and his dad Peter just checking the conditions earlier. So I'm looking forward to this heat, one of the stacked ones of the whole draw. So I was hoping these guys would meet later on, but here we are, and it's going to be a dreaded finish for whoever loses. Well, let's go down to the glass, because True Starling is with Will Hayden-Smith for the call for the day.
Thank you, Sam. Will, we had a great day of surfing today. What have we got in store?
Yeah, you can see from the flags that it's pretty onshore right now, but we've had a pretty decent increase in swell, so probably 2 or 3 times bigger than yesterday. So we're going to have the men's round of 16 followed by the women's round of 16. That sets us up for quarterfinals and semis and finals tomorrow.
And what are we going to see for the rest of the day conditions-wise? It's changed a lot since yesterday, so what's the forecast looking like?
Yeah, so this new swell that we're seeing has come with a bit of wind, but we've already seen it puff up really strong and then glass off in the hour that I've been here today. So we're expecting that a little bit today. It's a bit strong right now, but it'll ease off and then come back again. So it's going to be a mixed bag of conditions, but we're surfing the bowl today, which is really exciting. We haven't really seen much of it this event, and there probably won't be too much rink on because it's too big.
Well, looking forward to a huge day of surfing today and hopefully some changing conditions. Thanks, Will. Back to you guys.
Wonderful, True. Thanks so much, Will Hayden-Smith. There it is. That's the call for today. We kick off with the men's round of 16. Taylor Jensen, 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion, surfing against Kai Ellis Flint, the style master, surfboard builder and glasser, based in Byron Bay from the Central Coast. This is an exciting matchup, Matt. And conditions onto the bowls bigger, so we're not going to see the rink-on surfing that we saw yesterday, but we've still got clean faces and massive opportunity for both of these surfers to put on a beautiful display of rail engagement. That's it. You've got 2 of the larger surfers on the World Tour as well, Sam. Both surfers riding 9/8s and single fins as well, so no side fins in these boards. Reason being, the judges want to see those critical nose rides in the section, specifically looking for the transition and how they're achieving that nose ride, Sam. Engaging the rail, big powerful turns, as you said. But with traditional longboard surfing, it's the footwork that differentiates between the high performance attack where you're loading up over the side fins. So we're going to see a lot smoother type of surfing than what we may have in previous years. As you can see, they're sitting on that Bells Bowl section. We've got a big tide today. We've had that full moon. It was low tide at 5:52 this morning. It's pushing in. High tide is at 12:26. A 1.61 meter tide, as we can see those iconic sandstone cliffs from the Melbourne flight cam, and of course those steps that Will Hayden-Smith was on, the place which so many legends have walked up and down, going back to the original pioneers, the Torquay Surf Life-Saving Club surfers who made access to this iconic surf break, and of course all the likes of Peter Troy, Vic Tantu and Owen Yateman, and of course Joe Sweeney, and moving on to all those shortboard icons who won the Bells Trophy here. But now we have the Bells Bowl. We have a new trophy for the longboarders to win, and of course this Wadawurrung country, we respect and acknowledge the ancestry of this place, and it really is special for the longboarders to be putting on a show here. That's it. I'm going to be talking to Landon Smales later on about his connection to country, being an Indigenous surfer as well, and in the draw up against Cunniella Stewart.
and just the goosebumps that people feel when they're walking down the stairs, not because just of the surf culture, Sam, but you can feel there's been thousands of years of people enjoying this beautiful, serene area of Bells Beach.
Absolutely, and on behalf of the World Surf League, we would like to acknowledge that we are staging this epic event at Jirak on Wadawurrung country, and we acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on here today. So we pay our deepest respects to the Wadawurrung people, their elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nations people here today as we see that clock ticking. 30 minutes, 29 minutes now remaining. Those top 2 waves, each wave scored out of 10. TJ, Taylor Jensen, going for his 4th WSL World Longboard title. Kai Ellis-Flint going for his 1st. Wow, this is such an exciting matchup, Matt.
That's it, and I love that shot of the valley there, Sam, where we're sitting on top, because there was a rainbow that most surfers could see through all the seasons we had yesterday. And in the Welcome to Country that we had on the Tuesday morning, that's where the rainbows usually start from. And if you looked out into the ocean, you could see this beautiful orange layer of light. Turns out that we were at the base of the rainbow and the rest of it was out on the horizon. So we were in the rainbow yesterday, Sam, and super special.
So who's going to find gold at the end of the rainbow? Of course, there will be less surfers remaining at the end of today. Finals day will be tomorrow. Taylor Jensen going for his 4th world title this season. Kai Ellis-Flint from the Central Coast between Newcastle and Sydney, based in Byron, a fantastic regular footer, doing some of the most dynamic surfing. A couple of moves he did yesterday, some fade takeoffs, using a lot of the wave. The lines that Kai Ellis-Flint draws are very unique. There's only a handful of surfers that have the approach that we see on display from Kai Ellis-Flint.
And interestingly enough, Taylor Jensen is one of those surfers who incorporates that full board surfing these days. He's really using his footwork, driving and gaining speed from that mid and the front 3rd section of the board. But in terms of tricks and maneuvers, I think Kai's effort areas are actually the in-between, the areas that are so hard to judge, and you can't choreograph it, Sam. It's completely in tune and instinctive to what's happening in his surfing. So with the chop, it's going to be very difficult to find those clean walls, but we have 2 similar surfers in terms of their fortes, but at the same time, Kai on the traditional smooth side, and Taylor's obviously got a radical power game as well.
Taylor won his world titles in 211, 212 and 217 from Oceanside, but he lives half the year with his wife, Nava, and kids, Jagger and Zion, in Anguri in Australia. And of course, his father-in-law is the great mighty Nat Young. His brother-in-law is Bo Young. So many world titles in the family. Of course, Nat won those 4 longboard world titles in the early days of the ASP World Longboard Tour. He won that surfing world title back in 1966. Can Taylor get that 4th world title to his name?
And we talk a lot about that evolution of surfing that finished in 67 with longboarding and began with shortboards. But longboarding did return here for a brief hiatus through the shortboard ASP Tour in the late 80s and early 90s, and Nat was a part of that as well.
And Stuart Entwistle, of course, we saw Jack Entwistle competing in the trials event at Torquay Point. The mighty Twiz Stewart, the late, great 1987 World Longboard champion.
And there's a lot of those surfers that are tuning in, obviously not the late Stuart Entwistle, but with guys like Mark Rabbage tuning in, shapers of that, Jeff Fanning, guys that are invested in longboarding from back then and still today. So we welcome all sorts of walks of life into the webcast today.
And an exciting bit of heritage, of course, for Taylor, sponsored now by Instinct, founded by Sean Thompson. So that's really interesting to see that re-emergence of that iconic brand. But this event is, of course, presented by Rip Curl, and it's fantastic to see Ben Considine surfing so well yesterday. Sadly eliminated, but he'll be in the booth later for some guest commentary as we see Taylor kicking off his campaign with a stall and a 5, back up for a second nose ride, a quick 10, a second tight 5, pedals back, readjusts those feet and widens the stance and rebounds off the foam and smoothly executes a really nice bit of tail surfing. Kicking off his campaign, how will that feel for Mr. TJ?
A great opening wave there, Sam, looking buttery smooth, a little bit of shuffle back to get that end section connection, but that's going to be key today. With the bowl ramping up, the shore break is going to be a massive factor. For those who send it up, you need to come down. The judges will be very crucial with finishes today.
Taylor riding a Stu Kenson design that he's been developing with Firewire surfboards there, and Stu Kenson, of course, an iconic long-time San Diego legend. It's a 9.8. He's been riding this board in previous events. Of course, Taylor had a fantastic result in Huntington at the first event of the season, finishing second behind winner Connie Ellis-Stewart. But Taylor won that event last year in 2022, so he's, of course, extremely comfortable down here on the Australian coastline, spending a lot of his life over here with his wonderful wife, Nava Young, who herself is a fantastic longboarder and has been a long-time competitor on the World Longboard Tour.
Absolutely, and a wealth of knowledge. It'd be so nice to have someone in your corner to be able to share information on the lineups instead of it just being a personal or a solo surf check. You're actually sharing it with a partner who knows your skill strength as well. Just a second ear and just something to, like a sounding board.
And a great writer as well. Nava's written a brilliant book called Surf Food, which is recipes from surfers all around the world. And yeah, you know, if you want to look for that book, you know, search it out. It's something definitely worth having. But Taylor Jensen kicks off with a 6.33, so a strong start for Taylor. What do you think of that score, Matt?
I think that was a really nice settler. I wouldn't have been surprised if the scores went a little higher just because of that dynamic finish. To get that speed and that flow combining with an end section maneuver is going to be very difficult today, and he didn't have any bumps to contend with except that opening takeoff. And here goes Kai, and he's open at 2 steps up to the tip.
Holds it nice, stretches, stays low, hangs onto that 5, wave over the hair there, and he rolls out of that one, and he's leashless, so that board is gonna take its way through to the inside, and we should get an opportunity to see if Kai Ellis-Flint can just body surf back towards that board. It hasn't taken its way all the way through. Here's the body surf. The waterman Kai Ellis-Flint there, no problem working his way through that foam. Very difficult to body surf those foamy sections. When you get those sucky faces, you can really keep your body planing, but those foamy ones, sometimes you sink a little bit, and there's that single fin moving into the beach. But of course, 22 minutes remaining, Matt. It's not really going to be too much of a problem for Kai Ellis-Flint. He's going to have plenty of time to get back out there and just kind of settle the nerves and really get busy. Yeah,
there will be a lot of nerves. A completely different lineup to the beautiful Rincon sessions that we had yesterday. But on the inside section there is some reef and sand, Sam. So when you are body surfing, you have to be cautious, because generally when you're body surfing in on a shore break, you'll get a little shore pound and roll around. But you do have to be mindful that there is reef exposed. We do have an exaggerated low tide this morning at just after 6 a.m. So it is coming in. That water will fill over the top, but you can see he's on the rocks right now and just being cautious. So he'll just take in, breathe, and try and compose himself.
Yeah, so Matt, how's that going to affect Kai? You know, kicking off with his first wave, losing his board, psychologically, what kind of impact does that have in such a big heat?
Well, besides the fact that you're trying to maintain your energy and trying to preserve energy for when you really need it, he's gassed. He hasn't had a good scoring wave. So yeah, he's going to have to reset and think of this as a 20-minute heat. And I do know he was looking at the biggest second wave of the sets before he paddled out. You can see that's a traditional single fin there. It's the cream California model. He was going to ride one of his self-shaped, more sleek boards to suit the lineup out there, opting for this to really showcase his nose riding in the bowl. And unfortunately, that wave just shutting down. So one other interesting thing to note, Sam, is when your board comes in over the sand like that with the reef, it gets a little slimy. So a lot of the competitors, I'm feeling their wax jobs, and they come in, they do the post-heat interview. If they have lost it, there's often a chance that they will slip off again because there's some slime from the shore break in there.
So 6.33 for Taylor Jensen's first ride. Kai Ellis-Flint drops a 1.17 for his first score. He takes a fall, loses his board. As you say, riding that cream California model. He's a shaper and glasser working at North Coast Surfboards. They also do Takiyamas out there in Byron. They've got the license for the Donald Takiyama label. So a lot of heritage represented in his work. His dad, Peter, here on the sand to watch. But we have to remember, Matt, that Kai had the last heat of the round yesterday. He was the last winner, beating John Michael van Hoyenstein, Johnny the Ripper, with a fantastic performance. So he was the last surfing yesterday and the first surfing today. Do you think that's going to affect his energy levels?
I think it would have given him some motivation, having to get those scores and see what the judges were looking for in the messier conditions. But at the same time, you know, he will have some nerves. He fell out of the draw a little earlier than people expected at Huntington, so he's going to have something to prove here.
6 steps up to a 5. Taylor Jensen trimming through that 5, pulls up for a 10. walks cleanly back with 6 steps to the tail and puts that Stu Kenson 9.8 on rail. Stays high in the wave, touches a 5, unable to just lock and drop down into that last section, but already some very composed surfing. I like the nose ride through that opening section. I love the clean footwork as well.
Very relaxed surfing from Taylor. It's a shame he didn't connect on that end section, but a nice backup. And here we go. So picking a cleaner face, Sam. You can see it's a second wave of the set with a bit of turbulence. Taylor 4 steps up to the nose, waiting, and he's on the 5.10, driving through the whitewash. The judges will take note of the critical nature of that nose ride, carving it back. Looks for the next section as he hits the inside shorey, and if Taylor can't make it down that wave, it's going to tell you that not many people could, leveraging his weight. So beautiful drone angle. You see the board in the whitewash, so that's a critical nose ride. And they're stepping back into that carve. Not easy to do with the foam on the face, but really nice timing from Taylor. And a little bobble there, and you can see that's where the reef and the sand start to combine, and we will see a lot of surfers get caught up there.
I love the patience, Matt. Just here, just stalling it in the cross step and holding in for the 5, and then he just pulls up for the 10 there, and he just gets some lift, and it's a nice clean nose ride as well, considering the conditions, and a great walk out onto the rail. Really strong nose ride from Taylor Jensen, and that's why he's a 3-time world longboard champion.
The patience is key on the Bell's Bowl. You can't be in too much of a rush. It is a relatively slopey wave, but it is steep at times. Speaking of Honolulu Bloomfield last night, she reiterated that in the surf, that it is awkward to find those clean sections, and when they come, they jump out at you and jack up at certain times, so you have to time it perfectly. If you do, you'll get a great score. So Taylor locking in his second score right now.
So he's got that total of 10, and he looks like he's got a little bit of an edge on the paddle, but he's also got priority. So Kai Ellis-Flint there sitting in second priority. Kai's just got to have a reset now. He's got 18 minutes remaining. He needs to get 2 strong scores. Taylor patient with that footwork there, but so crisp and critical. Drops a 6.33 and a 3.67. So if he could have just ridden out of that last nose ride on the inside, how much do you think that could have brought that 3.67 score up?
Definitely into the 5s, Sam, because there was more scoring left on that inside section. Don't forget that beautiful end turn hit that he did on his first wave. That would have counted for at least a point or 2. But most of those points coming from that nose ride and stepping back into the transition, but a smaller wave as well. Not a big bowly one like that first wave.
Well, so much to play for. 17 minutes remaining. Who's going to take the win? Let's find out soon. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Of course, Melbourne, the undisputed events capital of Australia, with all of the city's cultural and sporting calendars teeming with world-class events, including this Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we continue day 3 here, moving into the round of 16, and we get a little catch-up of the replay of the last ride of Mr. TJ Taylor Jensen, 3 times WSL World Longboard Champion.
So Taylor stepping back, a little bit of a stumble there, carving it into the bowl, staying high, snapping that one through in the middle of the board, and really manhandling this and looking very comfortable in the chop despite all the chatter. You see what he has on the end section, looking for the nose ride, and it's not there. And he's just lifting that nose up just enough to keep it from curling, Sam, and this is Kai's answer back. So you see what he got done here. Nice opening 5, and that one, he's pretty frustrated right now, Sam.
I like that car from Taylor. You know, it wasn't the easiest section. There's a lot of kind of like drops in the face. It's not a kind of smooth curving wall, but the way he just hooked that back and gained control. Taylor looking really comfortable. He looks to be in that space that really you can kind of see more coming. He's just kind of building and building and building. It's impressive to see.
The way he works himself around the lineup, he's just so relaxed. Also on the shore as well, just his demeanor and his body language, he's looking really primed this year, and these type of conditions were always going to suit Taylor as well. So we're yet to see Kai answer back to any shots. So at this point, he'll know that Taylor's only logged in a few mid-range scores, 483, 633. It's still possible with Kai, possibly trying to break it down with, say, a 6 maybe as an opener, just to lessen that requirement.
So he gets a 483 for that last score, so he places that high 3, so he puts himself in a solid position with that 11.16, and now 13 minutes remaining. It's enough to probably get 3 sets, but Kai Ellis-Flint's got to be super busy here. He's not got a carrying score. He's literally beginning his heat right now.
And the judges giving that a 0.93, so he needs a 9.99, so just keeping it out of combination situation. And just mentally as a competitor, Sam, when you hear that, although it's nearly a perfect score to eclipse that, well, it is, it's perfect 10, it just feels a little bit better not to hear that combination of scores at this point in the heat.
Kai Ellis-Flint got a 5th at the first event of the World Longboard Tour. He lost out to Tony Silvani. Tony was looking great yesterday, and in these types of conditions, Tony Silvani's going to be a big threat.
And he's got the absolute firecracker in Tucker up next to him as well, because there is something about... Oh, no, sorry, that's Kevin. Kevin up against Tucker.
That's the next one, Taka Inui and Kevin Skavanis can be a good one.
Tucker was the fireworks of that last swell, and he was the one who caught a lot of the locals' attention, nose riding in places that you couldn't do it. But Tony just missed a consistent, and he also, like Taylor, is reaching a new part of their career where they're so relaxed on tour, and they just carry this almost like an elder statesman and mentor to a lot of the other surfers.
Yeah, that wisdom, and that's something that Nat Young brought to the longboard renaissance in the 80s and 90s, the wisdom and the maturity, and that's something that we're seeing now from Taylor as we see a big set here. Kai Ellis-Flint chasing a perfect score, a 9.99, so really he just needs to chip away at those 2 scores, matching what Taylor's got. He pretty much needs a 7 and a 5 to go up into the lead, because Taylor's got a mid-6 and a high 4. He opted not to take that set. Why do you think so?
Good call. There was no scoring opportunity because of the first wave of the set, Sam. So you see that wind chattering. It's a really ugly south wind out there right now. It's coming straight on shore. And that first wave of the set's got all the ribs and bumps. Ideally, the second or third wave has a bit of a push on it with a long wall, and you can get a nice entry in it. So with a 9-foot surfboard, Sam, we need to be able, or in this case 9'8", we need to be able to access the clean bowl, and it's really hard to do that without nosediving on the first wave of the set.
I had the opportunity to look at a lot of the Bioglan products yesterday, and they got a lot of good stuff for family people like me who want to kind of stay sharp for surfing. But talking of sharp, this guy, Kai Ellis-Flint, up and riding. He's been looking phenomenal all season. Nice setup for a 5. Holds onto the 5. Difficult wave to navigate. Big overhead wall. Goes low. Holds that outside rail. Keeps that board trimming, accelerating, hoping that he's going to get back out onto the bowl face. But the bumps and the bounces and the difficulties. And again, losing the board, but he might just have an opportunity to get close to this before the wave grabs it. He's going to be having to go super quick. It's going to be cutthroat as to whether Kai Ellis-Flint will grab the board before, and he's just got it. He's hanging on, and he does an incredible body surf to grab that, because that would have really thrown the heat away, as we see Taylor Jensen answering back, looking to replace a 4.83. It's a smaller wave, 2 steps straight up to the tip. Trademark Taylor sometimes taking off almost on the front of the board there and throwing some dynamic spray after that first opening 5, and then readjusting his feet to widen his stance there, and then just opens out on that Stu Kenson 9.8 single fin and nearly rides over Kai Ellis-Flint. So much excitement, but it's so important that Kai didn't lose his board then.
And see Kai getting dragged back there, so wow. I mean, from a competitor perspective, that's just draining. Losing your board, hitting a chop and seeing a competitor just toying with the wave and almost hitting you. And yeah, it's not easy. He's Kai. Once again, first wave of a set, those bumps, those ribs, finds an entry, nearly falls off the back, gets to the nose, steps, shuffles back, and gets caught behind here and grabs the rail, which the judges, you know, they never really like that, Sam, a safety grab, and he knows it, so he's waiting. He's going to try and capitalize, see if there's anything left, and that big board just nosediving and leashless to feel free, and that's what happens. If you fall off, Sam, you've got to spin for your board.
Trademark TJ sometimes just taking off right at the front so he can just get those 2 steps, but how's that rail work?
Amazing, considering the foam. Look at the whitewash on that wave, driving in the midsection of the board, amping it up, and see stepping it, carving it back, and sees Kai just skips out in front of him. So Taylor looking very calm, cool, and collected.
That was brilliant. I mean, God, people, look at this rail work there. Spray coming off that single fin, but so important that Kai did manage to body surf in to get that board just in time, and that in itself deserved a decent score.
Well, he'll get back out there now, second in priority, and that's probably the icing on the cake for Taylor, because he not only went past Kai, flicked out, and Kai was getting dragged back on that same wave. So just a win-win for Taylor, and unfortunately Kai is up against it with 8 minutes left on the clock.
Of course, the Oceanside community will be tuning in, watching Taylor Jensen, but somebody who has a big life out here in Australia, spending half the year out here, married into the Young family. I hope, Bo Young, you're tuning in and listening. Bo, 2 times World Longboard champion himself. And of course, Bryce, what an incredible surfer as well. So much heritage. And for me, actually, Bryce and Kai are kind of similar surfers. When you watch Bryce on a longboard, there's elements of Harrison Roach in some of their movements, but they're both individuals. But talking of individuals, this guy's clips, they went viral when he was charging those big days at Bells before the event started. Taka Inui from Miyazaki, Japan. He's going to be a big threat coming up against Kevin Skavana, and I love the artwork on his board there.
Amazing artwork, and that just sums up his personality. I'll have to ask him about that perhaps in a post-heat interview, but Tucker, just a joy to be around. You can see he's got an enormous fin. He's got like a 9-inch fin in there with the side fins, so typically rides big wide boards and huge fins.
Look to be one of his Piccolo Clementes, that board?
Definitely a Piccolo Clemente. You could trademark nose flip and the 19-inch plus platform nose, so Tucker opting for a lot of curve and rocker, which is not a bad idea for the conditions today.
Piccolo, 2 times World Longboard champion. You know, sadly lost his wife a number of years ago, which is a big tragedy, but still surfing strong, building boards for the likes of Maria Fernanda Reyes, and of course, our young surfer Taka Inui always has a quiver of Piccolos, but he does tend to use a variety of other shapers as well. Sometimes we see him armed with a little bit of a quiver. I know he's had a few Skin Dog surfboards in his quiver before, and he's open-minded. He's willing to adapt and learn and progress.
He is, and like a lot of the surfers on the World Tour these days, it's important to be trying other boards, especially local boards. He has a South Coast from Ian Chisholm as well, among others. Kai Ellis-Flynn, he has a Hawaiian Pro Designs here, a Takayama, that was made up there at North Coast Surfboards. He's got his Robbie Kegel Cream California and a self-shaped board there too that he glassed up there in Byron Bay. And Taylor, he's on his Stu Kensons, but has ridden a range of boards over the last few years, formerly on the Firewires in particular. But those Stu Kensons looking fantastic out here, and he's in a commanding lead so far, with Kai needing a 10.
So what does Kai need to do with just over 5 minutes remaining, sitting out of priority?
Well, the judges have really appreciated his involvement approach to surfing. So he won't need the best wave to get a mid-range score. He'll just need a clean wave. He could do that by well, right now he's going to need a set. When he paddles back out under priority, he could easily get a 5 or a 6, Sam, on that shore break section alone. You won't need a super long wave today to get a big score. You need critical surfing. And that could just be a huge hang 10 in the bowl and one big carve.
5 minutes remaining. Taylor Jensen drops a 5.67 for that last ride. So that 6.33 means that Kai Ellis-Flint needs a perfect 10 to move into first position, but ultimately is chasing a mid-6 and a 6 to change the situation if Taylor doesn't improve on his scores.
And you see on the Melbourne flight cam right now, you see the surfers out the back. We have the black buoy out the back and our jet ski on the inside. The surfers are in between there. The wave's breaking towards Winky Pop, which is towards the top of the screen, so not on Rincon, closer to the cliff. An amazing angle there showing what the surfers are up against today. And you can see the turbulence with the whitewash, Sam, as you come into the shore break. It's pretty solid out there today.
And of course, part of the Great Ocean Road as we see Kai Ellis-Flint up and riding, kicking out, recognizing there's no scoring potential in that wave with 4 minutes, 9 seconds remaining, needing a perfect 10, or pretty much, as I said a couple of minutes ago, a mid-6 and a 6 would do it if Taylor doesn't replace one of his scores. But Taylor sitting out there with priority is going to be in a really commanding situation as we move into the last 3.5 minutes.
Priority is very important out here at Bells, but in the bowl, if you're on the wrong side of the ledge, it's really difficult to actually get into the wave. You could be sitting as close to 5 meters away from someone, and with the longboard, you can just pick up, here he goes, here's Kai under priority, just picking one up.
Walks out of a nice opening nose ride, walks back to the tail, puts that board on rail, loses it, and that board's still moving in as we see Taylor Jensen, our heat leader, up for a nice quick bolt upright hood ornament 10, pedals back, cross steps, great spray. You could almost hear that spray coming off his 9.8 single fin as he walks back up for a 5 and walks back again into some rail carving and just looks at what seems to be Kai Ellis's Flint board traveling in. That was incredible stuff, the wax head, because as he put that board on rail, you could just see he noticed that Kai's board was actually traveling on the same wave, and if he didn't switch planing edges, he probably would have had a collision with that board.
Absolutely, and looks like Taylor's going to call that a day right now, which is unusual for Taylor, but here's Kai trimming this one through. Whitewash drives that single fin back and it clips the foam and unfortunately has the longest wave of Kai's so far by itself. And here goes Taylor, beautiful hang 10, just staunching it. A little bit of a dive there, but makes up for it with this, carving into the bowl and footwork, which the judges will love, that critical transition because it was straight off the carve. Beautiful cut down. And you can see the board on the left-hand side and he knows it's there. He's doing the Waimea Shorey, Sam, riding it through, and he's going to call that one a heat. Well done to Taylor Jensen.
That was classic, but I mean, oh, here we go. We really get to see from this angle Kai swimming under, and then obviously his board is you know, a little bit further in, but there it is on the sand. It's washed all the way up, and it just has not happened for Kai Ellis-Flint. We were so excited to see, you know, this going back to back as we move into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning, but it hasn't come alive, and it's just been Taylor's morning, and he's just looked composed and cool as he just picks up Kai Ellis-Flint's board and just pulls it up onto the sand with 1 minute 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that's it. There's a rock slab out there too, so just making sure it doesn't get driven back out into the shore break and hit any rocks. So you can see there's not even a leash plug in that board. Very traditional style single fin, and yeah, actually very similar outlines when you have a look at that. That's a beautiful angle there.
That really is, and it says a lot about how Taylor is kind of really, you know, worked with Stu Kenson to design this board. This is the board that I believe he unveiled last year towards the end of the World Longboard Tour, and it looks to be a magic board for Taylor. He looks so comfortable on that.
And a little lighter. You can see the deck compressions there. You can see the little circles on the wax, and that's showing that it may not be Bioglan glass. So glass a little lighter than Kai's, obviously within the weight specifications for this event. You see Kai's still got some of those dings, but you see that big thick stringer in the middle of the board. That's showing the board's obviously a little heavier, and I'm assuming in Bioglan glass with that greeny tinge to Kai's glass job, with a green spray on Taylor's. And that board, actually the fin box ripped out just recently, and he had an emergency ding repair, so that's an old favorite, and it has a twist built into it. Well, it happened during the manufacturing process, and he's loving it. It's an old favorite.
Keep an eye on the worldsurfleague.com site to see that Tommy Pierucci shot there, because I think that's going to be a special moment. This is really special just to see the sportsmanship of Taylor Jensen there, just holding Kai Ellis Flint's board. Of course, Taylor respects and recognizes that Kai, one of the most exciting longboarders in the world at the moment, and he really wanted to have a good showdown, but it just didn't come together for Kai. But Taylor just looking unstoppable. So
Kai's going to be really down after this, but I hope he can, regain his composure and look forward to El Salvador and try and get a good finish there to make it to Malibu, because he is one of our brightest prospects on the World Longboard Tour on the men's side, and a fan favorite for a lot of people around the world.
Job done for Taylor Jensen, chasing that 4th WSL World Longboard title. Congratulations, Mr. TJ. Kai Ellis Flint will be back in El Salvador, but we'll be back real soon, because we've got Taka Inouye from Japan surfing against Kevin Skavana from California. We'll be right back.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great ocean road at its best.
What a pleasure that was to have the opportunity to explore the Great Ocean Road with Josh Constable, and big thanks to Visit Melbourne, Visit Victoria, the Surf Coast Shire, and all of Wadawurrung country. It's so special to have the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl here as we move into heat number 2, round of 16. Taka Inouye from Japan, Kevin Skavana from Southern California, up and riding the goofy footer. Skavana, a local at North Jetty, Oceanside, loves to ride Sano and Salt Creek, rides Infinity surfboards, shaped by Steve Bailey at Dana Point, a graduate of a business degree from Saddleback College, and kicking out of that first ride, Matt, the Waxhead, Chernovsky, what do you think of that from Skavana?
Really using his forte of footwork and carving around. So he goes Tucker on his opener. He's catching up with this one. So soul arching through the bowl, doing
like
a Peter Townend, and up over the top. And really animated Tucker and goes into layback. And does he pull it? And he does pull it. And radical surfing there from Tucker.
Tucker just does the most insane stuff. I mean, his front foot came off the board and he still managed to stay on that.
And he's still got more on the inside section, surfing this one through. Most people worrying about cramps and pivoting that one through in the shore break. So this will be a very difficult one for the judges to digest. But complete nonetheless, with a couple of lapses of no control. But here goes Kevin. And this is what we saw in live action. So carving that one around the outside. Not a full rail carve, just a redirect in the middle of the board there. You see him, and he gets to work here with his footwork. Stepping back to the pocket, trying to find a nose right here. It's not on yet, and he's out of there.
Love Kevin's footwork. Dynamic, you know, big trademark feature is the use of the drop knee. And of course, Kevin also a national American kneeboard champion. Loves to kneeboard. And of course, the long connection between George Greenough as a kneeboarder who revolutionized fin and surfboard design and also positioning on the wave. So the links between longboarding and kneeboarding, and of course, kneeboarding and surfing, so rich and so connected.
And that dates back to the 1940s and 50s in California too, where we had the Simmons designs incorporated in shorter boards as well, which were used as kneeboards. And George Greenough, what George Greenough did was he brought a marine, he actually looked at fish and dolphins, how they move through the water, and he actually thought, hang on, that's how we should be moving on surfboards. But before, everything was more boat influenced. We're moving on top of the water, and George Greenough became one and started to move in the water. And that's where our Australian V-bottom was actually unveiled here at Bells Beach and was surfed here in the beginning of 1967 with the early iterations. And it was a more connected style of power surfing. There were V-bottoms before that, of course, with the boat-inspired designs and the hulls, but that V-bottom with that big flex fin that George Greenough inspired by and that Bob McTavish influence was where power surfing was born, and it was here at Bells Beach. And Kevin Scavana riding a Greenough-inspired fin as well.
Involvement surfing begins. Kevin Scavana waiting for that score to drop. Taka Inouye drops a 4.33. So a lot of work done, but the fall between the outside and the inside work really brought that score way down.
Yeah, and with the choppier conditions, the judges today are really looking for major maneuvers, which Tucker did execute, but the flow and transitions between them needs to correlate. And unfortunately for Tucker, it was a very staggered wave. So the judges can't see that linking maneuvers with footwork and hit those chops. Amazing, radical surfing nonetheless, and very exciting to see Tucker in this heat unload like that.
Absolutely, and exciting is an adjective that we associate now with Tucker, but up and riding right now, looking both ways. Kevin Scavana, 2 steps, doesn't get the 5, but gets close, touches the nose, moves back to the middle, sets himself up again, keeping an eye on the open wall ahead, and then puts that board on rail with a nice, powerful carving turn, and using his footwork to keep the trim speed in the middle of the board, the fastest planing part of any longboard, as he sets himself up for wall perhaps on the inside and stalling a little bit there, keeping an eye on things back and forth on the backside. There's the 5, nice little tight nose ride, and holds that 5, pulls in for a 10 and readjusts those feet to the tail to just ride out of that wave. So he did actually make the most out of a very difficult wave to ride, and I think that could be a fairly decent score for Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the replay here. So he picks this short of the nose here, but just planing through this section here and waiting, patient, gets a little touch of the nose, driving through the middle of the board. Not hard, not easy to do on your backside. Another little baby step, carving it low. So that will be the emphasis of this wave, that slice, using his feet to accelerate through the section. And he's just looking for the reform here. A little jerky and a little stiff, but it is 13-degree water, and he's carving that one through, just waiting for the inside through the wobble and the bobble, and he's handling it well, and he gets another little one here, Sam. Very technical, not so flowy and smooth, but he gets the completion, so Kevin's best wave.
That slicing turn early in the ride, and the fact that he held that tight 5 to a close 10 on the inside, they seem to be the strongest maneuvers of that ride. But that felt like a very difficult wave to surf. I love the way he got that second touch of the nose ride just in time at the start as well.
Very analytical and technical for Kevin, just looking, finding those little sweet pockets. He thinks so much on the wave, Kevin.
Live action from Japan, Miyazaki, Nichinan Province, Taka Inouye. He's dropped a 4.33. He kicks out of that wave, so it'll be a low score, but he'll probably get priority because Kevin Skavana is going to be further down on the inside. 20 minutes remaining. Of course, those top two waves, all of the judges delivering those scores out of 10. And then we take the average. We lose the highest score and the lowest score, and we tabulate that average out of the three. So that's why we often get those decimal points that seem unusual, but the judges, of course, often dropping more simple scores like full figures or half figures. But talking of scores, somebody who looked absolutely unstoppable, 3 times world longboard champion, Taylor Jensen, is with True Starling.
Taylor, the conditions are very different compared to that first day that you surfed. How did you approach today?
Just try and find something clean out there. The wind's pretty gnarly and there's a lot of sets, but you pick the right wave, it kind of lines up and it's got a pretty clean face once you drop in. So just try and find something clean and don't fall.
And with the waves picking up a little bit, I mean, it's double the size pretty much since that first day. How did you change your equipment and prepare for today's heat?
Actually, I didn't. I made a last-minute decision to just ride what I've been riding every day. No leash, single fin, square tail. Just the faces are really clean, and Bell's is kind of a fatter wave, so I just felt like I needed something I could nose ride out there, and then still just kind of do some smooth carby turns on, and yeah, it worked out.
And I guess moving on through the quarterfinals, it's pretty important to have that consistency, especially if you want to make it to Malibu. How important was it for you to make it through that next round?
Yeah, that round of 16 is rough. You know, if you lose there, it's not really a result, but yeah, you got to kind of get quarters or better, I think, and then you're in that top 8 with a second at Huntington and then a 5th here at least. It's a good start. Yeah, hopefully do a bit better and see how we go in El Salvador.
Well, consistency is key. We'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, True. Congratulations, Taylor, of course, winning those world titles, 211, 212, 217. 211, there was a bit of a tour. There was Sri Lanka, and it ended in Italy, 212. Of course, that was an exciting result for Taylor Jensen. 217 was won in Риу-Бэй, Hainan, China. But will this be Taylor's year to get that 4th world title? Matt, he just looks so composed. I feel as if there's a lot more in the tank. He's building and he's building.
I think the consensus is Taylor's doing his best surfing he's ever done in the last 2 years, and you know, and Joel Trudeau proves that age, and Kelly too, that age is no barrier when it comes to surfing. And with experience in the water, that's certainly not a bad thing when it comes to the sport of surfing, because we're dealing with this constant variable of the ocean. You see the chop and the wobble. What's going through the competitors right now is that they're trying to think which line they can pick up. They're looking out on the horizon through the Point Addis Marine Park. They're trying to figure out, is that wall going to come towards me? Do I have to go up the point? They're considering the tide, the current. There is quite a current coming down the point, as we can see there. So they've got a marking point often on the shore. And the tide, they know the tide's coming in. When there's no waves here, they're going to be thinking, do I go up to Rincon? Where's my competitor? There's a lot of things that go on, and with experience and maturity comes better surfing, and that's what Taylor's executing, and he looks like his body is just holding up with him as well, and he's surfing very smooth. And
you talk of the Point Addis Marine Park, there's also the Budge Bim Cultural Landscape, which is just west of Melbourne and became the first site in Australia to get UNESCO World Heritage status, purely for its Aboriginal cultural significance. So there's so much to offer down here as the surfers are really feasting on the waves here at Dirac, at Bells. 17 minutes remaining. Skavana drops a 4.77 for that last ride. So it surpasses Taka's 4.3. Taka's wave was scrappy. It was exciting, but that fall between really pulled that score lower. But Kevin, for me, that was a great score for him because it was a really difficult wave to ride, but he really put the icing on the cake with that down carve rail turn into a rebound off the foam and that nose ride through the inside. And he really was busy and active and hungry, and I think he'll be proud, and he might need to carry that 4.77.
I think so. At this point of the heat, that's not a bad score. Kevin, such a technician, where we have on the other hand Tucker, the real showman. And Kevin really likes to, he would know he has Tucker in the heat, so he would be thinking, what's my element of difference? But when there's a section, he really tries to make a real point of difference and go hard. He did a lot of really big turns at Huntington, and they weren't rewarded how he perhaps felt they should be. So he's got a lot on his plate right now, and I think he's just considering that element of difference, which is his footwork.
I had a good conversation with him about his surfing in Huntington, and he is critical of himself. He always wants to improve. He's open-minded. You know, he has fantastic support from his parents, Eric and Karen. I know they'll be tuning in. And for me, there's a lot of growth always with Kevin as the years go on. You know, he continues to improve. He gets stronger and wiser. And up and riding right now, it's Taka Inoue just chasing a 2.78. But these are still low scores for both of the surfers to be carrying. Kicks off with a nice nose ride, but decides to kick out of that ride as we see Kevin Skavana opting not to take that one, recognizing he can still sit with priority. So for me, a little bit of wisdom demonstrated there from both young surfers, recognizing Taka wasn't worth staying on that one. Kevin recognizing he could just keep priority and choose a better, cleaner wave.
I thought we were seeing a Marco Calupo in the mid-90s taking off in the whitewash there, as we have Taka just pulling out of that one and seeing Kevin behind him. So there was that famous shot of Oki taking off in the whitewash, getting up at the trough of the wave and just going so high up in one of the old Rip Curl search videos. It was incredible because it was like 15 feet face. And I remember thinking, that's a mistake. And he just turned that into something amazing. But there's a lot of similarities there with the backside approach here at Bells. There's been a lot of winners of the Easter Classic here that have been goofy footers. And I think way back to the 1960s, and we have guys like Wayne Lynch who reinvented vertical surfing. And one of the Rip Curl team riders, of course, back then. Rip Curl surfboards. You know, we had Claw, who was one of those foundation shapers in Victoria, but then moving towards the wetsuits, obviously in the 70s. But that influence, and Rip Curl having a lot to do with Mick Tavish as well later in life, but then just an absolute stalwart of the Torquay surf industry.
We got 15 minutes remaining here. Day 3, heat number 2. Skavana Inoue, who's going to take the win? Join us soon to find out. Thanks for tuning in from around the world to the southern coast of Victoria, just 100 kilometers southwest of Melbourne, Australia's second largest city and the cultural and events capital of the country and one of the events capitals of the world. And we're 10 kilometers from Torquay here at Dirac Bells Beach as we get a replay of Kevin Skavana waiting for a score to drop. He's got a 4.77 to his name and he kicks off this big overhead wall with some footwork and some rail engagement and a big attempt at that foam climb that comes unstuck as we see a replay of Taka Inoue. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined by Matt, the Waxhead Chernowski. What do you think of this from Taka, Matt?
Just what he needed, a nice answer back just to back that up earlier and just nosediving like Kevin did on that re-entry as well. So we see the chop on the face, that rocker. He's way out on that face there, gets a little 10 and steps back. So the Bells Bowl, really awkward right now for the longboards. And there's a beautiful shot there, looking a little cleaner, but that side angle showing the just the white caps out there, and these two surfers really struggling to get those mid-range scores.
So Kevin Skavana drops a 4.27 to add to that 4.77. So he really is doing pretty well here, Kevin. He's really solid. He's making the most. If he had not fallen on that foam climb, very difficult section to navigate, of course that score would have got higher. But it feels like Taka really lost a lot of opportunities on that opening wave to get a bigger score because of his fall between those two scoring sections, that outback section and all of the work he did on the inside. But the fact that he didn't fall completely was an achievement in itself. And it's typical of Taka's flexibility, his agility. He's often a little bit wild, but his skill level is perhaps unsurpassed. The variety of things that he can do is pretty phenomenal.
He's a real showman, and he feeds off that energy, Sam. And you're right, his skill level does surpass almost anyone in the field. We've seen him do some amazing things across all types of watercraft, whether it's the foil, the shortboard, the stand-up paddleboard, and he's just a natural when it comes to surfing. But out at Bells, there's a lot of patience that needs to be required, especially when we add the chop, as you can see on the Melbourne flight cam here. It's really difficult to find that line, and you have to wait for it, Sam, and just time it like Taylor did and make it look composed. You're going to get better scores because that flow element will be incorporated.
Absolutely. You referenced that word patience, and that seems to be a hallmark of a lot of the stronger scores that we have been seeing across the 3 days. Of course, yesterday morning we had really clean conditions with the women surfing at Rincon, but today we've got Bell's Bowl. It's bigger and it's bumpier, but the surfers who've just got that composure, that patience, they really seem to be shining this morning.
Absolutely. It's just, we're trying to fit these longboards into these tight radius of the chop, and it is difficult, but there is clean faces out there. So if both of these just reserve, and here we have live action.
Taka Inouye straight up for a 5, gets a 10. Good opening nose ride, shuffles back there, shuffles again to the tail, a little bit scrappy between that nose ride, but a big fast overhead wall, really accelerating through this section. There's the footwork, nice into a second nose ride. Kevin Skavana answering back out back as Taka Inouye continues to ride. Skavana has got a leash on, so he won't lose his board as Taka Inouye does a rail grab, re-entry, reinforcing his status as a dynamic longboarder and feeling like you were watching a shortboarder hitting that shore break.
And just the flick out too, you saw him flick those fingers like we see so often. So he's feeding off the energy and the crowd we could hear in the background. Such a confident surfer, Taka, and he's going to take a lot out of that, and we'll dissect it very shortly with the replay.
That was incredible surfing from both Taka and Kevin throughout, but particularly Taka's ability on that opening nose ride. He got the 5, he got the 10. Of course, there was some shuffling out of that second nose ride, but finishing with that dynamic rail turn. But is that the type of rail turn that the judges really want to reward?
We'll have to wait and see in the replay, but it's all about the transitions and how we're linking into those turns and nose rides, Sam. It's the element of difference that longboarding brings. Anybody with a board with 11 inches of rocker and side fins in this tour can do a re-entry and a cutback, but it's about who can do it in the way that links the nose ride with the composure and the flow that the judges are looking for. They all received the message this morning, and they're looking for critical nose rides in the bowl and transitions to set that up. They're going to be looking at the footwork that's involved with that, because it's very difficult to do that.
So using all of the board, covering a lot of ground on the wave, as we see the replay here of Taka. What do you think of this, Matt?
So on the bottom of the wave, incredible, using that flip in the nose to do this nose ride. So although critical in nature for not many people in the world can do it, he's just utilizing the board there for its advantage, gliding through the chop on top of it actually. See there, so he's way back out, the pocket's to the right, and he's holding it now. He's going to wait for it to steepen up a little bit because the wave's very flat right now, and so that won't be an overly consequential nose ride when it comes to points, but a linking maneuver nonetheless. And he's looking around to the left. You see him here in the slow-mo.
This was incredible. The way he grabbed the rail here in a minute. And he gets low, doesn't he?
Watch his eyes. Watch his eyes. He gets low and he's forecasting this section. And he's waiting. He's patient here. He gets low, grabs that rail. Left hand, driving off, projecting, pulling that arm up and twisting his body in the foam. So full body commitment. And that's what a lightweight rocket longboard will allow you to do, Sam.
So he gets a 617 for that wave. So Taka Inouye moves into first position, adding to that 4.33, meaning Kevin Skavana now needs a 574. Kevin carrying a 477 and a 427. He did fall on that previous set, but he had his leash on, so he didn't lose his board. As we see leashless, it's Kayamana Takayama paddling out next on his Michael Takayama built board, surfing against Tony Silvani.
And he's on Avalon's Mana T.
Oh, wow.
It looks to be Avalon's new board. And a slightly newer design. Unless they do have matching colours, I'll have to go and investigate that afterwards, Sam. But that light blue Michael Takayama single fin. But one note on Taka's last wave, Sam, there was no major wobbles like we'd seen in the previous waves. The dynamic finish, hence the 6-point ride.
Kevin Skavana chasing pretty much a 6. 2 steps up to the middle of the board there, just bounced off by the foam. Still time to go, 5 minutes 15 seconds. Won't be a carrying score, but Taka will now be sitting in priority. So Taka younger than Kevin, less experienced. Kevin's been now a stalwart on the World Surf League World Longboard Tour for many years. Him and the Vietster, David Aganda, you know, they used to travel with Stephen Sawyer. They were there when Stephen won his World Longboard title. How is Kevin going to come back in the last 5 minutes?
Well, he's trying to utilize that clean footwork and the transitions, and Tucker's able to use that high energy approach and stay really busy. And he had a really clean finish, Sam. The judges have really been enjoying that today, hence the 6-point ride. But if Tucker gets another wave, he's going to make it very difficult. He's got the priority, and he's going to be looking for that second wave of the set. Now Tucker's had 25 minutes out here to work out his plan. Kevin's up against it.
Taka, age 22, from Japan, in the lead, a 617 and 433. We've already seen Taylor Jensen book himself the first spot in the quarterfinals. The winner of this heat will meet Taylor Jensen, so that's going to be an exciting showdown. Whoever advances, will it be Skavana, will it be Inouye? 4 minutes remaining. Skavana will now sit out of priority. What does he have to do to hunt a section that can give him pretty much a 6?
Well, as I said, there is just a little bit of distance between them. Earlier in the heat, I mentioned that you can just be sitting 5 meters to the other side and you can find a little chip shot coming through. So he'll be hoping one of those comes through. And you see Tucker's mum, trademark, just filming and writing notes with that notepad. I would love to see what's written in there one day.
Yeah, it looks to be actually an updated one. Sometimes you get the real thick one with all the kind of worn pages, and there's obviously a lot of detail in there and a lot of skills in the family. Both of Taka's sisters are also accomplished water women, shortboarders, SUP riders, and longboarders, and we have already seen his sister competing here. She was eliminated yesterday, but great heritage in the family and working as a unit.
And we talk about Tucker not having as much contest experience as Kevin, but completing on the Asian shortboard and longboard tours, Sam, across different disciplines with SUPs as well. He's a man of the road now, traveling all around the world and constantly competing. So heat reps and getting himself used to contest scenarios, he's very familiar with as well, but just not so much of those invitational events that Kevin goes to, like the duck tapes and Mexi Logfest, for instance.
Taka learned on a washed-up bodyboard. He's been a multiple Japanese champion. He finished 5th in Huntington, losing out to Connie Ellis-Stewart, the eventual event winner. Earlier in the season, in the regional qualifying events, he got a 2nd in La Union, losing to JR, the Philippine surfer. But up and riding, having a look now, is Kevin Skavana going to get a shot at this wave? It just dies on him, but he's got to stay busy. He's out of priorities, chasing pretty much a 6 in his head. He knows when he hears that you need a 574, it's a 6 wave. It needs to be something that allows him to get a critical nose ride and then some nice carving rail turns.
And if he's patient and can really line up that end section, it's only going to need one strong hang 10, I think one nice carve, Sam, a bit of footwork, and just finishing cleanly on the shore. It wouldn't even need to be a dynamic finish like Tucker's, just something smooth, as we saw Taylor logging similar scores as what's required in that previous heat.
Into the rip curl, 2-minute warning, as we can see our surfers in the next heat paddling out. That's an exciting one. Tony Silvani, who was a standout yesterday, but Kayamana Takayama, such an icon, such a stylist, so relaxed and composed, and uses the footwork and the nose riding. We know Tony's going to be busy. He's going to enjoy these bumpier conditions. Tony's very good at adapting to the conditions. And of course, both surfers, regular footers. Has it been a disadvantage for Kevin to be the lone goofy footer in this battle?
Possibly, yes. I think so. It's been very difficult for him to get through the sections on his backside, really trying to compose himself, you could see, and catching the nose a few times. He's done well on that opening wave, but hasn't really had much since. So 1 minute left. We're going to see what happens. There are some waves out the back though, Sam.
50 seconds remaining. The nerves, the thoughts going through the head of Kevin Skavana. One of my favorites. I've always enjoyed watching him surf. He's so dynamic and stylish. Love the way he uses his drop knee, working with Infinity surfboards shaped by Steve Bailey at Dana Point there. 30 seconds remaining, out of priority. Kevin just hopes that something will come through. A two-wave set might give him the opportunity. Of course, Taka now in the position to really command and use his priorities. You can see a little wave rising through. He's up on his board. He's looking around. Skavana out of shot there. Will be scrapping, searching, hunting, hoping to find something. But here we go. Last chance for Skavana. Taka's not going to be able to catch that, so Skavana's not able to just get that opportunity to dart into that wave, but he was there, hungry, ready. Commiserations, he'll be so disappointed. He was right in that heat, but congratulations, Taka Inui.
Yeah, well done, Taka. A well-surfed heat, and he'll come in and dissect that with his mum and see what he can improve on for the next round. And yeah, we look forward to seeing what he's got left in the tank, because if he could surf another 3 times, I'm sure he would.
Well, he's going to be surfing against Taylor Jensen in that first quarterfinal. But coming up next, we've got the East Coaster out of the USA, Tony Silvani, surfing against Californian Kaimana Takayama. Shannon Hughes and Josh Constable will be coming in to call the action. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Taka Inui just took out a great looking heat in challenging conditions, but rose to the occasion. Up against Kevin Skavana, Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside the 2006 World Longboard Champion, Josh Constable. Josh, what do you make of the conditions this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Shannon. What a great day. Like, it's wild, it's intense, but the swell's jumped up and we're seeing some really good surfing out there. So I'm excited to be here this morning and really excited for this next heat.
Well, it's pretty cold today. It's about 11 degrees Celsius, 52 degrees Fahrenheit this morning. And that wind is howling onshore, but there has been some really exciting moments in the water because that swell has really picked up. Taking a look at some replays from the break, we've got Tony Silvani on a better looking wave than Kaimana Takayama off the takeoff.
Yeah, Shannon, as we can see, there's so much more energy out there today, so it's really exciting. And here's Kai right now having a look at this one.
Up and riding in live action. Little trim line, ducks into the barrel, gets a little cover up, shampoo in the hair, and just weaves his way around, tries to run back up to the nose and just missteps. But impressive to hold on to his board and right out of that first section.
And Kai's known for that. He always loves a little tube. He'll find a barrel where there's not really barreling waves. So that's exciting to see. And it's a big morning for Kai. It's his birthday, 25th birthday today. So big happy birthday to Kaimana. Hope he has some good luck in this heat and gets what he wants as a big W.
That's so great. And to be spending it on the road with his partner Avalon and so many good friends that he's got here on the Longboard Tour in an amazing location like Bells Beach, just outside of Melbourne. And to know that there's, you know, such an opportunity to enjoy some great surf, but to maybe head into the city on the weekend to celebrate as well.
Yeah, totally. Melbourne, what a city it is. There's so much fun stuff to do in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if the surfers do. They've had their coastal hit right now. Once the event's finished, they'll slide back in there. And there's so many sporting games in there. There's the football's on. We're getting into the towards the finals right now. So Melbourne's the spot to be.
So exciting. Well, some small scores on the board so far. So bright and early this morning, we're running through the round of 16s, opening up with the men's round today, finishing out with the women's round later on. 8 heats on both sides of the draw for that with 30 minutes. So exactly the same schedule actually as we've had running the last few days, from the opening rounds through the elimination rounds yesterday and then into the round of 16. We'll be in finals day tomorrow. Tony Silvani is hoping to book himself a spot there once again as he goes down from that opening nose ride. Tony had a semi-final finish at the U.S. Open in Huntington, and he had a really good run on the Longboard Tour last year. So though he's one of those veterans that's been in the conversation for a very long time, that's really helped his campaign over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, and he's looking great. Yesterday, he definitely put on the performance of the round for the men's. Here's Kaimana with the one on the inside.
So trimming through this inside section, goes for a big layback on his first turn. Throws in that stall and he'll kick out, deciding he wasn't super happy maybe with what happened on the outside section, not worth wasting the time through the inside.
Shannon, we'll see some different approaches here from both surfers. Here's Kaimana. You can see the size of the swell right now. It's a lot bigger today. But a nice carve laying back, one of his sort of signature moves. Unfortunately, seeing there wasn't much on offer, but two different sort of competitors. We've got Tony Silvani, who's been competing for so many years. He's a seasoned veteran and he will be really patient and he'll do some very good competitive surfing. On the other hand, Kaimana, he's younger, he's energetic, he's a little more free-flowing and he's going to freestyle it out there, and he doesn't have as much of a contest game, but he's got the surfing to win heats. So it's going to be fun to see. As we can see here, he's up again.
So picking off a wave on his way back out. Great hang 5, locked in nice and tight. You can see that space from the tip of the nose of his board all the way down to the surface of that wave. Down carve to finish as well. So great control on that outside section. 2 major maneuvers connected together. He looks down the line to see if he wants to keep going. Decides to go for a very stylish kick out as we take a look here.
This is a really nice wave. Great footwork. You can see he's so comfortable on the nose and that board looks amazing under his feet. Really steep little drop in there and just rides out. He's obviously wearing no leash, so this is a really nice way to kick off and get rid of your board and sling it over the back. And then he'll swim up and grab that. So that was a really nice wave. That'll settle the nerves for him because he's had a few falls. We've actually seen Tony take a few waves and have a few falls. So the surfers just need to get into rhythm, finish a couple of waves, find their feet in the wax, and then they can settle into the heat.
Yeah, that's such a great bit of insight. Just really small scores so far. Now that last heat, we saw Taka Inouye take out the win. He's down on the beach with True Starling.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Taka, the conditions looked hard out there. How was it?
Very hard and very bumpy, so difficult condition. Then I make a 6 points, so I'm lucky.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home in Japanese?
皆さん応援ありがとうございます。すごい難しいコンディションですけども、勝ち上がれて次へ 多分テイラー・ジェンセンとクォーターファイナルやることになると思うんですけど、しっかりとまた次を頑張りますので引き続き応援よろしくお願いいたします。
Also, we'll see Taka in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Back to you in the booth, Shannon.
Thanks so much, True. Exciting to see Taka into the quarters. Sad to see Kevin Skavarna knocked out, but an impressive performance from Taka as we take a look at what Tony got up to during that interview.
Yeah, we've seen Tony on a really nice wave. So he sat out the back. He's been waiting for this one for a couple of minutes. And a little different approach. So we saw Kai on the inside getting lots of waves quickly, and Tony's a little more patient here, bouncing a little bit. Judges aren't going to love that, but he's oh no, unfortunately going down. So it was looking like a pretty nice wave. Unfortunately, at the end, it got a bit untidy, but looking like a little paddle battle, and it looks like he might get back out and get priority.
So sneaking through just on the inside of Kai. Scores in for last of Kai was a 4.33 from that wave that he picked up on the way back out with that great nose ride to down carve combination. Scores in for Tony a 4.9, so goes a little bit higher. Where do you think the difference is there? Is it in the fact that Tony had that wave from way farther out?
I definitely think that's probably where the score came, so it gave him a few more opportunities to get some scoring manoeuvres. Even though Kai's was beautiful footwork, great nose rides, tight fives, bringing that back foot further closer to his front. The judges loved that, but it was more on the inside. He only got the two manoeuvres where Tony was on a bigger wave, way outside, and probably did 2 or 3 times as many manoeuvres. It's not so much about how many manoeuvres you do on a wave, but when you're doing more, you're obviously giving the judges more looks and hopefully sneaking in some critical nose rides in those sections.
Now, reflecting back to what Taka was saying in that interview, the fact that, you know, it's pretty challenging out there and that he felt lucky in the end, you know, to be able to pick off the right waves. How much does luck really come into play when the conditions are like this when it comes to professional surfing and heat surfing?
Yeah, that's surfing. There is a lot of luck in surfing, but you've got to create your own luck. And we saw that in the first heat. Was a fireworks. Everyone was excited. There was a lot of anticipation for that first heat with Kai Ellis-Flint, who's been putting on great performances the last few events. And then Taylor Jensen, 3-time world champion. It was a big moment. Taylor, he just seems to, I don't think it's luck, you know, he just seems to put himself in the spots and gives himself the opportunities. So it just seems to be that the cream rose to the top in that one. The competitive surfer in Taylor, he made great choices. And in this heat, we might see similar. Tony will try and create that luck and make sure that he gets himself and make great decisions to get on the good waves. Taking
a dog for a walk down the beach here. It's been really rainy this morning when we showed up, and the sand's truly wet, not just from the, you know, the ocean kind of rising up, but also just from those squalls that have been rolling through. We can see that rain out in the forecast as well. We're down to 19 minutes on the clock. Tony sitting in the lead with a 4.9 that's dropped in and creating a little bit of opportunity for himself on the outside section. Kai also now opting to put himself right at the top of the lineup. Tony did manage to get priority after that little paddle battle and sets himself up now straight into that 5 to 10 combination. Lightning fast off the takeoff, drop knee carve, sets it up in that top third of the wave. Now drops down to the bottom with a lot of acceleration so that he can time out that finishing hit really well. He's going to stick with this one for a moment. We'll see if it gets a reform on the inside section. Great when it does hit those reforms because it just gives a little bit more scoring opportunity. You can see him using that footwork in the middle third of the board. Just caught behind the section here, but doing what he can to drive through, create a little more speed to make it around to that final closeout.
That was a great wave, well served, great patience through the middle because he was waiting for that last opportunity, but it's always nice to finish with a good manoeuvre. But great takeoff, little fade, 5-10. The judges are going to like that. It is on the outside. Big wrap back to the pocket to set it up again. The footwork's nice, it's fast, he's looking energetic. Just, that's Tony surfing. It's positive, it's fun, it's energetic, and he's always on the move and always on the hunt. So here it is, he's just being a little patient, waiting. But Tony's really feeling it this week. He seems to be in a really good headspace. He's excited about the event, and this is nice. The judges are going to like that finish. They won't like the downtime through the middle, but unfortunately that's what the wave had on offer. But look at this view from the top.
Yeah, beautiful drone angle. Taking a look at the waves here at Bells Beach this week. Tony with some great quick footwork, nice bit of variety that he threw together on this wave as well. His friends and family will no doubt be tuning in late afternoon back at home in North Carolina. He's traveling with his partner Lena this week. It's been fun to see the two of them around the contest site, getting some waves together, each day as well. And Tony just making really good use of this wave. I was surprised that he was able to actually make it around to that open face again, because a lot of surfers have been trying for that throughout the morning and haven't quite found that extra connection. Kai got a piece of the action as well.
Yeah, this is a solid wave. Great start with the nose ride, but unfortunately going down. No leg rope, but it looks like he pushed his board out the back, and he's going to grab that, get back out the back, compose himself, and be ready to go again.
Well, scores to come through for both surfers. Tony Silvani at the moment holding on to the lead. We've got more action to come. 16 minutes, 30 seconds. And we'll be back with more right after this.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Well, it looks like you and Sam had a great time visiting Melbourne before the contest got started, Josh.
We did. We were so lucky. We had a great surf in the morning, and like we saw on there, the food was delicious. And the area around here, there's so much to do. It was so fun. We jumped on the mountain bikes and rode along the trails along the coastline, and the view was just spectacular. So, yeah, it's a really beautiful place, and like Sam said, he'd love to bring the family. And if you've got a family and you're looking for a good holiday, it's not just surf down here. There is so much to do, and it is a really great location.
It just blows my mind every time driving in the morning and seeing the kangaroos just in the fields behind us as you start to peek over and go, okay, what's the swell doing? What's the wind doing? What are the conditions like? And you can kind of see it as you're driving through, that main road coming into Bells Beach. It's really incredible, and it's been cool to see a lot of the surfers that have families traveling on the road, bringing their kids along. Taylor Jensen often has Nava and the girls in tow. We've got Richie Cravey, who's coming up in the next heat against Kai Salas. Both of them have their families in tow as well, partners and the kids. So it's really an area that just has so much to offer for everybody.
It does. It's a beautiful place, and we're so lucky to be here, and we thank the locals for having us here and hosting us. It is a great location. We're seeing some amazing surfing. Yesterday, the ladies, they were on
how
fire.
good were those conditions
on fire,
too?
Offshore breezes, small perfect rincon. It was a great day of surfing, and then we're getting a different look today. I know the surfers are excited, especially the guys. They love this little more size. They're surfing Bell's Bowl. That's what we came to Bells Beach for. So it's a really cool day, and we're going to see some great action, Shannon.
Really excited. All head-to-head matchups once we get past the opening rounds for the Longboard Tour format as well. So the elimination rounds was head-to-head, and we'll have that all the way through to the final matchups. At the moment, Tony Silvani's taken a stronger lead. He had that lead when we went to break a few minutes ago. And he's sitting on a 5.83 now as his last score that's dropped through, which increases the requirement on Kaimana Takayama to a 6.40. Kai's last wave, a 2.57. So he had that 4.33, set him up in a good place, but that was after a few attempts. Hadn't really found much success through that inside section, staying a little bit more active and busy early in the heat. And now he's got a bit of work to do in this back half. Tony having a paddle here, setting himself up. Couple steps forward, eyes down the line, and decides he doesn't like what he sees.
Yeah, Tony doesn't have priority, so he can't be overly too patient. He has to sort of get the scraps, what's left over. We've been identifying all morning that the second waves of the set have been a little cleaner and nicer. So that's why we didn't see Kai have a look at that wave. He sat there, he's being patient. He knows the wave that he needs to jump him up into the lead. But that last wave at Tony's at 5.83. We've noticed a little increase in the score to his third wave, the 4.9, and I think it's that finish that you said he was waiting. He was lucky because a lot of the surfers have been hanging in that whitewash and not getting the reform. Tony got that reform. He finished it with a beautiful little hit at the end, and it just got him that extra almost point, and it made a big difference.
And you could see those little movements with his feet, that couple of cross steps in that middle third of the board really helped him find that acceleration to make it around that entire section.
Yeah, he was finding beautiful trim, and he's got his board, it's so dialed in. He's been working with Bill Stewart on some equipment for this year, and the board is looking great.
Kaimana Takayama having a paddle now out of Southern California, and straight onto a locked-in hang 5 to start. Coming from behind the section through that little crumble of white water, gets a second tap, little shuffle off the nose there for his footwork, but now drives through with a more powerful turn. Looking for that simple cross step forward, keeping it nice and patient as he sets his line here. Redirects once again. Bit of variety being thrown into this wave. Now another 5 to the inside section, and he'll just get that classic stylish knees bent, hands high to kick out under the lip on the finish.
Yeah, that was a nice hand jive out of that one. That was a really well surfed wave. He was nice and patient. I love that nose ride on the opening section, driving through the section, stepping back, being patient again, and then running forward and getting some good work. And then that turn, the third maneuver of the wave, he really jammed on that. Put his back foot over the fin, really laid it over. So that's going to be a really nice wave. And here's the replay. Look, patience, nice nose ride coming through that section here, stepping back, waiting again, and then he eyes off this another section. Boom, hits the nose, and this is the turn that was really nice. Jamming it, a lot of spray off that rail of the board. And then he knows he's done 3 maneuvers on the outside in the Bells Bowl, which is hard to do. So he's going to be patient now, keep it nice and tidy, and just finish strongly. And the judges will really like this wave.
So scores to roll through for Kai. Rachel Tilley was in the booth with me yesterday, sharing about the fact that her, Kai Takayama, Kevin Scavarna, Avalon Gall all grew up surfing together in that San Onofre region down between Oceanside and San Clemente, all competing at the Oceanside Longboard Surfing Club as well, and how it's really just helped each of them to push each other, to grow up together as friends, but to push each other to now all competing at this level on the World Longboard Tour is incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty special, and the waves they have over there, so much variety. So it's a great training ground for each location for them to go on tour and feel comfortable in these waves. So if you were trying to compare the wave to something, maybe it's like a big, windy, wild Churches today that we're surfing here at Bells Beach. And they would have spent a lot of time surfing those conditions over there. So they'd be in their mind, looking at it, breaking it down. Yes, we're at Bells Beach, and this is Bells Beach, but they'll see themselves surfing the Churches kind of waves, feeling comfortable in themselves, knowing that they've performed there. Because a lot of these surfers, it's their first time here to Bells, so they're trying to draw on experience, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's such a good likeness, too. I was kind of eyeing that off yesterday, seeing when that onshore condition hits and how broken up the surface of the waves here can be and the little sections here at Bells, it does mimic so much of what you see in that Trestles to San Onofre area when you get those summer swells and it's just broken up pieces everywhere. And that's exactly what this crew has come to know, especially with the reef sections that we have here at Bells, where you get those shallower boil sections that were off for those really steep areas, and then it goes flat and tapers off. It's exactly like that entire San Onofre area.
Yeah, and it's so nice to be able to surf your home break with high caliper surfers, to push yourself all the time, to know where they're at in their surfing, so then when they get here on the main stage, they know what their friends are doing, and then they know what their competitors are surfing like. And here he is, big Richard Cravery, getting ready for the next heat. Like you said, Shannon, he's here with his wife and kids. They're having a great time checking out the action.
Tony now up and riding, so holding on to that lead, just narrowly above Kaimana. Nice drive after that first opening nose ride. Love that S-turn and positioning right into that top section of the wave once again to get a quick nose ride. Hasn't quite dipped super low on those turns or those carves until this moment now as he sets up on the inside section, but great bit of variety. Really love the use of the rail that he's had in those middle third sections. It's similar surfing to what we saw get him that 8-point ride in competition yesterday. Of course, that one had a longer locked-in nose ride at the start with one really beautiful kind of down S-carve. But that same sort of style and that variety that Tony brings into his surfing, he's got lively within him today.
And here it is, there's a little whitewash on the face, but he's navigating that so well on the nose. Nice tight five. The judges will like that his back foot was close to his front foot, not too stretched out. Nice carve, and now he's just setting it up again, sort of like Kaimana. He knows that he's got some good work done on the outside. Now it's keeping it clean, finishing off strong, and getting a nice hit. The judges will look at that Kaimana. He turned out of it. He had those hands jiving, but I think the judges are going to like this little bit up over the whitewash finishing for Tony.
Yeah, a little more critical, a little something more exciting and dynamic in his surfing as we take another look here in the slow-mo.
Yep, and this slow-mo is so awesome. See the toes wrapped over the nose. His eyes are looking down the line. He's seeing what the waves are doing, compressing off the bottom, trying to get up there. It was last minute at the end of the wave. If we're picking at it, we want to see him get up there a little cleaner and a little crisper and come out of it with a little bit more speed. But again, he's finished the wave. We see Kaimana right there. He got a bird's eye view of that one. And this is going to be exciting. We see the score just come in for Kaimana's, 5.43. Tony's has just come in at a 6.33. Shannon, do you think it was the finish of Tony's that maybe went a little bit higher?
Yeah, I like that call, absolutely. Just being a little bit more critical, but like you said, had his timing been even better, a little bit more lined up, so it wasn't like he was just kind of throwing everything out there and kind of putting it out into the wind, but maybe with a little more control, we could have seen that score go even higher, closer to the 7s.
So hopefully Kaimana, as he was duck diving that one, seeing Tony right up over the whitewash and finishing with a bit of a re-entry rather than Kaimana carving down, which looked really nice. Hopefully Kai notices that, hears the scores as he's paddling back out and thinks, okay, I just saw Tony finish with a re-entry. He got a little higher score. Maybe I need to go back to the drawing board, do the same surfing I did on the outside, but finish a little bit stronger and hopefully get that score.
Yeah, because his surfing is right there. All of the work that Kai is getting done on that outside section is really important. It's looking really good. It's ticking the style, flow, and grace elements within the criteria as well, but it's just that little element of difference that Tony's been bringing in on that in section that's really set apart that higher score. We're down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock as we take a look at the heat recap here with Silvani sitting in the lead. He's got that 5.83 that he got earlier on and a 6.33 to back it up as we take a look at those beautiful S-turns.
Yeah, that was a great opening nose ride. It was fast, his board was lifting, he was looking good. And I just like the surfing here where it's patient, it's nice, he knows, don't push too hard, just get it finished. That was that nice hit. That was the 6.33 that he just got. And I feel like this one of Kai's was really nice, like the nose ride through the pocket here. Kind of similar to Tony's, maybe now looking at it, the wave's also a little bit smaller. Tony's wave had a little bit more energy, but this turn was really nice. Unfortunately, it looks a little funky when you're going through this whitewash, and there's whitewash on the face of the wave. There's not much Kai can do about that. That's just because the wave before was quite big and washed through. But here it is. He's surfing really nice, keeping it tidy. Great nose ride here. But this is where the finish, if he could just step back, maybe come around that section and finish with a re-entry, it's going to bring the score up a little.
Yeah, just those little differences. The judges are paying such close attention to anything that can really, you know, put something different between these two surfers.
And something to notice, Shannon, Kaimana was on the first wave and surfed it. Tony was on the second wave, surfed it all the way through, finished with a re-entry. Seems like Tony's got back out the outside first and got priority. So that's a big move by the contest strategy. He's been doing it a long time. He knows that he needs to get out there and get that priority.
He did that on the earlier exchange as well, where he was on the second wave in the set, Kai was on the first, and Tony was able to still get out the back a little bit earlier. I do wonder when it comes to knee paddling versus, you know, just that full prone paddle, the amount of speed and energy that you carry, where Kai tends to knee paddle all the time.
Yes, yeah, that's definitely, and knee paddling may be a little slower, but he's higher, so he sees what's going on a little bit. But I definitely think Tony has that experience. He knows to get back out there by having priority. We know that the second waves are a little better. So now twice Tony's had the second wave of the set. Kai has to go the first one because he doesn't have priority. But then knowing Tony, the tenacity and the competitor that he is, knowing I have to beat Kai in this paddle battle and I have to get priority.
All right, so Kai taking a look at a smaller sized wave. Couple steps forward, nothing too exciting yet. Nice turn as he sets up for this first nose ride, perched, tight 5. Goes for that cross step cut back as well. We haven't seen too many of those within competition this week. A lot of drop knee turns, but not really those cross step cutbacks.
Yeah, and we could see the urgency. He knew the wave wasn't that great, that he has to really lift his surfing level if he wants to get a score. We're not going to see it. We're seeing him here having a little fun. Looks like we might see a fin first takeoff, Shannon.
Yeah, those are always fun. Not going to add much to, you know, the scoreline in any way. A lot of it's about functionality versus just throwing in those extra tricks.
But this is Kai just down to his personality. It's fun. He's always laughing. He's always having a good time. It's his birthday today. He's 25. He's in Australia. He's here with his girlfriend, Avalon, who's competing in the event, who had an absolute blinder yesterday and was on fire. So happy birthday, Kai. Unfortunately not making it through, but look at that.
Goes for a little helicopter on the inside section, runs to the nose, gets the hang heels for a moment, runs straight back to the tail. And the birthday boy, Kaimana Takayama, unfortunately bowing out of competition. The 5.43 was a great wave, just couldn't find that backup score or that improvement into the 6s after Tony found that great end section to put himself into a higher score. And the very focused Tony Silvani taking out a heat win. He'll be really happy to be into the quarterfinals, especially coming off his semifinal finish at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. This is going to set Tony on a really good trajectory to qualify for the Malibu Longboard Championships. We've got heats to come through the rest of the day, and we're going to catch up with Tony Silvani soon. We'll be right back with more action after the break.
Vento boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
The Rip Curl WSL finals are coming up very soon, September the 8th, and hopefully we have some great waves at Trestles to celebrate, some good shortboarding, and a single-day event to crown the world champion. Longboarding will take on a similar format this year at Malibu for the Longboard World Championships, and each one of these surfers wants to lock themselves into the top 8 by the finish of the third event, which is in El Salvador in just a couple of weeks, to get themselves an opportunity. Kai Salas looking really good on this wave so far, flying down the line. This was caught during the break, Josh.
Wow, I love that. Just the energy, the power that he's putting in these turns, just laying it on rail, the spray coming off there. I don't know if we saw a nose ride on this wave. Maybe he did early on, but this here, just cross-stepping up, didn't get the opportunity to get toes over, stepping back again, and just really feeling it. I think he's on his big board again, his 9.8 that he shaped for this event, finishing with a nice floater there. So that'll be a nice start for him, laying into those turns. It's what Kai's known for. And here we go, Richie on a really big one here. A lot of foam on the face, driving around, slams it up underneath the lip there, and then driving back to the pocket. So a really nice wave too.
Solid size waves for both of these surfers. Richie deciding to go on one of the bigger sets that we've seen roll through the morning.
And here it is here. Just, he's done all the big turns on the outside now, trying to get some footwork. Nice, sliding that back foot up a little bit. The judges will really like that. Nice tight 5, riding out of it with good control and finishing up.
So scores through. Kai opens on a 4.83. Richie's got a 2.17 on the board with another score to drop through. 25 minutes to go. We are in the round of 16 on the men's side of the draw. Heat number 4. We've got 8 heats total within this, and then we'll be coming up with our women's round of 16. A few really exciting, I mean, every heat is very, very exciting, but there's a few that I'm really curious to see what the outcomes will be based off of the performances that we've seen throughout the event. On the women's side, heat number 4 is going to feature Rachel Tilley and Avalon Gall. They tend to match up against each other and draw each other event after event, especially in these really important moments where you really want to be making it into the quarterfinals in order to be kind of on your way to the Longboard Championships.
And with that one, Shannon, like we just mentioned in the previous heat, they are great friends. They've grown up surfing in the same location. Do you think they've run heat drills against each other in the past? They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. That's going to be a really fun heat.
Yeah, they definitely have surfed so many heats at Oceanside Longboard Club together and against each other. So that's going to be a really exciting one. The final heat of that round is going to have Chloe Calmon and Caitlin Mickelson. Chloe being, you know, one of the standouts event after event. Caitlin has had so many great results in the past across the world of professional longboarding, but she's put together some really dynamic surfing this week, so that's going to be a really exciting one. We'll see if our surfer has a look at this wave. He decides not to go. So with that, let's go down to the beach, catch up with True Starling and Tony Silvani.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Tony, you looked pretty cool, calm and collected out there.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, the conditions are definitely bumpy. This is kind of like an East Coast condition to me. And I was just trying to, surf 2 decent waves to, make it all the way through. I knew that there was a lot of paddling involved. So I wanted to, surf conservatively, and yeah, it came out on top. I'm stoked.
And you look like you have a really good board under your feet. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, this is the new Bird Stewart model. I really love this board. It's got like a lot of the feel of like, a performance log. It's very responsive. I really love like the nose riding and the edge on the back of the tail. And, I'm just so grateful to be riding for Stewart surfboards and coming here in good spirits. And I'm stoked to make it on to the quarters.
And it's pretty amazing having such a great support crew behind you. How much does that, push you to do well in events like these?
Yeah, I mean, you can see how passionate I am. And I'm just stoked for the next round.
Amazing. Thanks for having a chat, Tony. We'll see him in the quarterfinals tomorrow. Back to you, Shannon.
Well done to Tony. You can feel the emotions there and sense how important it is to make it into that final state conversation.
Yeah, I love the honesty and the purity from Tony. He's a really good guy. I've got to compete with him a lot. I've travelled with him. We've shared meals and hung out a lot. I really like him. He's a great guy. He's got a great network around him. His mother's back home running the surf camp for him and the hire business. So he's just got a great family, great support around him. And like he said, he's got Bill Stewart making his boards. Bill's been making a lot of boards for world champions for many, many years. And I think the combo between the two, they would love to see Tony get that.
Yeah, it would be incredible to see Tony walk away with that world title from the WSL. Talk to me about the tail design on his board, because it's so unique compared to what we're seeing anywhere else.
Yeah, and that's kind of Bill's forte. He thinks a little bit outside the box, but he keeps it conservative. But that's a bat tail. It's pretty cool looking.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
I think it's to break up the tail, so when he's turning, he's not turning off a big block. The little wings in it will help loosen it up and get a little bit more speed and drive. But look at the size of this one, Shannon.
Solid size wave as Kai Salas, the Hawaiian, drops in deep behind the section, carrying so much speed. Well overhead is the size of this wave. Quick steps up to a locked-in hang 5, and he goes down over the section. He's wearing the leash. These are the moments when you need the leash on because you don't want to lose the board, but also that's where that board could snap so quickly.
And he only just popped up. That was a serious wipeout. He was held down for a little while. He's going to push through this one. But Kai's no stranger to big waves.
Oh, he's the waterman, right?
Coming from Hawaii, used to the power, used to the juice. Look at this takeoff, Shannon. Driving down, he's looking down the line, he's waiting for that opportunity. Drives around this section, gets a little caught, hops around it, sees a little opportunity straight to the nose, drives out of it, and then there's just another section on those boils that we spoke about earlier, draining out and just over the falls.
Especially riding a board that's not got a lot of rocker to it. It's really challenging to make, a bottom turn, kind of a down carve out of a section like that. As we take another look at it here. Got that quick hang 5, which was really impressive, but that section there, the board just doesn't have the rocker to fit into the curve of that wave.
Wow, that was intense. And we can see the hold down. We still haven't seen him, and now he pops up. So that was intense. His family are in the competitors area. They'll be breathing now that they've seen him pop up and everything's good. He'll get back out there. But that's Kai Salas' surfing. He's pushing the edge. He's a power surfer. He's used to this big, powerful waves. And there is a connection. We've watched the Bells Rip Curl Pro for a long time at Easter time, and we've seen the Hawaiians have such great success here over the years on the shortboard side. But we're now seeing it here. The first week, the Hawaiians are really putting on a great display. There's something about it. It's the power in the wave, but they're not used to the cold and wearing wetsuits, are they?
It's so true. There's such a difference to it of being in really powerful waves, but when it's warm and you're wearing board shorts or, just maybe even a light vest if it's a bit breezy and it's later in the day or early in the morning, and kind of feeling as heavy as the waves are, almost that lightness because it's so warm, and you're not getting that chill factor. But when it's cold here, you're wearing a lot of times booties, hoods, that wind chill is freezing, but the water temperature itself will give you those ice cream headaches if you're duck diving too often.
Yeah, it's definitely cool out there. I've been wearing the booties, gloves and hood, so I've been trying to keep warm. Coming from Noosa, I'm not used to this cold weather either, but there's some great waves out there and it's really good. So hopefully a few more sets like that, and it's going to be an exciting finish.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting finish. Well, talking about an exciting finish to the season as well, typically the Longboard World Tour is finished with, whoever ranks the highest at the end of the year, the way the Shortboard World Tour has functioned for many years. With the adoption of the WSL Finals, they're introducing this similar format into the Longboard World Championships at Malibu later this year. We're going to have the top 8 surfers matching up to be able to surf it out for that final championship. As we take a look at live action here with Richie just coming unstuck after that first nose ride. So October 3rd to the 13th, single day event for the Malibu Longboard Championships.
And that's a great time of year for Malibu. We're still getting those summer swells. The temperature's dropping off a little bit. We'll see clean conditions, and it's going to be great. We have a nice waiting period to fit in that 1 day of surfing.
It's so true, but often at that time of the year, you'll get Malibu on for a day or two, but it doesn't often last for maybe 3 or 4 days at a time. So to be able to break it down to a single day event means that they can pick the eyes out of the conditions and really run in the best of the best conditions, hopefully on that day.
And that's what we're striving for. We've got 3 events. Everyone's finished up at Huntington Beach. They've put their best foot forward. Carney Ellis Stewart's looking great. He's kind of solidified a spot, you would think, by having a first place. If he can progress today, he'll be looking pretty good to see him there at the finals day. That both these surfers, they matched up together in Huntington Beach in round 2, and Richie got the win over Kai. So Kai will be trying to get one over Richie here and put on a good performance and get a good results leading into El Salvador. But what a great tour we have this year. Some beautiful locations. We're here right now at Bells Beach. All the surfers are going then to head to El Salvador. You've been to El Salvador before, and it's a beautiful place, isn't it, Shannon?
It's a beautiful place, and the surf is just always on. There's never a flat day. There's always consistent, and it's often just as big as that set that we saw from Kai Salas. So that's going to be an exciting 3rd stop to the tour. We'll go to a quick break. We'll be back with more action right after this. Richie Cravey currently sitting in the lead with a 4.67 as his high score, a 2.33 to back it up. Just a 2.17 required for Kai Salas, so the door is wide open. More to come from the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic right after this. Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. We are located about an hour and a half away from Melbourne right now. Can take a drive down the coast as well for the Great Ocean Road, see the 12 Apostles, surf at Joanna, some of those more wild areas of the coastline. Cold water, cold temperatures all over the place, but can seriously luck into some of the best waves of your life uncrowded down the coast. It's an incredible area of the world, but also right out in front, we get to see the world's best longboarders this week at one of the most iconic waves in surfing history. Dating back to the early 60s, the events that were running here, the shortboard revolution that came into play, and events run right here off of Rincon and the Bells Bowl. Really incredible to be able to now bring the Longboard Tour into that conversation, to be able to have each one of these surfers have stories that they can bring back to their families for generations of the big day that Kai Salas surfed out here at Rincon. Went down on that first big wave just a moment ago, but now he's finding that flow, that beautiful line. This wave's a little bit smaller, but just gave him that opportunity to really work with something to get a little bit of that scoring potential in.
So that was the second wave of the set. You saw Richie sitting out there with priority, but he didn't swing for that. He didn't like the look of it. I really liked this wave. It was a great wave, and he laid on some big, powerful turns. Unfortunately, I don't think we saw him get to the nose, but that was a great carve. But this one here, this was really, really nice. The wave steepened up, sliced out of that one. Board's looking unreal. 9/8 single fin, but he's still putting that Hawaiian power into it, isn't he?
Yeah, how beautiful was that second turn, and just placed really well throughout that entire wave. The timing and the tempo of putting a 9-foot board into the face of a wave looking really unique.
Yeah, and the whole time knowing that he couldn't slice it back too far because he was still trying to get down the line and try and get some opportunity to get to the nose. The judges are going to really like that, but also at the same time, they're going to want to see the nose riding. We are riding longboards out here, so we have to see him try and mix it up a little bit. And here we go with Richard Cravey.
Richie Cravey, the marine biologist out of Southern California, a quick tap to the nose, has to pump that board for just a moment to slice through that flatter section, but finds a long locked in hang 5. Can't hold on to it, unfortunately, though.
No, that was looking really nice, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he set it up well, and he was waiting for that opportunity.
Important moments as well, especially at this stage of the heat, 12 minutes remaining, so still a lot of time, but you can sense that the momentum is starting to move in the favor of Kai, though there hasn't been any big scores. And for Kai, we're still waiting for that last score, but like you said, there wasn't a nose ride, so that's going to factor heavily into the scoring potential on that wave.
Yeah, Kai's only chasing that 2.17, and like you said, it was a great wave, some beautiful turns. He didn't get the nose ride, so we're not going to see a huge score, but we will probably see him jump into the lead. But it's pretty cool because we've got Kai Salas out there riding his own shaped boards that he's been doing himself under the Kai Salas Longboard co-brand, which is really a super cool story because he gets to go surfing, jump back in the shaping bay, play around with it, make changes, make tweaks. But then on the other hand, heat before, we had Kai Mana working with his dad Michael shaping boards, and then in this one, Richie working with his brother. So we haven't seen a brother combo working on boards and for conditions and for contests. So Chris is up there in Santa Cruz shaping boards. He's been making boards for his brother for a long time, which is really cool. Chris is his younger brother, so his younger brother's making boards for older brother. And they really worked on some great boards for the conditions here at Bells Beach. And it's a really cool story.
Yeah, they've got just a cool story as a family as well for the Craveys to pick up, bring the kids on the road, to give them this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His partner, Danny, and their son, Canyon, and little daughter, Sonora. For them to be able to go, you know what, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hopefully Richie gets that requalification and he ends up on tour for the next 5 years. That would be incredible. And he's been surfing so well that won't be a surprise in any way. But knowing that this could be one of those things that he's just got a couple years in or something, and they wanted to give the kids that experience as well of being able to see dad competing, to be able to see what it's like to put that sacrifice on the line for everyone. And for Richie, it's come as a bit of a sacrifice within his marine biology career as well. And the family's been kind of juggling a few of those things behind the scenes. And it's really cool and I think inspirational to see the passion that he has for longboarding, the skill sets that he has, and the number of years that he's been, working on boards with his brother, the time that he's been spending in the water, and to have that partnership between him and Danny to go, let's do this. It might just be once. Let's just do it and give it a run and see what kind of memories we can create.
And it goes to show the type of guy he is, not being selfish, like, I'm doing this. Hey, we as a family unit, we're going to go on the road. We're going to share this as a couple, Danny and Richie doing it together, which is so awesome. But then the kids to be able to come along, they're at a great age that they'll remember this for the rest of their lives. They've been spinning out every day that they drive past and all the kangaroos on the hill. And they're so used to the coastal, that living in California, they would be going to the beach all the time. But knowing after the event, sliding into Melbourne, getting into that cultural feel, some great food, showing the kids all the graffiti on all the walls in the city, they're just, the experience that the kids are getting, it's priceless.
It's so true. And even thinking, like you said, them being able to check out the kangaroos on the way in. I know that Canyon, Richie's son, is really into birds at the moment. And Danny was saying that as they're driving down the road, he's calling out what the different types of Australian birds are that he's been learning about back at home and reading different books. And it's just really cool, this full kind of nature feel of being in this part of the world, because down on the coastline here outside of Melbourne, there is just so much wild coast and so much wildlife as well. So it's a really, really beautiful thing to be able to see both of these families traveling together.
And school is so important for all children to go, but then the life lessons that you learn out of the classroom, learning about the birds, coming here and then seeing it in the wild that he's been reading at home and studying, that is just awesome. And what a great family. And hopefully we do see Richie pull it together in this heat. Kai's just jumped into the lead. They really liked that last wave of his, the 5.67, those couple of big calves. We didn't see him get to the nose, so if he got to the nose, we might have seen it go into the 6 or 7 range. So Kai's aware of that. He knows that he's surfing really well. He ain't a stranger going to the nose, and he knows that there is focus on that, but you've also got to surf the wave, Shannon, how it needs to be surfed.
It's so true. We're down to 7 minutes, 26 seconds on the clock. Now, looking at this heat when it comes to rankings at the moment, Richie's actually in a better position than Kai is coming into this event. He had the 5th place quarterfinal finish at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic, which was really exciting for him, especially coming off of his 2 wins on the North American Longboard Qualifying Series, an event on the East Coast and an event on the West Coast that Richie swept the field on both sides to solidify himself to be on tour this year. He went down in the quarterfinals to J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines. JR fell out in the semifinals. Really exciting to see actually both of those names make it into finals day as well, being 2 fresh ones onto the tour. And when it comes to that qualification for the Malibu Championships that'll be kicking off possibly as early as October the 3rd, making a quarterfinal finish is a really important part of the piece of the puzzle to getting that qualification. Of course, you want to be wanting to either consistently get those quarters or needing to get in a win or those final finishes at least to really solidify it. Where Kai Salas, he only had a 9th place finish at the US Open. He fell out a little bit earlier than he would have wanted to here in the round of 16. And now advancing through this is going to be really crucial to his campaign for the rest of the season.
So like I was saying earlier, that loss that Kai had was to Richie. So there's this little rivalry starting, and they've had some heats over there in California where they've been going back and forth. So this is a really important one for both surfers, but especially Kai, because he needs to get one up on Richie. He needs to get a result here to keep that momentum going and get him into that final 8, because that is the most important part. You have to get to the final 8.
You got to get to the final 8. You want to have that opportunity to win a world title, especially for someone like Kai Salas. Taking a look at the heat recap, at the moment, Richie not able to find the scores to take him into that advancing position, but wow, we have had some big sets rolling through.
Yeah, that little off the bottom, off the top was a really nice, putting a little bit more emphasis in that turn, coming back to the whitewash, and here he is, just going to the nose, just tight, keeping it nice and tidy here. And this is another one that he got a really nice hang 5 just at the end here, sliding that foot nice and close there and riding out of it. So this was his 4.67. It was a really nice, well-surfed wave. He just hasn't had the chance to back it up here yet.
Kai Salas took off on this wave. His high scores at the moment is a 5.67 to back up the 4.83.
There it is, that beautiful slice out of the lip there. That was his 5.67. He's looking down the line, hoping that it's going to reform. But when it's a bit bigger now at Bell's Bowl, the whitewash is rolling through. And look at the size of this thing.
This was such a huge wave.
But look how calm and composed he looks. He's no stranger to these big waves.
Got that quick nose ride, but then, incomplete with a huge wipeout.
And that could be wipeout of the day with a big hold down as well. But popping up and back out there. So that was early on in the heat. So Kai composed himself, paddled back out, got that 5.67, got him into the lead. He's put a little bit of pressure on Richie. Richie's sitting out there with priority, needing a 5.83. Looks like we're seeing a little bit of action in the water now, and we'll see if some surfers take off here.
Kai just getting himself away from where Richie's sitting, heading a little farther over onto that first big steep section. 5 to 10 combination, controls it really, really well for the Hawaiian. Check turn here, just draws it around to gain a little more speed and momentum. Now starts to really engage and get that proper change of direction. Still cuts it a little bit short, but that's so he can time out the finishing hit. Nose right on the outside section, couple of good turns to the middle.
Really nice wave. So he had identified that he needs to get to the nose, so he made an emphasis to get to the nose at the start of the wave. Unfortunately, couldn't match it up though with the turns that we've seen in the past. The turns were nice, but he didn't get that part on the wave where he could really slice into it. But this nose ride, Shannon, was awesome.
That was so critical in such a challenging section.
And then here it is, these turns, it's kind of set up turns. He not like we saw on that 5.67 where he really opened up those shoulders and dug into it. But again, cut that turn short to finish nice and strong. So start strong with a great nose ride on the outside on the big section, and then comes to the inside and finishes with that really nice re-entry kind of roller coaster. And I think the judges will really eat this one up. Funny, Richie had priority on this wave, only needing a 5.83. He was sitting deep, so he would have been able to get into it with some power and some nose riding, and looks like
Coniella Stewart getting ready to paddle out in the next heat. He'll be in the water up against Landon Smales. So that's going to be an exciting matchup coming up for heat number 5. And Connie, one of the team riders for Kai Salas on the Kai Salas Longboard Co. boards, all living in that Waikiki area of Oahu, spending so much time in the shaping bay together, discussing how that equipment is feeling. And Kai's been doing a great job of just really putting in those finite details that suit each surfer. So they've got their models across the board for everyone, but then each of their surfers, like Khalees, like Kiani, and like Kai, and like Connie, sorry, who's coming up the next heat. All the K sounds,
yeah,
all the
scary,
K names.
isn't it? It gets tongue-tied.
Hawaii, such a tongue tie. They've all got those little tweaks that they love to the specific models that they ride, so that's been fun to see.
And what a mentor in Kai Salas for those younger surfers, because he's been doing it for so long, worked alongside Donald Takayama for a lot of years, who's still arguably one of the best longboard shapers that we've had. Working with Kai, now Kai's starting his own brand, surfing every day with them in Waikiki in a beautiful testing ground. It's pretty special for those young surfers.
Well, scores are in. A 7.17 for last of Kai Salas. Well and truly the requirement that Richie was chasing, given the quality of that wave. Richie now up and riding, but he's now chasing an 8.17 to get that advancing position. Little carve back after that opening section. Tries to get up to the nose, doesn't quite get that full nose ride. He was just off by an inch or two. Nice carve around though as he sets up for this next section. And you can tell that these waves are fast. There's a lot of bump to them, and there's an element to just holding on.
So it's crazy. This is the competition game. This is the game of chess that we play. Unfortunately, Richie letting that one go through, Kai capitalizing, being the ultimate professional that's been competing for a long time, knowing that he got an opportunity, he put the 7.17 on. Richie chasing a really big score here, an 8.17. It was a nice start, it was a nice nose ride. The judges aren't going to like this kind of shuffling and stretching out. Hanging on to it, surfing nice here, nice bottom turn. But unfortunately, the wave just didn't happen. But Richie had priority. If he took that wave, Kai surfed it really well. We know Richie can surf well. Kai putting a 7.17 on the board. Richie gets that wave, surfs it well, puts on a big score. Roll reversal. Kai would be sitting out the back now, scratching for a score, but that's competition surfing. Well done to both of them, and it's been great seeing Richie on tour and seeing him here in Australia.
Yeah, really fantastic to have the Cravies along for the journey, making it look a little difficult on the backhand. You can really tell that Bells this week in Rincon has been more challenging for those goofy foot surfers. We see Kai Salas end up taking the advantage over Richie Cravey on that last one. But great surfing all around from both competitors. Kai Salas, he's going to be stoked because he had that round of 16 loss in Huntington Beach to Richie Cravey. He's now gotten him back, so that little rivalry can continue to develop. But also Kai's going to have at least a quarterfinal finish on the board. No doubt the Hawaiian is going for the win, though. We'll be back with more action right after this with Coniella Stewart and Landon Smales. Coming into the booth, we've got Sam Bleakley alongside special guest, local surfer and tour surfer Ben Considine. We'll be here to call the action.
iconic Bells Beach. One of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Good times in Melbourne. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the booth for the continuation of day 3 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, and I'm joined by special guest, Rip Curl team rider, a former Aussie longboard champion, a World Tour competitor, Ben Considine. Good to see you, Ben.
Yeah, good to be here. I'm really excited to call this one with Carney and Landon. It's going to be a great heat. Be interesting to see how they approach this one.
And of course, local surfer, how special has it been for the World Tour to come to your patch here in Victoria?
Oh, it's fantastic. As I've said before, I think it's a real step up for longboarding here. I know the longboarding community here is super stoked to be able to see the world's best put on their surfing on display here at Bells. Everyone's been surfing incredibly in the weeks leading up to the event as well as in the contest. So yeah, it's great.
And unfortunately, you were eliminated yesterday, but of course, you know, you surfed extremely well. It was a close call, and I bet you're going to enjoy watching this one because we're catching up on the replays of Connie Ellis-Stewart, our current World Tour leader, world #1 out of Hawaii, surfing against Landon Smales. Of course, Landon recently won the Indigenous 2023 Australian titles on both the shortboard and the longboard here at Jirac at Bells Beach. But what about this, Ben, kicking off for Connie on the 10?
Yeah, what a start here. So good to see his ability to navigate on the nose here and find the right sections to get the critical nose rides here and everywhere else he seems to surf is impeccable. So then we've got Landon on this big one here.
Wow, big overhead wall, speeding through that section. A lot of pace, a lot of power. Like we said, Landon comes off the back of winning that Indigenous national event earlier in the season. And of course, he's one of the few Queenslanders to represent Queensland as both a shortboarder and a longboarder. He's here traveling with his father, Brent, and his brother, Caden, who's also a really good longboarder. And of course, shout out to his mum, Nat. How will Landon be coming up against a big name like Connie Ellis-Stewart?
Look, I think Landon is an exceptional surfer. As we spoke about, he's pretty familiar with Bells. He comes here for the Indigenous titles every year and he's taken it out. And he's used to big Bells and the big bowl here. So I think he'll do really well. And he's an incredibly composed surfer as well. He's had some really tough heats with some exceptional surfers. I believe he took out the national title this year as well. So I think he'll be ready to take it to Carney and see what he can do out there.
And someone who looks ready, booking himself a spot in the quarterfinals, is the Hawaiian. Kai Salas is with the Wax Head.
Guys, we're down here watching Bells just absolutely bomb. And in that last heat, we had a big, strong finish. But at the beginning of that heat, Kai, you had a big hold on to tell us about that.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. You know, this wave, it's like kind of a lot stronger than it looks. So I just fell in a particular spot that kind of held me down, I guess.
And it's pretty heavy out there if you are in that wrong spot, but you still managed to get through the heat wind and surf really well on this 9.8 prototype. But I've noticed this leash setup's a little unique, less drag, hey?
Yeah, you know, on a longboard, when you're nose riding, a lot of the water comes off over the deck. And when we went to the surf ranch one year, I was riding a leash and I felt it pulling on the rail saver. So I clipped it off, and this has a lot less drag. So,
and the drag helping with those big cut power turns. Now 9th place finish, and then moving forward now into a 5th place finish at minimum. You're looking forward to keep a result? Do you think you want to go and take this win?
Yeah, I just want to do good. I felt like in Huntington I didn't really get my rhythm, and I lost a very close heat to actually Richie Cravey, so that was kind of the rematch right there. But I just want to go out there and put good scores on the board and do good surfing, and if I, end up with a good result, great.
So there you heard it from Kai Salas. Back to you guys for live action.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Kai. One cool cat there. Shapes the boards under the feet of Connie Ellis-Stewart. But what about this, Ben, from Landon Smales?
Yeah, so really nice start here. Yeah, beautifully executed turn. Tight in the pocket there as well. And using that midpoint to trim and find his pace down the wave. Some exceptional nose riding there. And then, unfortunately, just coming unstuck with the off the top at the end there. And then we've got Carney to back this up.
Yeah, and this was really good from Connie Ella. He's kicked off with a 3.67, so score Wedding's drop for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a little bit stuck at the top there, but as we said, his ability to find the nose and redirect is incredible. And then I think we saw, as we were going through the interviews there, this massive finish there for Carney, which was great to see.
And you could see from Landon's wave how hard it is to get the finish. What's it like when you come off the nose with speed after that bowl section to control that last opportunity for a turn?
So yeah, Bell's bowl can be really difficult in that regard. So again, you have to carry, or typically you're carrying a lot of speed through that nose ride, and then it does actually come onto quite a shouldery sort of section after that. So sometimes the bowl can ebb and flow through these fast and slower sections, which is definitely one of the challenges for everyone out here.
Waiting for those scores to drop for Connie Ellis-Stewart and Landon Smales. Of course, you work with your dad, Lee, doing some longboard coaching. You also work as a physiotherapist. Samuel Cruikshanks tells me you're a great guitar player. What is the family vibe here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic? We see so many generations. A lot of surfers are with their fathers, mums. Some have got kids. There's a real family vibe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the whole longboard community is just such a friendly one. Everyone loves traveling with each other here, and it's great to see everyone coming together from all different countries and traveling in groups. I know we've got great support from everyone in California, JR, who I believe is coming up in the next one, and his crew over here. Yeah, it's really, really good to see, and there's definitely a tight-knit vibe over here.
And on conditions like this, what would be some of the other go-to log spots that you might free surf on these kind of swells?
Yeah, definitely. So we've got an incredible kind of array of nice right-hand point breaks. To the right of Bells here, we've got Point Addis, which is a fantastic wave, and then Steps and Winky, of course, some really nice waves as well. Then you can go over to Point Impossible, which I know we've spoken about on the broadcast already, which is a fantastic longboard wave, definitely one that I go to quite often. It's a phenomenal wave, as well as 13th Beach, which is closer to my home.
I love the fact that you call it Impossibles, and it sounds like a really cruisy log wave.
I know, it is a very cruisy log wave. Yeah, it's not too often that it's too much of a challenge, but yeah, it really is one of the best waves around this way. I grew up surfing it, and that's where I've put a lot of my practice in. So yeah, it's fantastic.
And some of your favourite events of the year in Melbourne?
Some of my favourite events, yeah, just typically speaking, yeah, we've got the grand final, which for the Aussie Rules football coming up. Yeah, there's so much to go on around in Melbourne as well. Yeah, it's definitely a good place to be.
Great to see Rip Curl HQ in Torquay. Of course, they kind of gave the commentary team some beautiful outfits for us to enjoy and keep us warm and wear, and what an iconic store that is there in Torquay.
Yeah, absolutely. Rip Curl's been a really good supporter of longboarding, myself and this event for sure, and it's great to see them hosting the event here. We had some really, really good waves here yesterday morning, and then I think it's, as we know, bells can get pretty tricky, so it's cool to see how everyone's handling it out there like this today.
Well, let's find out how the Waxhead is handling it. He's out and about. The Waxhead, where are you?
We are in the competitors area, nice and warm in here, and I have Tony Silvani, who doesn't actually need to be here. He was in the previous heat before that, but you'll be up against Kai Salas. What did you take from that last heat?
Yeah, I was just watching all the heats, definitely looking to see which waves are the best ones, and really focusing more on myself, not my competitors. So I'm looking forward to this next round heat. Kai's a veteran, and also myself, so it'll be really nice to see the rest of the action for these upcoming heats. Landon's in the water right now with Connie. This is a cracker of a heat.
And this is super warm. We have the exercise bike. We have a few snacks and water in here. We have the board racks. How important is it to bring your family and just hang out with your friends in an area that feels really comfortable instead of the cold, wintry, and blustery lookout out there?
I take full advantage of it. I mean, we have a nice little drying rack right behind here that puts heat right up into the wetsuit and dries it out. So I perform that every single time that I come in for my heat, and it's a nice way to store your boards and just take a little bit of time to yourself and get away from a lot of the action.
There you go. That's what Tony Silvani's up to in between heats. We'll see him in the quarterfinals up against Kai Salas.
Great stuff as we see live action. Connie Ellis-Stewart, he's got a 5.33 and a 3.67 up to the tip, gets the 5, gets the 10, takes a fall. Landon Smales dropping a 6.0 for that fast overhead wave. Clearly that critical nose ride was so important. He didn't land the finishing turn, but carrying that 6, that's got to feel good for Landon.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that nice tight pocket turn that he did as well. Much harder or easier said than done out there today in the bigger conditions and the bumpy conditions as well. So really good for him to pull that off. He does have the highest wave of the heat so far. Just looking for that backup score with only a 1 in his second place there. So looking to see what he'll come up with in the heat.
So waiting for that score to drop for Coniella, comes in at a 1.0. Landon riding Mitch Sermon surfboards up there from Noosa Heads, Queensland. Connie Ellis-Stewart, we just saw Kai Salas winning that previous heat. He rides Kai Salas longboards. He's got the Connie Tsunami model, and he has the 9.2 Lava Flow, which is a rounded pin that a lot of the Kai Salas riders have been using in the bigger conditions, but the Tsunami model, the 9.4 single fin, has been Connie Ella's iconic board for those upright hood ornament hang 10s. Let's see if he can do more of it, or will it be Landon who takes the win? 16 minutes remaining. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Cola Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing. Yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring. It's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Who will rise to the top of the Rip Curl WSL finals at Lower Trestles between the 8th and 16th of September? That's all to play for, but right now with 30 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, Connie Ellis-Stewart is in first position, but he's carrying a low 3.67, added to that 5.33. Landon Smales from Noosa Heads, Queensland, riding Mitch Sermon built surfboards, has got a 6 and a 1 to replace. 30 minutes remaining. Landon in priority. Ben Considine, you're a local here. What will be going through Landon's mind right now as he positions himself with priority?
Look, I think he's a really smart surfer, and I think he'll just be waiting for that the wave that he needs to better his score. Obviously, with a 1 as his backup, it won't take a lot to improve upon that, but he knows that Carney is probably going to be doing the same thing, looking for a solid wave, and, you know, Carney is an incredibly talented, competitive surfer, so both are going to want to be on that best wave, so we'll see what comes through.
And have you noticed anything from seeing Landon coming down to compete in the Australian Indigenous titles here at Bells that's particular about his approach here at Dirac?
I think so. Landon, he just knows the wave so well, and he can capitalize on the steeper sections with his very you know, modern performance-based logging. So I think his style suits the wave really well.
Coniella answering back, looking to drop that 3.67. Some fantastic footwork and nose riding, a dynamic 5.10. Put that board on rail through some spray and then walk back up for another 5 through the inside section. So he will replace that 3.67, could even go higher than that 5.33, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. We see an exceptional hang 10 at the back there. Again, much easier, looks much easier than it is, and a really nice, tight rail game there as well. I love how he stays nice and active on the tail of his board there, bouncing from rail to rail. And sometimes with these smaller waves, though, that inside section can fatten up and just not quite allow the connection through, as we saw on this one.
Coniella, our tour leader, off the back of that win at Huntington earlier this season, looking fantastic on his 9.4 single fin tsunami model. Kai Salas Longboard Company from Waikiki. There it is. There's the 5 into the 10, and look at the lift and the perch. That's dynamic, and that's not easy to do, Ben.
Exactly right. He's done so well to keep his composure there, and as we spoke about, he hasn't let himself run too far out the face of the wave to engage that tight turn, which is just a really, really good read on the wave. He's done as well as he could have with this one. Again, just fattening up a little bit on the inside there, but still managing a nice 5 through to the inside. He's done really well with that one. We'll see where that score goes, but looks like it might have increased his lead.
Comes in at a 4.5, adds to that 5.33, keeps him in first. Landon Smales drops a small score of a 0.5 on his last ride. He now just needs a 3.83. He's sitting there with priority. I love the patience. Opting not to go for that. It did look like he had some scoring potential, though.
Yeah, well, he knows this wave, and again, with those smaller ones, he's definitely going to be looking for that wall that will race off and allow him that end section as well. Potentially believing that one wouldn't give him the opportunity there, which I probably agree with. So he's surfing really smart, and it shows really good composure. He knows that if he gets the wave, that his surfing can perform and do what he needs to. So we'll see what he potentially goes with this one here.
Lining himself up, Landon Smales deep and high on this section. It's going to race ahead, but he's got a high line with 4 steps into a touch of the 5. Back up for another 5, gets a touch of the 10. I can hear some hoots and cheers on the sand as he gets a 3rd nose ride and a 2nd quick 10, and cross steps back to the tail and nearly falls and has to really hang on tight, but doesn't fall and is still going strong. Opportunity to ride out of this roller coaster section. He does, and he completes that ride despite the challenges and the bounces and the wobbles. 3 strong nose rides, 1 solid rail turn, but he completed that. Yes, it was difficult, but he did the job, and that could really be an important score.
I think that looks like it'll be, yeah, one to keep for him at the moment. Again, really, really well surfed wave. How important it was for him to get those critical nose rides in there was great to see.
Coniella Stewart, beautiful footwork into a 10. Pedals back to the tail, sets himself up still high in the wave there into a 2nd 10, little arch, little lift, long time on the tip, drop knee turn, a smaller wave, but a lot of good nose riding already performed, kicking out. Is Landon further out or further inside?
In terms of, I think he was further out for the takeoff on that one. It seems that Landon was able to get that wall that connected through to the inside bowl a little bit better, as we see here a little recap of this one, staying nice and high, getting that critical 10, and again using that home base of the middle of the board to keep his balance and composure. Again, really like his drift onto the rail here, just coming a little bit unstuck there, but exceptional to keep his balance, and again finishing off here, which was really, really important. He needed to capitalize on the finish there, which he did.
Full commitment on those nose rides. He had a lot of speed, and managed to hang on, and the fact that he didn't fall at the end, that really will matter.
Yeah, I think so. I think this will definitely go into one of his top rides. Obviously, you only need to replace that one. You can see using that inside rail really nicely there, and great work on keeping his balance there. Again, there's all of the bumps and lumps to try and throw you off the wave here at Bells, especially when it's a little bit messy like this, but he's done really well.
But how about this nose riding from Connie Ellis-Stewart?
So I think this is something that's really set Carney apart in this heat. The ability to hold on to that nice tight 10, not easy to do out here, and has done really well to link this one up. But again, just looks like that inside section, that inside track on Bells is proving to be a little bit tricky on the smaller ones, so maybe coming into a little bit of wave selection there.
So 5.90 for Landon Smales, his last ride. Doesn't go higher than that 6, but it puts him in first position, but Connie Ellis-Stewart is waiting for a score to drop. He now needs a 6.57 to move back into first. Do you think that last ride of Connie Ellis could be enough?
I don't believe it. We'll see what it comes in at. I think the wave may have been a little bit small and maybe not enough variety. Not to say that the nose riding wasn't exceptional. So if he had a section that could have allowed him to put it on rail maybe a little bit more, we could see it go there. But I don't want to speak too soon. But we can definitely see that Landon's been on some of the better waves for the heat. And as we've seen time and time again today, those waves that open up have proved to be really important in getting the scores.
Comes in at a 4.33, not enough. That's JR Esquivel. He's coming up next from the Philippines with Luke Landrigan beside him. He will be putting on a big show. It's going to be a really exciting heat, surfing against the Frenchman, Edouard Del Perro, a fantastic regular footer. Of course, we know Edward's older brother, Antoine, was a long-time competitor on the World Longboard Tour, recently won the ISA World Longboard Championship in El Salvador. That was the brother Antoine's third ISA World Longboard title. So the heritage runs strong. The Del Perro brothers, they run a surf school in Côte de Basque in Biarritz, like you and your dad do here on the Victoria Coast. Do you have a strong longboard community out here in Vic?
Oh, definitely, and it's just been growing and growing over the past few years. But all across here, Torquay, Jan, Jarkova, Ocean Grove, Barwon Heads Way, there's a really tight-knit community. We all surf the same spots and see each other regularly. So it's it's a great community of longboarders over here, and yeah, it's great.
And a shout out for your shaper, Ian Chisholm, South Coast Surfboards there, of course, been an integral part of the global longboard community for many decades now.
Yeah, Chiz has been shaping for a while, and he definitely, in my opinion, brings out some of the best boards in the world. I'm super lucky and fortunate to have the equipment that I'm on that I feel like is putting him in really good stead at the moment. Here we see Carney going on this one.
Chasing a 6.57, 4 up to the tip on the 10, pedals back to the tail, foamy section ahead of him, off the bottom turn, kicks out, recognizing that wave was not going to offer the score he needs. Coniella, a great student of studying the ocean, currently also training to be a pilot, but of course was a standout in the free surfs in the bigger waves you had before the event. But let's have a little look at the recap so far, Ben, because we've had a really exciting heat. We kicked off with Connie Ella dropping that 5.33, looking sharp.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that he did have a strong start. Again, incredible use of the nose here, and just transitioning so smoothly from the front to the back of the board, utilizing mostly cross steps, and then that big finish there has the composure to finish in the inside bowl like that.
And then this from Landon Smales. This dropped in at a 6.0.
Yeah, again, we can see this one here carrying a lot of speed through that wall, and then just an exceptional turn there to be able to re-engage the rail off that bottom turn, using the midpoint of the board to carry that balance and speed, getting to the 10. Unfortunately, not pulling through with that end section, but it was still a good score.
Coniella answered back with this 4.5, some good hang time on this one.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I feel like this is what really sets his surfing apart, his ability to just be so particular and specific with his nose ride sections, holding the 10s. Just unfortunate with some of those connections not linking through to the inside for him, but there's still a bit of time in this heat, so it'll be good to see what he pulls through with.
And then Landon dropped to 5.9, which changed the situation, put him back up into the lead. So he's got that 11.90. Connie Ellis-Stewart chasing a 6.57 as the Melbourne flight cam shows the Great Ocean Road in its best with all the wattle flowering, all that yellow color, and a landscape that has really not only informed your style of surfing, but also really kind of dictated your love for this area and kept you at home.
Yeah, absolutely. I love where we live, and I think it's so good for everyone else to be able to come and enjoy it as well. Yeah, it's a great place to live. It has that turn though, and a nice drive off the bottom here, using the midpoint there and coming back onto the tail.
Beautiful, strong, dynamic surfing for Landon Smales, looking to drop a 5.90, radical off the rail there, and then nose rides through towards the bowl on the inside here, back up for another 5, holds it, pulls in for a 10, gets some lift. Here's some hoots from the beach. I know that his brother Caden will be cheering for him, and his dad Brent and his mum at home Nat will be tuning in from Noosa Heads, and that's going to be a really strong score. So it's probably going to increase that need for Coniella, who will be sitting out there with priority as we move into the rip curl 2-minute warning, and it might be that Coniella's chasing kind of a mid-7 now in these last 2 minutes.
Yeah, exactly right. I really liked his patience on that one. That's something that I noticed in his surfing, how he doesn't force anything but allows the wave to provide what it needs to.
Big opportunity here for our current tour leader, Coniella Stewart, hanging on after some good nose riding. Back up to the tip there, holds the 5, holds the 10, pedals back and rides cleanly, and then just ejects out of that wave. We didn't see the beginning, so we don't know what happened on takeoff, but we do know that Landon has a good chance of replacing his lower score of a 5.9 and increasing that need of Coniella, who wants to replace that 4.5 and is currently chasing a 6.57. And this is a massive heat, because this is a great bit of surfing from Landon, and Coniella is going for a world title this year and is our current world tour leader.
Absolutely, and I think we could maybe sense on that last wave of Carnies that he thought it wasn't enough. There was ejecting quickly from that to maintain priority. As we can see, Landon going through this one, it's a great wave. Again, really, really patient, holding himself up high on the wave to get and execute this beautiful pin upright 10. Really, really good surfing there. He looks well acquainted with this wave.
But what about this from Connie? Is it going to be the score that he needs?
So a really nice setup. Again, he was using that tail to stall, hold himself high. Again, just getting a little bit unstuck with the wobble at the bowl, which is all too common. Really nice pin 10 there, but was there the connection through the inside to get that score to the 6.57 he needs? I'm not sure, but we'll see what the judges think.
So Landon's recognized that there's no time to paddle back out, so it's a great shot of him on the inside waiting to hear the score from the judges, and it comes in at a 6.03, so it improves his situation. So now Coniella is chasing a 6.70 with only 30 seconds remaining. Landon Smales, who won heat number 2 of the opening round, beating Kayamana Takayama and Tony Silvani, advancing into this round 3. Our reigning Australian Indigenous surfing champion on both the shortboard and the longboard is looking like he is going to book himself a spot in the 3rd quarterfinal to surf against either Edward Del Perro or Regilio J.R. Esquivel. And there it is, no more time for Coniella. And Ben, what a result for Landon Smales.
Yeah, he looks stoked, and he did surf so well out there. It's super tricky. I guess it's easier to kind of watch that and see the maneuvers that they're performing, but it does have a lot of energy, as Kai Salas was saying in his interview before. There's a lot of energy, a lot of power. It's really difficult to surf these heavier traditional longboards well out there, so he's done an exceptional job.
So 9th place finish for Coniella Stewart. He's got a 1st place finish from the first event of the tour, but he will be eliminated. Landon Smales moves on to the quarterfinal, but coming up we've got another beauty from France, Edward Del Perro. From the Philippines, Regilio J.R. Esquivel. They'll be coming up live. Stay with us for the action, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Thanks for tuning in, surf fans from around the world, to the Surf Coast Shire, Bells Beach, Dirac, Victorian Coast for day 3 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we continue the round of 16, heat number 6. Regilio J.R. Esquivel from the Philippines has dropped a 5.33 for his opening ride, surfing against the Frenchman from Biarritz, Edouard Del Pero. Born in Marseille, moved to Biarritz as a young lad, a fantastic shortboarder himself, as is JR from La Union, and surfs the fantastic right-hand point of Mona Lisa Point and San Juan, a brilliant surf community behind him there from Luzon on the North Island of the Philippines on the west coast, and kicking off with a 5.33. No doubt his trademark nose riding will have been on display. Yesterday he was riding a Ian Zamora built surfboard. Ian, the partner of Carla Roland Zamora, Malibu legend. Great to see Ian's boards under the feet of JR. Ian's ancestry also from the Philippines. Edouard will be riding the Minvel shapes. He'll either be on his Torque model, the 9.4 single fin, or one of his speed shapes. We'll get an opportunity to see what he's on. It looks like it's his red pintail single fin speed shape up on the nose, stretching, streaking, trademark bunned hair, as we see often from the mighty Edward when he's attacking these heats with his trademark power and low crouching drop knees. He's get back up for a streaking 5 little arch, sole arch, pedals back to the middle, puts that board on rail, grabs the rail and rebounds off the foam, similar to the way we saw Taka Inouye use the rail grab to set up for that cutback into a re-entry on the inside. Strong surfing for the Frenchman. It's probably going to be a big score.
Yeah, I think he knew that one was going to open up from the get-go there, and I really like the use of that grab rail at the end, as we saw Taka do earlier in his heat, pulling a 6-point ride for that in the one of the opening heats for the day. That was a really good, well-surfed wave from Edouard. We know that his ability to transition from nose to rail is exceptionally high. So yeah, great one to see. And here we've got JR with potentially that first wave.
So it looks like he might be on his speed shape there. This could well be the 2+1 Thomas board that Harrison Roach was riding. I can't thoroughly confirm that. We'll find out pretty soon as we get to see the logos. But this is the 5.33, so decent start for JR.
Yeah, just trying to find his way through the wave there. We can see a couple of nice hang fives at the start, doing a bit of a redirect there into the whitewater and going left, as I can vouch for us goofies. We try and find lefts where we can, so he's going for it there. Here's Edouard's though.
But what about this? A big, fast wave and a lot of variety demonstrated from the Frenchman.
Yeah, just a really well executed wave. Really nicely put on rail. A little bobble there, but that's okay because he drives out of it nice and smoothly. Really nice drop knee, showing that variety, and a nice hang five through the inside there. A little bit of a sole arch to show his style, and then as we saw that grab rail into that nice roundhouse at the end there, finishing really strong. It's going to be a good ride, and opening up with a 7.67, just great to see.
Wow, critical finishing, critical surfing, big scores for Edouard Del Pero, based in southwest France. A lot of waves similar, not as good, but similar to this wave, the likes of Lafitania and Guitry, but someone who has got a smile on their face, and also the reigning Australian Indigenous surfing champion, not only as a shortboarder but also as a longboarder, just booked himself a spot in the quarterfinals. Landon Smales is with the Waxhead.
And victories, not just in the Indigenous titles, but the Australian titles in the longboard, open men's and the juniors. This place means a lot to you, Lando. How was it out there and knocking over the favourite, Caniella Stewart?
Oh, I'm so stoked to be able to beat the current #1 and surf good bells. It was kind of tricky out there, but got it done.
And what a lot of people don't know is you've been battling through a bit of an injury. Tell us about what's on your knee and how that's been feeling.
Oh, yeah, it's holding in there. I tore my cartilage a little bit, but I'm getting through it.
Wow, and just the big bells bowl. We saw you almost buckle under the pressure, but really good wave selection. Who's in your corner helping you out here?
Got Geordie helping me out, and he knows the waves so well and helping me with where to sit and what waves to choose.
Yeah, well, that looked fantastic, your wave selection out there. And anyone at home you want to give a shout out to, any sponsors or any parents?
Yeah, I'd like to say hello to my mum. She's watching, and all my family for supporting me, and all my sponsors, Mitch Sermon for making me the best logs, and Quicksilver.
Unreal. There you have it. The young gun from Australia on to the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, the Waxhead. Congratulations, Landon, as we see Edward Del Pero looking to add to that 767. Nice soul arch 5, toes on the nose, cross steps back, opting to wear the boots. In contrast to JR, a surfer from the more tropical climate who's opted not to wear the boots, but Edward on a second nose ride, and then he comes through to this inside section and nearly rides out of that foam climb, but so difficult to walk out of the nose rides and really connect cleanly with that last climb.
Yeah, there's a fair bit of bump out there that you do need to navigate. He put on a clinic on that one, though, really well executed, smooth surfing. Looked a little sleepy from the start there, but he was able to find that inside connections, which allowed him for the turns and the nose rides there. Unfortunately, coming unstuck with that end maneuver, but it will be a solid backup for him.
So he sets himself up on that nice high line, riding that pintail single fin Minvel surfboard shaped there in southwest France. But this is looking nice, Ben.
It's really nice, yeah, and this is where the things really get rolling there. So a nice tight 5 there in the pocket. That's nice and critical, and again doing well to keep nice and high, dynamic with the turn. And again, this is a really nicely executed hang 5 as well. And then, as we spoke about, just that little bit of a bump as we're coming closer to the shore there. We do have a lot of water that's moving in and out through that area. But yeah, good score nonetheless.
Edward finished second on the WSL World Longboard Tour in 2017. On a tour year, he tied with Taylor Jensen. He won the final event in Taiwan. They had to have a surf off. So Edward came out of winning the final, and then Taylor had been knocked out earlier, and they had to have that surf off. Taylor got the edge and won his 3rd world title. Edward's brother Antoine twice finished second on the WSL World Longboard Tour, losing twice to Hawaiians. He lost to Bonga Perkins in Sano in 2008, and he lost to Dwayne DeSoto in Makaha in 2010. So Edward's still going for that WSL title for the family.
Yeah, look, he's an extremely well executed surfer. I think he's definitely got it in him. Again, as you've said, he's come so close, and I think that he's still hungrier than ever to claim that WSL title. So yeah, he's definitely on his way here. He's got a really, really good back up there with a 4.67. Again, we saw that first wave, the 7.67, which he connected extremely well. I think he'll just be waiting for that nice linker now, a set to come through so he can improve on that score.
Talking of hungry, somebody who's going to feast on the energy out there, the Waxhead. He's roaming. Where are you, mate?
Back again, guys. I just picked up Lando's board, and a really interesting fact, he won that heat not only on those amazing nose rides, but those searing carves into the bowl. There's many ways that a surfboard can achieve that. Obviously, it's the user that's initiating it, but this surfboard doesn't actually have any edge in the bottom. It's really pinched and thin, and this is exactly where longboards were like just before the shortboard revolution. To get this thin rail engaged, it's like a slice. You can almost hear it if you were to listen to it right next to where the water's just coming off that rail. Combine that with a flexi fin. This Mitch Sermon Designs is working fantastic for Lando, but the stability back here is allowing him to feel comfortable on the nose. So a wide tail with really knifey edges is allowing Lando for that combination of turns and nose rides. Several different ways to surf bells, and this was Lando's surfboard of choice.
Waxing lyrical, the Waxhead, good stuff. And of course that Mitch Sermon looking good under the feet of Landon. The boards under the feet of these two surfers, we've got a Minvel shape under Edward Del Pero. And for me, JR's board looks to be the Thomas Beckson board that Harrison Roach rode here on a bigger swell earlier in the year. Of course, Harrison Roach, very inspired by seeing Wayne Dean surfing the Aussie titles here in 2004 when he was a junior, and up and riding right now, 4 steps to the tip. Beautiful opening 5 from JR on that 2+1, setting himself up again for another 4 steps up to the tip, and a nice curl of the toes right over the nose as he sets himself once more with a speed line, some trim, some aggression there on that tip time as we sees himself pedal back to the tail, go hard off the top, Can he ride out? He can, and that was clean and crisp. He likes it. There was an incredible amount of composure throughout that ride, and let's see if it is the 2+1 as we get to see those fins just emerging.
Yeah,
there it is.
Yeah.
Is that Harry Roach's Thomas Bexon that he rode earlier in the season here?
It could be. I believe that one that Harry rode earlier in the year was a borrowed board from Tom Payne, who's here as well, supporting everyone. But that was a really, really well-surfed wave. Again, put on a clinic there. Just very, very smooth between his connections from the nose to the tail, using cross-stepping perfectly to bring himself up and down the board. And that one looked to be one of the waves that linked the best that I've seen so far in the booth here. So that'll be a solid score. It'll be interesting to see where the judges put that one.
And if they really value control and flow, it certainly ticked those boxes. And it's just been incredible to see that most surfers bringing a quiver, some having the square tails, the single fins for the smaller days. But today now we're seeing a mix of surfers, some of them using 2+1s. JR looking strong on this, Ben. Where do you think he'll go on the scores?
Really strong. I think we need to compare it to Edouard's. I believe potentially Edouard has had some tighter, more in the pocket nose rides, which might be the differentiating factor there, but such a strong finish and a really nice clean wave face on that one as well. So typically what we've seen out here is some of the other waves in the set. So the first wave of the set being a little bit bumpier, and then the second and the third waves offering that clean face. So potentially what he went for there.
Wow, as we see the Melbourne flight cam, we can hear the beach cheering and erupting because JR has just dropped a 7.27, not as high as Edouard's opening 7.67, but combined with JR's opening 5.33, Edouard now needs a very attainable 4.93 to move back up into first, Ben. How exciting.
Yeah, we're seeing the surfers put on an incredible display of their longboarding and their slightly different approaches here with Edouard on his forehand and JR on his backhand, but really good to see nonetheless. Edouard will know he can get that score, the 4.93. He's already posted a similar score to that, 4.67, which he did have that fall on, so it'll be cool to see what Edouard waits for, but he knows the right ones to be on, and he's definitely very confident in his approach, so no doubt he'll be looking for that score, and JR will know that Edouard's looking for that as well.
Both of these surfers had strong results in the first event of the World Longboard Tour in Huntington, a 5th for Edouard and a 3rd for JR. Who's going to take the win? 15 minutes remaining. Will it be JR? Will it be Edouard? We'll find out very soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Stunning visuals of the Great Ocean Road, just a short distance from Melbourne, Victoria, stretching 150 miles along a winding coastline that overlooks some of the most beautiful beaches of the Southern Ocean and Bass Strait, as we see a set moving through with J.R. Esquivel with a 7.27 and a 5.33. Edward Del Perro sitting there with priority, chasing pretty much a 5, a 4.93. He's carrying the highest score of the heat. That's 7.67. JR not giving up. This guy's got tenacity. He's got resilience. The 26-year-old from the Philippines is in the lead. The 33-year-old from Southwest France chasing a very attainable 5.
Yeah, definitely. He'll know that he just needs to sit and wait now. We've got 12 minutes to go, so there's definitely plenty of time. We've seen plenty of sets coming within these heats, so I think just waiting and looking for that wave that will link all the way through to the inside will be what he's after, and his surfing can do the job, so yeah, he'll be looking for that for sure.
Big shout out to JR's brother June, fantastic shortboarder, and of course JR also a really, really talented all-round surfer, as is Edward. Growing up, Edward focused more on the shortboard. His brother was known more for the longboard finesse, but when Edward shifted over to competitive longboarding, he became a standout, and he's just recently won the regional European WSL event, the Boardmasters in Fistral Newquay, in very challenging conditions. Edward has 2 boards in his quiver. He's got the wide-tailed square single fin 9.6, and he's got this rounded pintail, this speed shape, very reminiscent of the kind of iconic Donald Takayama speed shapes that we've seen surfers riding through the 1990s into the early 2000s. But coming down to bells, a quiver is needed, isn't it, Ben?
Definitely, and we've definitely seen that approach from a lot of the surfers down here, bringing, you know, their more standard, typical logs that they would have surfed over at Huntington potentially. But, you know, the waves can get big, powerful, and bumpy here at Bells, so you need something that's going to be able to hold that line with your turns and drive super well. The pintails have been a really strong choice for people, and I know that Chizza at South Coast has been pumping out a few of those signature models, those pintail shaped boards, which go exceptionally well out at the bowl here. But yeah, that's definitely been a board of choice for people.
And then of course you can still get boards like the Rincon Style Master, fantastic log that you can ride at Rincon on those cleaner, smaller days, like we had yesterday morning.
Definitely, yeah. Yesterday morning in particular was fantastic. It was pretty exceptional Rincon, linking all the way through from the outside section to the inside, and just had a beautiful long line on that wall. So we saw some really, really great surfing, especially on the women's side early in the morning yesterday.
But today, of course, the surfers on the Bells Bowl as we move towards that high tide at 12:26. Ed Del Perro has recovered from breaking his C5 at Safi in Morocco a couple of years ago. So it's incredible that he's made such a strong comeback from that big injury that could have been a lot worse. So it says a lot about his fitness and his health as we move into the last 9 minutes 30 seconds. But our 2 highest scoring waves in the heat have been impressive. Let's take a look at them.
Yeah, so we've got Edward here setting up, and this was a really, really well executed wave again. Going into that typical stretched out 5 that he loves, into a big wrapping turn and just really utilizing the rail. That was super clean, so good to see there. Coming into the 5 for the end part of this, again, standing tall, showing off a bit, letting the judges know that this is what he is looking for out here, with a great finish there. So that was, I believe, his highest score of the heat. And then we see JR going through for this one.
Yeah, this came in at a 7.27, so just slightly lower than Edward Del Perro's 7.67, but fantastic footwork, control, finesse, and the movement up and down that board was just beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really smooth transitions from rail to rail. Looked very controlled and composed. I think the only thing that held this one back in comparison to Edwards was the critical nature of some of those nose rides. So the judges really wanting to see the board being placed right in the pocket to really push those scores up a little bit.
So JR now sitting there with priority. So there's been a bit of a priority switch. Edward Del Perro out of priority will be hunting for that 5. What's he got to do?
Yeah, well, I believe JR might have sold him a little bit on a previous wave there where Edouard did take a little paddle, so that might have been why the priorities have shifted there. So a good place for JR to be in, but, you know, you've got a couple of opportunities or things to think about here in Edouard's position. Do you try and sit on JR and get him to go on a wave that maybe he doesn't want, or do you look for a little bit of a different inside peak? But we see Edouard on this one here.
So a score waiting for drop for Edouard Del Pero, and what a great score it could be. This is really nice surfing. Good opening 5, nice slicing cut back, out on the shoulder here, just staying low, stroking the kitty cat there, but just hoping to get one more opportunity for a nose ride through the inside, and there it is, stands up a bit taller, moves back to the tail, and wow, Ben, this is a beautiful down carve to finish things off, and a strong score. It's certainly going to be the score that he needs, putting more pressure on JR.
Definitely, yeah. He knew what he was doing with this one. You can see that tail just engages so well, drawing out that long line across the Bell's Bowl here. He's staying nice and high for his nose rides, and really like this technical use of the midpoint of the board here as well. So trying to gain speed from that midpoint, which is we know where we're going to gain our speed from on the longboards. Again, we see this racetrack on the inside here and a really lovely executed turn, putting the weight on the heels and coming out of that one nicely.
Nice end for Edouard Del Pero. Chasing a 4.93 relative to the previous 4.67. You think he's going to get it, and he does. It comes in at a 7.03. So 2 7s now for Edouard. A 7.67 and a 7.03 puts him back into first position. He's got that 14.7 heat total when you combine those two scores. So now JR chasing a 7.44, so a lot of pressure on JR. That's a pretty big score. It wouldn't be the highest score of the heat, but he pretty much in his head needs to know he's got to go for something excellent as he has a look at this wave. He's got a high line. It looks promising. The goofy footer, 6 steps to a 5. Nice touch, crisp nose riding there. He's got to stay in control. He's got to take risks. He's got to be dynamic. He gets the 5. He gets the 10. He holds on to the 5. He floats this section. He accelerates through. He's got to hope that he's got more wall ahead. He hangs on, and he has got more wall ahead, and he cuts back and he puts that board on rail, and he's giving this everything as he gets 2 steps back up for another touch of the 5, holds the 5. I can hear some hoots from the Philippines fans on the beach, and he puts that board on rail once more, and he cheers and he hoots, and he knows he's still got one more chance of a touch of the 5, and he just kicks out cleanly, chasing a 7.44. Ben, wow, that was massive. What do you think?
It almost looked like he knew he had that one halfway through. Yeah, definitely a really well put together wave. He had one of the first good 10s of the heat there as well, and again, just that ability to transition from rail to rail so smoothly in the bumpy conditions was fantastic. That was definitely one that he was waiting for. It's linked all the way through. Really, it's going to be a tight one.
So it looks like Ed Del Pero's out back there. Had a look at that wave, decided not to take it. He's got 5 minutes remaining. Edouard is sitting out there alone, so he might want to just wait to hear the score and see if he needs to improve his situation, because carrying 2 7s is a strong place for Edouard to be. It's going to be pretty close because we've seen a 7.67. I like the patience from JR. I like the fact that we got that wide on takeoff. He faded in. 2 pretty critical nose rides. There's a lot of open face on that wave, but then he did have to do some work to connect to that midsection. But let's analyze this, Ben. Is it enough to go into the high 7s?
Yeah, so I think he did really well to link this so cleanly at the start. It was a bumpy face in the beginning, but this is where it really starts to bowl out.
That's
such
nice.
Good use of the choice of maneuvers there as well to float over those sections and still maintain that speed down the line. So again, he's had a lot that's offered to him on this wave, and he's capitalized really, really well using transitions from the rails so smoothly, so cleanly.
He feels it early there, doesn't he?
Was loving it there, and again, a nice clean finish. That'll be an interesting one for the judges to deliberate on.
Not quite enough. It comes in at a 6.90, so it doesn't change the situation. How do you feel about that, Ben?
Look, I think really, really well-surfed wave. If there's anything that's going to push those scores up, it's going to be making sure that those nose rides, that he gets the critical 10s, that he's a little bit more critical with those nose rides. I think the only slight difference we've seen from surfer to surfer is the ability to just hold those sections in the steeper wave face, which is really important here out of the bowl. On the bowl here, it's very easy to get caught out on the shoulder, which might be happening a little bit for JR, but still really, really good surfing.
Do you think there was some missed scoring potential at the end of that wave when he kind of claimed it? Do you think he still had a chance to finish off with more drama?
Potentially. Again, I wouldn't say, it's hard to say whether you could do the off the top at the end there. Sometimes we've found some surfers ending up right on the sand on the shore break there. But we could potentially have seen him utilize a little bit more of that section towards the nose ride at the end if we maybe had just focused on the wave a little bit more. But again, selling it to the judges and giving that little fist pump is exciting to see.
I like the flow, the transition. For me, you know, in and out those opening nose rides, and then when he did that float, and then when he was patient and he did that re-entry. I love the way he linked those sections. There's still more opportunities. 2 minutes, 26 seconds remaining. JR chasing a 7.44. Edward Del Pero has got a really nice looking wave. He's going to have to commit to this. He's pretty deep on this section. He's stretching for a 5. He's got some wall ahead of him. He's going to get back out on the open face. It's a bouncy, bumpy, hard to navigate wave. He's looking over his shoulder to see what's next. And he's really curious to know if JR is going to get an opportunity to catch a wave as we go into the Rip Curl 2-minute warning. It's a bouncy, foamy one for JR. Is it going to clean up? He's grabbed the rail for the bottom turn. He's on a backside 5. He's going super quick through this section. Ben, and what do you think is going to be ahead of him? Is he going to get back out onto the open face?
Yeah, as we can see there, it's just coming unstuck there. Some of those wide bowl waves are really, really tricky to navigate, and you find yourself just racing down the line, but it's tricky to find those.
That was all teeth and no face, that wave. It just didn't allow the opportunity. Do you think he needed to be a little bit more patient, or with just that time left, he just had to go for it?
Look, I think you've got to try and take the opportunities when they come. Sometimes we've seen that those second, third waves as the sets here at the bowl are really, really good choices. So I think he took his chances on that one. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Again, Edward had to go that first one, though, because he knew that JR might get the score on that. So interesting to see what's going to happen towards the last minute of this heat. Pressure's on. Edward's going to try and hold priority, no doubt, and make sure that he's on the last good ride of the heat.
Were you surprised that JR didn't get that high 7 on that last 6.9?
It was really close, wasn't it? I think the judges ultimately made the right choice there. I do think that the surfing, probably in order to get it towards that 7.44 that he needed to be a little bit more critical and placing those nose rides tight in the pocket. Again, I love the control and the prowess that JR has really brought to this heat, but potentially making things a little bit more critical would have allowed those scores to drive up to where he needed them to be. But let's see what happens. So we've got Edward on this last runner here.
It's not going to be adding to those scores. So Edward Del Pero is going to take the win and book himself in that spot with that third quarterfinal to surf against Landon Smales. JR will be eliminated from the event to add to that third place finish he got in Huntington. What an exciting heat. We've done 2 great heats. Ben Considine, local surfer here from the Vic Coast, Rip Curl rider. It's been an absolute joy to have you in the booth. Thanks so much for your time. You know, what are you most looking forward to as we conclude this event through today and have finals tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I'm just looking forward to seeing, again, the rest of the heats today. The women's will be on the Savo, which will be really good to watch. Will there be that shifter rink on? I'm thinking that there probably will be, which will be great to see those long, nice walls for the traditional longboarding. And then tomorrow's going to be a great day to cap it off as well. Hopefully we see some great surf at the bowl and rink on, and we'll be crowning our champions tomorrow, which will be good to see.
Pleasure to have your company. Thanks for your insight. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Shannon Hughes and True Starling will be joining us in the booth.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. The boys, Sam and Josh, had a great time leading into the event. Heading into Torquay, getting to see a little bit more of this Melbourne area of Victoria. And True and I getting to call the action here today. It's been really fun to be down to this area again. True, you spent so much time here in the past.
I have, yeah. I've been here pretty much since I was about 14 or 15, coming here as much as I can. I love coming down to Bells. There's so much to do. And so many waves to surf as well. And on days like today, it makes me want to get out there.
Yeah, it's looking pretty crazy out there. We have had that wind start to drop off through the afternoon, though, so hopefully those conditions continue to shape up even better.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like throughout the morning, it just seems to be getting better and better. And you can see it now. It's kind of cleaned up a little bit. There's still some size as well, so hopefully we'll see some good scores lock in.
Well, this is going to be a super exciting heat. We have Declan Whiten, the Australian from Manly, just up the coast, up against Stephen Sawyer, the 2018 World Longboard Champion. Took out that victory in Taiwan, and it was extremely exciting to see him find himself after a runner-up placement the year before to be able to walk away victorious as a WSL World Champion. He's in the water now, looking to take out a lead over Declan. Both of them have put together some solid scores throughout this event. So I think this is going to be a very well-matched lineup as we take a look at Steven having a paddle here under second priority. And he's already got that three-point ride on the board. Decides not to go as that wave just feathers down in front of him.
Yeah, I feel like we might see two different approaches in this heat as well. We saw Declan in his first heat only catching 2 waves. So it seems like he's got a little bit more of a selective approach. Here we go, live action.
Live action, Stevie Sawyer on his backhand, the goofy foot, just gets a little stuck on that opening nose ride. Was doing well to actually really give himself that direction from the nose, which is an important factor of things, but unable to get that projection coming through. True, let's take a look at this first wave that Steven had from the break.
Yeah, it goes up to the nose there for a tight 5 as he brings it around. This one was a 3 that he locked in. You can just see him kick out there, so that one not really offering too much. It seems like it just sucked up pretty quickly on that end section. And you can see he's just trying to control that as much as he can, maybe even try to get down a little bit and make more of that section, but you see how quickly that just stands up and he goes, yeah, I need to kick out of here, otherwise it may not end well for me.
Yeah, so got that little direction change at the beginning, put a score on the board, but unable to complete that second nose ride. You can see some waves starting to roll through at Rincon now. Ben Considine, who's a local surfer that's qualified for the entire tour this year, is really exciting. He's been in the booth for the last hour calling the heats with Sam Bleakley, and he was saying that he reckons that in the next little while we'll see Rincon start to turn on, that even though the conditions are so big, and the conversation this morning was really that it might just stay focused on Bell's Bowl. He's hopeful that we're going to see some great longer rides out at Rincon today.
Yeah, we saw some great surfing from Rincon yesterday, and it was a bit of a surprise coming this morning seeing how much the swell had picked up. We thought it might have been offshore for the morning and then picking up strong onshore, but it seemed like this morning when we got here it was already pretty on strong with that wind, but now it just seems to be backing off a little bit, so hopefully the conditions getting better throughout the day. And yeah, as you said, potentially see some Rincon waves roll through, but I feel like each heat is going to be different. We saw yesterday it changing a lot throughout the day, so I'm sure we'll see that happen today too.
Yeah, that's so true. That's been the name of the game this week at Bells, where it's really changed. The conditions have changed so much, the wind, the swell, even just because there's such a difference in where the waves break when the tide is high and when the tide is low between these two spots. Steven's looking like he wants to stay really active and busy here. He's already had, that was his third attempt at a wave. He's got that 3, that 1.07. But he's staying pretty active and looking for something. Where Declan's been pretty patient. He's sitting with that first priority. He has yet to stand up on a wave. Stevie now on his backhand, straight into that perfectly perched hang 10 combination. Really tight where those ankles were fully tapped together. Goes for that S turn, rail grab, quick steps up to the nose once again. Looking lively as he bounces back into the foam. And sets himself up here. Coming through the inside frothy section. Standing up just enough for that Sawyer surfboard to link into another nose ride. Waves around, sets that rail. You can see that he's using his heels to really push on that inside rail of the board as well to keep it fully engaged. And that's gonna feel good to finally get some proper maneuvers connected together.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, you know, that was his maybe 4th or 5th go at a wave. So that's the 3rd one that he's actually stood up on. And I think, you know, he's got a bit of a different approach compared to Declan. So this is a really nice look at this one. You can see him go for that 10 there and stepping back. Pretty much perfect timing as he goes back on rail there. Waiting for this one to stand up, quick steps up to the nose. I'm loving this angle here with that drone as well. And you can see how patiently he just waits for this one to stand up, walking up, taking his time. He's not trying to rush too much. And then you can see him here just utilizing the nose of his board to try and get down the face of that wave, taking this one all the way through as well. So that one looks like it'll be a nice ride for Stephen to lock in.
So scores to drop through for Stevie Sawyer, 21 minutes on the clock. The last heat went back and forth. The lead changed so many times between Edouard and JR, but the eventual lead went to Edouard Del Perro of France. He's down on the beach with Matt Chinaki.
So we have a changing lineup out there. Big Bell's Bowl coming in with a 14-second groundswell, but someone who is adapting really well and reminding him a little bit at home is Edouard Del Perro. Tell me the waves that you've surfed at home that can prepare you for a place like Bell's.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yeah, it definitely is a massive wave today with not that much shoulder, so you really need to have a good entrance in the wave, and it reminds me, in fact, of some spot like Gaithary or La Fitenia, which are the only right point break we have home. Pretty much like that, so yeah.
And looking so fresh and so connected to your equipment, so activated and strong. You're on a single fin out there, but with the performance outline. Tell us a bit about the board.
Yeah, it's actually one of the 2 models I developed with my shaper and produced by Torque right now. So shaped by Alain Mainviel and produced by Torque, and it's actually working pretty much the same on a single fin or 2+1 actually. The outline and the heaviness of the board and thickness allows me to be really on top of the water and have a good nose ride, so that works good.
And anyone at home watching you want to give a shout out to?
Probablement mon père peut-être qui est le seul debout, j'en sais rien, peut-être qu'il y en a d'autres. Il est 2h du mat en France, merci de suivre. Et on continue.
Edouard Del Perro looking fresh. See you guys soon. Back to the booth with you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Edouard. Fierce battle in that last heat and getting a little practice. A couple waves at home similar to this, not too many around. But he's been on the road away from home for a while, traveling to California, visiting his partner Lindsay, and competing in the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic as well. He'll be on the road looking for another spot to try and get himself in the top 8 to qualify for the Malibu Longboard Championships and try to finally walk away with that world title because he's had a couple of really close attempts true.
Yeah, and you know, when you're away for so long and you're pretty much putting your life on the line for these events, you know, it becomes pretty serious, and he seems like he's in a space where he's ready to claim that victory, and he says that he feels at home out here, like some waves that, you know, he surfs in France, which seems like Stephen as well, you know, coming from J-Bay. He seems like he is really in touch with the ocean, really in touch with the waves out here, and he just looks comfortable. But once again, just a different approach. Has had a couple of waves applying that pressure early, so it'll be interesting to see how Declan responds to that, because we saw him, his first heat on the first day, only 2 waves ridden, so he has to really stay composed because Stephen looks like he's just keen to keep building house.
5.5 on the board for Stevie Sawyer. That opportunity to just stay busy, under priority, working well in his favor. We can see a few lines starting to roll through here, but it doesn't look like there'll be big enough sets to really break at the moment. We'll see if Declan starts to move himself in position. Stevie coming out of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. He was explaining to us in his interview yesterday just how similar this break can be in certain stages of it, but also the fact that it's quite different in the way that it runs down the line, that J-Bay can be just this really perfect wave. It's got a shelf that drops off at a certain space, and it really cleans up the lines of that swell as it rolls through. Where here at Bells, you've got that reef that really pops up shallow spots and deep spots all over the place. So it changes the face of that wave so much more than J-Bay, where it's one consistent line rolling all the way through.
Absolutely, and I feel like as well you can tell the difference between competitors who have grown up surfing points and competitors who've grown up, I guess, maybe even surfing beaches. It's a different line, it's a different approach on the waves, you know, and someone who's surfed a beachy, you're not used to kind of the length of ride that you're going to get and the amount of sections that you will have on that wave. A beachy, you're normally just used to real short, quick, punchy, powerful waves, whereas Bells, especially in the bowl, you have multiple opportunities on the waves to get really critical in the sections, and you just have to adjust your line. You have to take that patience and choose, I guess, the right moments to really showcase your surfing.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be able to see the Longboard Tour return to a point break specifically, to be able to see, you know, Malibu the last couple seasons. There was an event at Surf Ranch a couple of years ago as well. So that was obviously a wave with some length of ride to it.
Yep.
But here at Bells, we're seeing exactly that, where we're getting those multiple opportunities. Today's been a little bit tricky off the bowl, especially with those bigger sets where there's the opportunity to really capitalize on maybe one big outside nose ride, getting that second turn, and then if they can find themselves into another nose ride or two on the inside, that's been really exceptional. As the conditions have cleaned up a little bit throughout the day, we're seeing even more of that wave actually stay open, which is really nice. And the judges have been loving that, and it really feeds into the opportunity for these surfers to surf to the criteria, which means that they're utilizing the entire wave and all the critical sections that pop up, but they're also utilizing the entire board from the nose all the way to the tail, good footwork in between.
Absolutely, and you know, we saw Taka a little bit earlier get a really great grab rail backhand turn as well on there. Cool. You know, it's exciting to see them commit to those sections. Let's see what Declan does here.
Declan, love that fade to cross step up to that hang five, driving all the way down to the bottom. That was a beautiful turn, setting himself up. Something different than what we've seen coming through from some of the other surfers today. Looking really fluid. That flow coming through and is surfing so well as Steven's up and riding behind. So Declan on his forehand, Steven on his backhand. Stevie with a bumpier face to his wave. Declan looking good as he finishes off on the inside. Steven now to the nose. Quick steps up for a second hang five through to the inside section. Caught deep behind. It's not going to open up for him again, and he'll just kick out quickly. Steven actually this morning, across after seeing that first heat between Taylor Jensen and Kai Ellis Flint, where there was so much action, neither of them were wearing leashes. Taylor managed to hold on to his board and surf really well throughout. Kai unfortunately lost his board a couple times, had some big swims, and it kind of sent the message to this men's division that a leash might be a good idea today. Steven's board didn't have a leash plug. He ran around the contest site, started asking around for who had a drill, and put a drill through that board today to put a leash in the board.
Wow, that is crazy. We'll have a look at this. I love that, how he waits patiently off the bottom there and goes straight up in there, in that lip. Bring it around again, as you said, Shannon, really beautiful flow, utilizing the whole board there as he brings it back around again for another nice carve. Great flow, and just really staying nice and low, especially in these sections. Quick tap on the nose there as he finishes that one. Nice ride to start off for Declan, and then goes for a tight five for Stevie. As you said, can't believe he drilled through his board today to get a leash plug. That is full commitment as he rides through this one. This one gets a little bit foamy, a little bit whitewashy on the face of the wave. Another nice tap there for Steven, and I believe this is where he gets a little bit caught behind, so he has to kick out and probably try and regain that priority. But yeah, full commitment to be drilling through the back of your board for a leash plug. I mean, very, very smart stuff.
Very smart stuff. He's held onto that board. Both guys on their paddle back out to the top of the lineup. Let's go down to the beach, though, or down to somewhere around the contest site. Matt's been enjoying his time outside the booth today.
So we've just found Mason Schremer, Rip Curl team rider, and she'll be riding a Thomas surfboard exactly the same as what Harrison rode down here in that road, our current world champion rode a couple of weeks ago. Mason, why are you going to ride that red board, that 2+1, and how do you think it'll go out here?
I'm going to ride the red one because it's a little more pulled in, has a little more rocker. So I think just for the conditions that we have today, it's gonna maybe suit it a little bit better. It's still got a bit of weight to it though, so I think that'll help handle the chop, and just the side bites kind of keep me going a little bit more than just a single fin. So.
And tying in our Edouard discussion just last heat, our previous winner, he's actually in Zoe Guopion's corner, who Mason's matching up with. You've had lots of battles. What's your game plan to go out there?
My game plan is just be patient, stay calm, and just try to get 2 good ones.
So we look forward to seeing that board in action, and Mason up in Heat 2 of the women's. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. That's going to be really exciting to see Mason out there on that board. She looked good on it the other day. So we can see the beautiful scenery here. A few people just flying by the cliffs out at Bells Beach. We've got more action to come, scores to drop. We'll give you that situation update when we return. 12 minutes remaining on the clock.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action here at Bells Beach for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. I did snag one of the Bioglan hand warmers earlier on because it was so cold, true, that I literally couldn't feel my fingers as I was outside holding my warm drink this morning. So thanks so much to Bioglan for providing all the goods when it comes to supplements, as well as just keeping our hands toasty throughout the week.
Absolutely, keeping us nice and warm. They've even got some heaters outside of their activation area as well, which I've probably not left all morning.
They certainly understood the vibe for this event.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Down to 9 minutes on the clock, and we have got scores in. So Declan, a 7.17 for his opening wave, backed it up with a 3.93. He's sitting in the lead over the South African. Steven with a 5.5 for his third wave and a 5 for his fourth wave. So that little bit of action really started to turn around this heat. Steven with that quick approach early on to just get his feet in the wax hasn't quite paid off when it comes to the quality of that first big score for Declan Whitehead.
Yeah, I feel like, sometimes catching waves at the start really quickly is great. Locking in a 3, it looks like he was keen to build house. But sometimes, that patience game does really play off. I'm sure that Declan was watching that previous heat with Edouard and JR, both locking in 7s and 6s. So he's probably identified the waves that he knows he needs to get those 7+ or even 6+ scores. So it was almost like he wasn't bothered to scrap around with those smaller waves that Stevie was. But I also understand his approach to that heat, applying that pressure early, maybe trying to get some solid scores, because Declan just seems like he's in a space where he's really focused on himself and what he does on the waves and how he performs as opposed to his competitors. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how the back end of this one goes.
Down to 7 minutes. You can see Declan putting himself into position. He is sitting under second priority. Stevie having a little look around as well, just for that positioning, to make sure they're sitting in the right sections of the wave. It's been fun this morning to see the cliffs just full of other spectators from around the area that have come down to witness the world's best longboarders, but also fellow competitors that have either been knocked out, unfortunately, in elimination round yesterday, or they're surfing throughout the day. They're just hanging on the cliffs, waiting for those sets to roll through, because it's been such an exciting morning of big surf down at Bell's Bowl.
Yeah, it has. Yesterday I was talking to some travelers, and they drove specifically to come to this event 2.5 hours to be here, and they say we love watching events at Bell's, whether it's longboarding, whether it's the CT that we have here. We do it every year, and we love coming and watching the surfing that is on display. So I was like, wow, that's amazing that you're so committed to watching the sport that we have, and 2.5 hours isn't just a quick trip as well.
Yeah, it's quite a while. So great to see so many fans coming down to check out the action today, and hear the surfers kind of throwing out their own scores for waves that they're watching their fellow competitors and friends out in the water on. Stevie now straight to the nose for that first section, looking really confident and comfortable on his equipment. Whips it around into that section. You can see how bumpy it is on this wave, but he's doing well to just keep that board knifing through. Transitions onto his forehand. Doesn't really get a proper turn out of that section off the left, but negotiates it well through to the inside section. Declan up and riding. We're not sure what happened on the outside of Declan's wave, if he was able to get maybe a nose ride in on the start, but a couple of turns here, throws in that drop knee as well. Stalls as he cross steps up to a perched on hang 5, looking really comfortable. Another drop knee, cut back, and sets himself up for the finish off the foam climb, emerges onto the sand. That was solid finish. That's the sort of finish that Stevie was hoping for, but that's gone in Declan's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. That was unfortunate for Stevie, because it looks like that wave was almost going to give him the opportunity, but we were talking before saying how, a few of the locals have been saying the first waves of the sets aren't the one to go. We'll have a look at this replay of Declan's really nice rail surfing there as he redirects it back. Goes for a nice 10 as he perches beautifully on that as well. Bring it around. He's just looking really in rhythm on these waves. It looks like he's just in tune with what the ocean has to offer. Waits for this one to stand up a little bit. Doesn't try and rush it. Quick steps up to the nose for a nice 5. As he walks back around, and this is where we'll see the waves start to line up on the inside. Gets a really nice finish turn. You can see him jump off on the sand there, and then a nice crop step to 5 there for Stevie. You can see him a little bit of a bump there, but he recovers really nicely, staying on his feet, just stepping back on that tail as he walks up the board. Nice quick 5. And then you can see him redirect here on that left. That wave, it looked like it was almost just a little bit too crumbly maybe for him to just really get up there in that critical section. So that was unfortunate for Stevie to not get a solid end section as opposed to Declan's.
Nice outside section for Stevie, though. Although that wave was bumpy, he was able to kind of get the work done that he was fighting for. This score has come through now. It's a 5.37, so it does fill in it to his top 2 waves, but it's just shy of the 5.61 that he would have required to take away the lead from Declan, though we know Declan's going to have a good score to drop as well. Still waiting for that score to come through for Declan, waiting on it from the judges. There you can see on the graphic on screen, we've got 5 judges on the panel. Drew, you've been filling in so many different roles behind the scenes, but you've also been a competitive surfer for a long time. Can you explain to us what that judging panel looks like?
Yeah, well, there's 5 judges, and they take the average of 3 of the best waves. So they drop the highest and the lowest, and then they average the other scores. There is a head judge, I believe Tori is in there. She's overseeing all of it, making sure that everything is on par. She's an exceptional longboarder, competed herself, so it's great that she has that insight. And, it's nerve-wracking being a competitor waiting for these scores, because in your head you've got a number and you're thinking, okay, could be around this range. I myself, if I'm thinking of that, I always take off 2 points because I'm like, okay, I never want to think it's better than maybe what it actually is, but I feel like Declan's in a good position where that is going to better that 3, and he is going to apply more pressure onto Stevie. So he's sitting in a really good position as well with that 7. So I feel like that patience game has really played off for Declan.
Stevie waving his arms there, so we're still waiting for scores from the judges. We don't have the score in for that last wave of Declan, and now we're going to have possibly another score in for Steven Sawyer. We've got the couple of 5s on the board holding him in that second place position. Stevie has been able to find himself back into that first priority. He's got a 1 on the board that's just dropped through, so he had a quick in and out as we're waiting for scores to drop through for Declan.
Being in Stevie's position as well, you know, with 2 minutes to go, he has priority and he knows that Declan has a score to come through, and it just looked like a 6 that came through. So, you know, prior to that happening, being in Stevie's position with 2 minutes and not knowing what the score was for that other surfer is actually a bit of a frustrating moment, being like, I want you guys to bring out the best scores, but I need to know what my situation is. I need to know what I need, and with a short amount of time, you know, it can be a bit frustrating being like, please tell me what's going on, tell me what I need and where I'm sitting in, you know, the last minute and a half of the heat.
And this is such an important heat for both surfers. It's their very first head-to-head matchup as we hit the Rip Curl 2-minute warning. They've never had a heat like this where it's just been the 2 of them. They've had those other heats where they've matched up with another person, maybe a 3-person heat. Both of them had 9th place finishes, round of 16 losses at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. So this is really crucial for their campaign for the rest of the season. Declan in the lead, though, with a 7.17 and a 6.93 that came through as his last wave. Stevie with priority. Now, Steven, coming from the right-hand point breaks of Jeffreys Bay that can often have size that's even bigger than what we're seeing on the sets today. He's just so well groomed for these right-hand points. He could easily be finding himself with an excellent score, but he's going to need the wave that's going to facilitate that as well. Down to the final minute. He's putting himself in a position. This wave is not going to break and give him that opportunity. He's going to let it go. Declan as well, just kind of hanging close behind, and it might be the clock that works against him. This week, back at home for Stevie, him and Crystal Hewlett, who's another South African competitor on tour this year, both had to miss out on the South African Longboard Championships, which happened in Jeffreys Bay, and it was absolutely pumping. It was really fun to see all the footage and the photos coming through from friends and family in that area of the world. And so I'm sure a lot of them are tuning in for Steven now and have been tuning in for Crystal to really want to see this current generation of the best longboarders in the country rising to the top on the World Tour, where there's a lot of surfers that were competing at the Longboard Championships in J-Bay this week for the national title that have their hopes and dreams set on events like this one day.
And national titles are a huge deal as well. You know, you want to be the best in your country. So, you know, it just shows how dedicated Stevie and Crystal are to this amazing sport, this amazing tour.
Both of them with a few national titles to their names themselves back in South Africa. But it's Declan Whiten who gets the win over Steven Sawyer in the current heat. And the very first of their head-to-head matchups, it goes to the Aussie. With a 14.10 heat total, he'll take a little victory kneeboarding lap in and gets the nosedive as well on the finish. Hopefully keeps that board all intact. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got more action to come. Final heat of men's round of 16, followed by the women's round of 16 paddling out shortly, so stay tuned for all the action. Welcome back to the beautiful area of Victoria. We're just outside of Melbourne here in Australia at Bells Beach. Very iconic, those steps leading up to the car park or leading down to the ocean, whichever way you look at it. An amazing part of the world to be able to spend some time in this week and to see the world's best longboarders arrive at a very iconic break here in Australia. And two of longboarding's most iconic surfers in Ben Skinner and Cole Robbins now matching up out in the lineup head-to-head for the first time since 2014. These two have been on tour together, True, for probably 15 years at least, minimum. They've surfed so many times around the world. They've traveled together. They would know each other's strengths and weaknesses really well. So this is going to be a very exciting heat, both coming from, you know, just different cultures, different communities completely, but with some really incredible opportunities for great waves. As we take a look at what Cole Robbins got up to during the break.
Yeah, a couple of quick steps up to the nose there as he walks it back. Perfect timing. And again, locks in for that 5. Just utilizing the middle part of that board. Really nice rail work there for Cole. We saw some great surfing from him yesterday in the elimination round. He just seems really comfortable out on these waves, as if he's just, you know, able to really be in tune with his board and what the swell is doing here at Bells Bowl. Unfortunately coming off on that finish, but really nice rail surfing in the middle of that wave there for Cole as well.
So we take a look at the slow motion challenging section. That's just bitey. There's just so much water. There's so many lips that are just coming over.
Yeah, you have to be really prepared for anything to happen, especially with, you know, that backwash coming through or a little bit of bump. You've got to be, you have to adjust and react to that really quickly. And you can see him just quick steps back as he redirects that board back to that left. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that one, but nonetheless a nice ride to start.
Yeah, that was an important moment at the finish to try and get just those extra, you know, little rounded out points. But he's opened up with a 5.5, so that's a great way to start things off. Take a look at the vantage point from that. I don't know, it's not a paraglider. I'm not sure exactly what that's called, but having a little cruise over the cliffs.
That would be, yeah, one of the best views. Pretty similar to the one that we're looking at, I'd say right now. Wow, it's just such beautiful coastline here, and then you look here and we've got beautiful waves coming through and plenty of opportunities.
Cole up and riding again, so quick start, has the 5 already on the board. Up to the 5 on his surfboard, and he'll kick out quickly, not liking the look of the rest of that wave. All in control, leaves Skin Dog, Ben, the Skin Dog Skinner, out the back. Was having a chat with him in the water a couple days ago, day before competition started, and he was just in awe of the scenery. He couldn't believe how beautiful it was here and how much it reminds him of surfing back at home in the UK and just seeing the cliffs, the cold weather. He said he was feeling just so comfortable being here because there was so much, especially being here in the wintertime, that just reminded him of that home feeling where he's traveling away from his wife and his kids, and he's on the road for a while this year without them, but getting to be in areas like this really give him that sense of home away from home.
Yeah, and I think as well with his son Lucas doing pretty well here as well for the international Rip Curl one. I mean, you can't get better than first, right? Taking that out this year, it was pretty special, and I think that, you know, that gives him a little bit of extra confidence seeing his son do well here. He's such a family man, and it's exciting that, you know, he's into the round of 16. He would have kept a close eye on yesterday and everything that was going on as well and what was happening, but I feel like each day, even each heat is different, and you really have to adapt to what's going on out in the water and have a really great ocean awareness while you're out there, because you can have one half of a heat be really windy and the back half of the heat being really clean and beautiful. So you've just got to really adapt to what the conditions bring, which I think is exciting as well.
Well, 23 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with Declan Whiten, who took out the win in that last heat.
Someone who adapted to the conditions really well was Declan. There was a lot of sets beforehand, then
swinging that board around so quickly under his feet. He's going to also make that adjustment for that finishing section. Wants to make sure he rides out clean in the eyes of the judges as opposed to that 5.5 where he fell at the end.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was nice to see him get that finish. I really liked that redirect on that last section for Ben and how he really pivoted off that arm. But here we go, replay of that previous to last of Cole, I believe. Just waiting for this one to stand up here, and you can see it starting to get a little bit steeper, and he'll get out. That wave just not offering too much. And then this is that one for Ben. Really nice rail surfing there as he goes back to that power source, waiting for this one. A little bit of a stumble, but he recovers really nicely as he continues through. Looks like this is the part where he goes to the inside. I love the patience, and you can actually see him looking, going, that right's not going to offer anything, I'm going to go left. And see how he just puts his hand right near the wall, and he's just pivoted off that and just tapped that in section beautifully. Nice 5 to 10 tap there for Cole as he brings it around. Again, he waits for this one to stand up, using the middle of the board to get through. Walks up to the front, quick tap, and then I love how he was just able to really show the judges that he's ridden out of this one. You know, the fact that he was able to stick with it and stay for that completion is great determination.
So scores to come through for both surfers. First wave of Ben Skinner, we saw that big opening nose ride and live action. Missed that in the replay, but you could see it in that finishing section that was really crucial. For Cole Robbins, he's had a great amount of flow within his surfing and a good amount of creativity as well with the variety he's bringing in, and that's a big part of the WSL longboard judging criteria specifically, is that variety. It's that ability to use the entire board, not just to stay parked on the nose for a nose riding event, not just to stay kind of tail surfing more in a high performance style, but to really use the entire board and to fit it into the places of the wave, and to really, I think, read a wave well is a very important part of the best traditional longboarding specifically, where you're not forcing to just get maneuvers done, but you're really just allowing that board to find itself within the right sections of the wave. We're down to 18 minutes on the clock. True, we've got a 7 on the board now for Ben Skinner, so that's going to set him up really well. Well worth the wait.
Absolutely, yeah. I think when he locked in for that really nice nose ride at the start of that wave, and then just redirecting at the end for a solid finish, you know, pivoting really beautifully. Ben, he just looks really comfortable out there, you know, and I feel like both Ben and Cole, because they have been on tour for so long, they have such a deep understanding of what the judges are looking for. And I feel like if you're watching a lot of the heats, you're paying close attention, they're kind of screaming to you, know, this is what we want to see. We want to see that beautiful style, that flow, that grace, that committed surfing as well. And it seems like they're both ticking the boxes.
So Skin Dog with a 7 in the second place position, now only chasing a 3.17. Cole Robbins with a 4.67 for his last wave, has him sitting in the lead behind the 5.5. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll bring you back with more action, the final heat of the men's round of 16, to finish out with about 17 minutes on the clock, and then we'll have the women in for the rest of the day. We'll be right back with more action.
Pinto boost.
Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
Who will rise to the top of the Rip Curl WSL Finals? Just about a week away, True. Very exciting times.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to having that event kick off. I mean, it's one of my favorite events of the tour. Seeing everyone climb up that ladder and then having those 3 heats at the end to determine the world champion. Yeah, excitement levels are high.
It's going to be an exciting way to finish out the championship tour. Of course, we'll have more events rolling through the rest of the year, qualifying series, longboard tour, and plenty else happening on the Challenger Series as well before kicking off with a brand new season. Seems like the end of the year is coming around way too quickly. It's September 1st today.
I know, first day of spring. It's insane.
We got our surfers getting ready for the next heat. We'll be heading into the women's round of 16 next with Honolulu Bloomfield up against Maya Glasenap. Hawaii up against Reunion Island. That is Maya there on screen. She'll be wearing the blue jersey. She put together a great heat yesterday to take out the lead over Maria Fernanda Reyes of Peru. Really tight between the two of them, back and forth the entire time. An exceptional performance to see her walk her way into a round of 16 heat. But she does have the 3-time world champion in Honolulu that she's coming up against. So it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, and I feel like there are always stressful moments when you come up against someone who has had way more success than maybe what you have and more experience. So, you know, this could be an underdog moment, you know, but she has to really perform to the best of her ability to take out the 3-time world champion.
13 minutes on the clock. Cole Robbins still sitting in the lead. No waves ridden during that break, just nice and patient. So it seems like that consistency in the swell is dropping off just a little bit as we're hitting into sort of midday. It's 11:24 a.m. here in Victoria. A few surfers out at Winky Pop just across the way. Nice to know that there's plenty of waves around, even with an event running here at Bells, that locals, other surfers in the draw can head down the way to get a few waves. See some of the families down on the beach. Everyone, a lot of the crew at least, wearing beanies today like the little babies.
Yep. I had one on this morning. Here we go, Ben.
Ben, Skin Dog, chasing down a 3.17. Important moment here. He's been really patient. He opened up on the 7. He's now got a nice nose ride to start. That wave kind of shuts down in front of him, splashes a little bit of water into his face, and you can sense that frustration that it didn't amount to anything else on the inside.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate there for Ben. That wave at the start looks like it was going to be really nice. You can see him just a nice redirect there to start as he fades, and then quick nose ride there for Ben, a 5 to 10, and then this one it just kind of dying out, not really much more on offer. So that would be frustrating for Ben. He needs that 3.17, and it would have been good for him to get, you know, a mid-range 5 to really start to apply that pressure to Cole. Still a beautiful angle there, and a fun-looking ride for Ben.
Yeah, fun-looking ride. A little bit of shuffling ride off the takeoff rather than that clean cross-stepping from Ben, but got to that nose ride, so scores to roll through. We'll see where it fits into the equation. Just that single maneuver, though. Judges taking a little bit of time with it. Skin Dog's been on tour for so long, but in the last couple of seasons, it's really been this resurgence for him. His equipment's looking really good under his feet. He's a shaper for Skin Dog Surfboards. Designs a lot of his own equipment. He's been riding the Cherry Picker model for quite a while now, which has a really wide tail to it. And he's really enjoyed getting to know, I think, his equipment a lot better in the conversation for where the current judging criteria has landed in a more traditional sense. And it's really just come alive. I think his surfing is some of the best that we've ever seen through all the different kind of eras that we've seen through longboarding and the 20 years that he's been a competitive longboarder, 20 years plus probably at this stage of his life. So it's been really exciting to see him find a lot of success through events in the last couple of seasons and to walk away with some really solid results at the end of the season. And we've got Waxhead walking around somewhere on the contest site. What's going on?
We are down on the shore break, the Bells Bowl shore break, and we know how treacherous it can be. We're approaching high tide in about 50 minutes, and you can see here it's pretty mellow right now, but when those sets come up, my jeans just got absolutely smoked by the shore break. but this is what the surfers have to contend with. Their end sections coming into the women's division will be very critical. The judges have been very conscious of clean finishes, and we've got a 2.1 metre high tide and a 14-second ground swell, so getting pretty gnarly down here on the shore break at Bells.
Oh, that is so interesting. That end section has been so hectic as we see Skin Dog just go down on a cheater 5. Imagine that we could see some damage to equipment today with an end section like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Those moments are pretty scary as well. You know, you want to do as much as you can and make the most of the waves to get some solid scores, but sometimes putting your board on the line isn't the best idea. And Matt just putting himself on the line to, you know, really give some great information and getting a little bit wet in the meantime.
Always tricky when you get your shoes wet at a contest, running down, doing some sideline interviews, not really realizing what's happening, and suddenly you're walking around with wet socks for the whole day, especially when it's cold. It's just the absolute worst. Taking a look at the energy here from Skin Dog. Well, he got the 317 on the wave before. It did take him into that position, but a little stumble here, True.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. He, you know, had locked in on that one. It looked like just a bit of a bump there, just caught him off guard. Yeah, 9 minutes. He got that 317 to move him up. That last wave didn't really factor in. Ben and Cole actually have the same heat total right now. It's only because Ben has that 7 that he is in the lead, but Cole out on the answer back.
Cole, the Rincon local to Santa Barbara, California, loves surfing right point breaks, finds himself with a really locked in hang 10, but can't pedal off quick enough to avoid that nosedive as that section just completely bottomed out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. It looks like, you know, he was on his way to a nice ride there and just, as you said, Shannon wasn't able to step back quick enough, just catching his nose. But still really committed stuff in a pretty critical section that stood up really quickly.
Yeah, that was extremely critical. Well committed, but unfortunately, I think the judges will dock him on not being able to pedal back right out of that maneuver before then, you know, even having a fall off to a second turn or something after that nose ride. So it's staying pretty close between these two. It's just the 4.68 that Cole at the moment needs to take the advancing position. His last score was a throwaway. Last to Ben, a 2.83 doesn't factor into his top 2. Now, as I was saying before with Ben's results over the last couple of seasons, he's had the last 4 seasons at least of finishing in the top 5 in the world, which is great consistency. Lends well to that consistency of him making it into the top 8 come the end of this season to have a chance at a one-day shot for a world title at Malibu. But it was 2 years ago in 2021 that he had a final appearance against Joel Tudor when Joel walked away with his 3rd world title. Skin Dog walked away 2nd place at that event. It was incredible. It was his best result to come in runner-up at a contest on the World Longboard Tour. He hasn't taken away a win at this level yet. So that was really exciting for him and gave him this real, I think, energy to continue pouring into this because he's a family man. He's got kids that are now competing. As you said before, Lucas, his son, took out the win here at the International Rip Curl Grom Search earlier this year. So he's got a whole lot else that's going on back at home. He's got his business and he's spending so much time focusing on that while, you know, having that question to continue competing. And I think at this stage, there's no question that he's going to continue competing because he's getting such huge results behind his name year after year at this stage that he is a genuine threat to getting that world title.
Absolutely, and I feel like, you know, he's one of those competitors who isn't going to stop until he gets there. And I think it's great that he's able to share these moments with, you know, his family and his son who's competing. Maybe has a little bit of a leg up, you know, with Ben, who's competed for so long. He knows, I guess, in a more of a, you know, athlete perspective, how to approach heats, how to approach, you know, certain waves. And with all that experience, to be able to share that with his son would be something that's really special for Ben and also pretty special for Lucas as well. To be able to watch his dad compete at such a high level on a world stage is pretty exciting, and I'm sure he'd be really proud of him.
So cool to see those, you know, families that are sharing those moments as the kids get old enough to start competing and to start finding that success as well. Cole Robbins, he's had a bit of a struggle in the last few seasons. He's had some quarterfinal appearances here and there, but he hasn't even graduated to the semifinals since the 2018 season. Wow. So it's been a little while since he's been able to find that rhythm. I think the tour this year is really going to suit him, though. The waves specifically, being that he's from that right-hand point break at Rincon. If he can make it through this heat, it's going to be really substantial for his rankings moving into the rest of the season. He did finish out equal 6th in the world last year, so he's been able to get those rankings up with some consistent results. But I think for him, it would just be such an awesome thing to feel that moment, that breakaway, you know, result or victory even would be really special at this stage of his career, because he's been competing on tour just about as long as Ben has. Nice quick steps up to the nose. Looking for this finishing section. He's going to hold on to it well. You can see that wide stance just keeps him in that position on the board that's going to allow him to get some of those maneuvers done in harder sections. Gets another nose ride through the inside. Ben now up and riding as well. Quick steps up to the nose. Locked onto that hang 5, so we'll have a score to drop through for Cole Robbins. Ben Skinner now with that little down carve under the section. Waves looking quite challenging, but he finds another 5 as he slides past the ski. Looking for one more maneuver if he can get there. Really just crouching low, getting into that speed section on the cherry picker. Locked in hang 5 through the inside section, goes possibly to a quick 10, hard to tell from this angle with that spray coming off the board. But great surfing, and he is feeling it.
Yeah, he really liked that wave. He's looking up going, okay, what more could I have done? Or maybe he's having a little look at, you know, some of the people on the beach supporting him. Probably a little bit of both. Stamping that authority and, you know, checking in with the support crew. We'll have a look at this last wave for Cole. This one was a little bit of a smaller wave. I was interested to see, you know, the selection here, but really nice top turn there for Cole as he rips it around. This one, unfortunately, just goes a little bit flat for him and not much more to offer, so he has to kick out of there. But still a nice ride. He only needs a mid-4. But then Ben, you know, on the answer back here, really nice footwork as he goes. And this is where he will soon lock in for a really nice 5. Bring this one through, and you can see him once again just waiting for this wave to kind of do what he wants it to and just really listen to what it has on offer. He has to get low and try and help himself get down over that ledge, and then this is where he locks in for that nice 5. And as you said, we can't quite see with that angle whether he got a quick 10 there. But then, you know, locking in for another 5 there as he kicks out. You can see that stance, you know, I really liked that wave. I loved how I was feeling on that. And I love when you can see that emotion coming through from the surfers. He locked in really nicely for that 5 and then just waiting again for this one as he steps back and kicks out at the right section.
There we go. So real tight 5 to 10 combination on that inside and scores to roll through. Now momentarily, Cole has taken the jump on the lead. He's got a 4.97 for his last wave, better than the 3.23 before that. Sets him up in first, but Ben's only chasing a 3.47. He'll get that without a doubt on his last wave. So now it's going to be the question of by how much does he take the lead. There it is, a 5.83. So now Cole back down into second is chasing a 7.33, which would actually have to be the best wave of the heat so far and one of the higher scores of the day to get the advancing position.
Yeah, so he'll really have to be looking for the best wave and do, you know, some really solid surfing on it to be able to get him to a space that is near that 7.33. We have seen some really solid scores locked in yesterday. We've seen multiple 7s locked in. Declan got one in that heat before. Edward and JR, a couple in the heat before that as well. So, you know, he just needs to wait for that wave to come through and then be able to perform on it.
Flipping around on the 2-minute rip curl warning. Cole now up and riding. Nice takeoff. Just sticking to that tail. Little weaving back and forth off the rails. Sets his line here now. Finds that 5 to 10. Locked on the 5. He hasn't left the 5 until this moment. Holds onto that board. Nearly falls off that last section, but manages to stay on his feet. Gets back to the 5 and rides out cleanly as that foam ball just hits him and knocks him straight over. So that was maybe lacking a bit of control, but you could sense the energy within that wave.
Yeah, absolutely. He recovered well on a couple of moments there where you thought he, you know, might have been bumped off a little bit. Locks in for the 5 to 10 and then still holds on to that 5, now just stepping back. That's where he, you know, almost had a little stumble but recovered really nicely, and then again here locks in for a nice tight 5 as he steps back. Once again, just in time before he kind of goes over. But unfortunately that wave just crumbling down in front of him, so he wasn't able to get a solid end section like we did see for Ben on that 7, which is that first wave of Ben's. But still a really nice ride, locking in on that 5 for quite a while. Again, that recovery was, you know, pretty great. Perfect timing there to kind of recover and get back into that wave.
Yeah, that recovery was super impressive. And to be able to find another nose ride. His footwork is always just so tight. Now, Ben's just taken off on this wave during the previous replay, true, so we're seeing it for the first time, although we're seeing it as a replay. So nice carve to start for him. Sets up this inside section. We'll see what he's able to get done. He's looking to improve on a 5.83. Goes for that 5 to 10 combination on the inside. Starting to really find that flow until that moment on the finish. That's unfortunate. Now we'll see where Cole's score drops through. A 7.33 is the requirement. Will Ben Skinner be able to improve on the 5.83 for his last wave?
He seems pretty happy with his performance in that last heat. I mean, he should as well. He's looking at the people on the beach. Did I get it? How am I going? Yes, 1, 2. Am I into the quarters? And that last wave for Cole locked in.
Locked in. It's just a 5.77, so one of the higher waves for Cole. Actually, Cole's highest wave above his 5.5. Well done to Cole for increasing the total, but not able to get the 7 that he required to take the leading position. Score still to come through for last of Ben, but it actually doesn't matter because we know he's locked into that advancing position. He's in the lead with the 7 and the 5.83. And he'll be walking through into the quarterfinals, which is going to be a great result for him. Betters his result that he had in Huntington Beach, so that's important for his campaign for the season. Well worth the trip to another cold part of the world, away from home. And he actually just dropped in the highest wave of the heat on that last one, a 7.13. Fantastic surfing from Ben, the Skin Dog Skinner. And he has locked himself a spot into the quarterfinals. He'll be competing tomorrow. It's going to be very exciting. We've got more action to come. Women up next. 3-time world champion Honolua Bloomfield up against one of the newest to tour, Maya Glassenapp, with Sam Bleakley and Josh Constable to call the action.
Welcome back to day 3 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl as we move into the women's round of 16. Honolua Bloomfield against Maya Glassenapp. Hawaii versus Reunion. Honolua, a 3-times women's world longboard champion, but I have the honor of sharing the space with 2006 men's world longboard champion Josh Constable.
Sam, it's great to be back in the booth with you, but more so, how exciting is this heat going to be? Honolulu Bloomfield, she's been looking great. It's good to see her back out here in action right now. The waves are unreal. High tides moved into the Bells Bowl, and it's looking sensational.
And it would be unprecedented if she gets that 4th world longboard title. She's won those titles in just the last 5 years. It's been dominated by Soleil Erico and Honolulu Bloomfield. In the last 5 years, just 2 women winning those world titles. So will she get the 4th, or will Soleil get the 3rd? We'll have to wait and see. But this is our first opening ride of our Hawaiian 3 times women's world longboard champion. What do you think of this, Josh?
Well, the surfing she's doing, it wouldn't be a surprise if she wins again this year. So this is a nice wave, just finding her feet, getting comfortable. First wave of the heat, nice flow, nice little cut back there. Looks like she's on a little bit of a different board. She was riding a white board in the free surfs, a little more of a pintail, but here we go. Some nice nose work here, finishing up strong. And that's Honolulu's surfing. She surfs so smooth and so graceful, and then really puts the pedal down when the section comes.
So this was the answer back from Maya Glasenapp, who had a fantastic result in the elimination round, beating Peruvian Maria Fernanda Reyes and getting an opportunity to come up woman on woman against the 3 times women's world longboard champ.
And what an opportunity for Maya too, to be able to come up against someone of Honolulu's level of surfing and coming against a 3-time world champion. That's a real buzz. So hopefully she takes that, runs with it, and here we go.
Moving up to the high tides, local time 12:21, still a little bit of time to go until we get that full high as we see Maya on the nose. Nice clean ball ahead of her. Good opening fade, good solid nose ride, but then just wobbles and falls at the end of that ride. So 2 scores waiting to drop now for Maya. It's a 183 for that first score added to that 1.50, but Honolulu gets a 4.67 as we get a fantastic panorama. Are we seeing the surfers having the opportunity to shift over to Rincon, or are the scores still going to be out on the Bells Bowl?
It's definitely the tides filling in. I don't see us going all the way to Rincon because there's so much more size today, Sam. We're seeing some beautiful waves sort of just deep on the bowl, and on the higher tide they're kind of coming and riding through the bowl, rather than on the low tide you take off right in the peak of the bowl and surf off to the side of it. So we're seeing some really good waves now. That last heat with Skin Dog and Cole, they were getting some beautiful rides. It's really nice out here now. The wind's starting to back off, where this morning we turned up and the onshore breeze was really blowing. The girls are seeming to be really lucking out with some great conditions. They had the offshores yesterday morning and made the most of it. Now the wind's dying off for this afternoon. They've got the high tide, and we're going to see some great surfing.
And we really saw in that last heat between Cole Robbins and Ben Skinner how positioning was key. Some scores could be gained sitting a little bit wider, but also it was the patience of both of those surfers. They weren't too flustered and rushed, and they did wait for the sets. The sets are still coming, maybe 5 sets in those 30-minute heats, and you want one of those big ones.
You do, and also those sets are coming, but when the sets come, there's 3, 4, 5 waves in it. It's a really nice energy to this swell that we're seeing today. So we'll check it out. It's going to be a fun heat to call. Honolulu, 3-time world champion. She's super composed. She's a great surfer, and hopefully we can see her on a couple of nice set waves.
And with that, emulating the success of his son, Lucas Skinner, who won the Rip Curl Grom Search World Junior title here earlier in the season, Ben Skinner has just booked himself a spot in the last quarterfinal. He's with the Waxhead.
A passionate and elated Ben Skinner down here. How did that one feel, mate?
Oh, it felt good. It was really tricky heat. It's actually pretty hard work out there. It's cleaned up a lot. The faces are nice and clean. Just got to be patient, try and pick the bigger ones that peel and sort of make that connection. But yeah, pretty stoked to make it.
And you and Cole both riding single fins with a few little twists. Now, most people when they shape a board might pre-shape in an arch for their foot, almost like a tail pad, for example. But tell us about this board, a very unique take on a nose rider.
Well, this is a new model I've been working on over the past few years, and it's called the Double Scoop. And we've taken a double scoop out the deck of the board through the back third to create basically hydrodynamics through the board into the tail, guide the water into this flip that we have to just increase nose hold and lift. And yeah, it feels pretty good under your feet too.
And that's what we saw from Ben Skinner, and we'll see it next when he comes up against Declan White, and they were just egging each other on the stairways there. But amazing surfing, Ben. We'll talk to you very soon. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, the Waxhead. Congratulations, Skin Dog. What an achievement to get through to that quarter-final. Skin Dog riding the double scoop model there, looking strong. He's going to have a great battle with Declan Whiten.
And how good does that board look under his feet? And we know he's been working on this design for a little while. And how special is it for him to have this progression in the water here after his son winning the title earlier in the year?
Absolutely, and of course a passionate follower of F1, Formula One, and it's the inspiration from the spoiler of the back of an F1 car and the downforce that creates that inspired Ben to design the double scoop. As we can see that wonderful landscape and the wattle flowering, and what a great sight that is on the Great Ocean Road there. And we got the opportunity to go up to Anglesey and do some mountain biking the other day. Josh, you play golf around here. It's a special place.
It is, and look how fun that guy who's just out there just getting that updraft off the cliffs. Such a special place down here, and it's just beautiful, and we're so blessed to be here, and we're really enjoying it. We're enjoying the surf, but we're also enjoying the culture down here, especially Melbourne, CBD. It's only 90 minutes away, short drive inland, and there's some great things to do in there.
And it's great to see the surfers who are really connecting with the area, the ones who are coming through these changing conditions, because today's probably one of the coldest days we have had, you know, an extra layer required. And there have been some surfers who arrived very early and got to surf a variety of bigger, cleaner swells. But others, you can just see that they're comfortable in the area. Ben Skinner, he looks happy here. He got a lot of insight from Rip Curl rider Lucas Skinner, his son, from his experience competing here. And then you saw from Landon Smales looking so comfy here, someone who's also competed a lot. But this woman, Honolulu Bloomfield, looking to get another score on the board, Josh. That looks strong.
How nice was that? Great footwork, patient, and then drove out of that. He saw the whitewash coming, just put it on rail, surfing nice here, just waiting for the wave to give her a little opportunity. With the higher tide, it should fill up a little bit here, and she'll get some nose work done.
From Hallie Eva on the north shore of Oahu, of course, her father, Kalohe, fantastic lifeguard, wonderful man, and of course a great mentor to the incredible surfing of Honolulu, who grew up as a highly successful competitive shortboarder as well, and still shortboards brilliantly. Her partner, a great skateboarder. I was enjoying having a good conversation with him. He's been skating the local ramps and parks as we see the replay. And what do you think of this from the Hawaiian?
Yeah, I like this. She started off with that 4.67. She's being patient. She just wants to put one more little good score on the board. She knows she doesn't have to go excellent. Maya's just new to the game, new to this competitive arena here on the WSL and the top level surfing. So Honolulu's just going to put pressure on. Got the 4.67, surf this wave safe and smart. Critical surfing on the outside. Just knows she's got to keep it nice and tidy, finish up strong, and that's a great wave. She'll be really happy. She's going to put the squeeze on Maya now. Maya's going to have to really surf out of her skin a little bit, and here she goes.
Nice takeoff from Maya there. Foamy section. Up to the tip. This is on the replay that we just happened when Honolulu was catching her last wave. She finds the 5, pedals back, finds herself a little bit too deep. It's not going to be a massive score. She's got some low scores in the ones. Honolulu waiting for that score to drop. She's got a 4.67. Love the look of that board. Looks loose. It looks to have the wide point back. She looked very comfortable letting the board do the work, standing in the front third, just elegantly letting that trim speed dictate. But with this higher tide right now, you've got to trust that your board is just going to keep that trim speed. The waves have got a lot of fatness to them at the moment, but you really got to get your board in the right part of the wave to allow yourself to nose ride or put that rail turn in.
Yes, and we surfed similar conditions the other day together, and we noticed like it was slopey, and the waves got a lot of water in it. It's kind of full, but there's a lot of energy. And even today, the surfers are coming out of the water saying it's quite fat, but there's a lot of push. And like Honolulu did on that last wave, she just let the board run. She let it trim. She's no stranger to the power coming from Hawaii, especially on the North Shore. She feels comfortable in these powerful conditions.
Absolutely. Her mum, Lynn, a great surfer who surfed a lot with the mighty, majestic Rel son, and of course her brothers, Keone and H.A. Harold John, you know, really keen surfers themselves, and father Kalohe, a great surfer and an incredible lifeguard. It's proper Hawaiian heritage. But Reunion, another hotbed of tropical surf culture, and Maya is born and bred in that. She's now based in Portugal where she's studying, but it would have been the warm water waves of St. Lou that have really turned this woman into one of the great young up-and-coming longboarders.
Yeah, she's surfing great. She's here. She put in a great performance yesterday to win that heat. Here's the replay. It's a big takeoff. She's controlling all those bumps in the wave. Just waiting. Nice little cross step here. This is a great angle from above with the drone. Unfortunately, coming unstuck there, but looking good. She just knows she's got to stay calm, wait for the right waves, and do some nice surfing. But back to Honolulu, you talk about Rel Sun, who's just the aloha spirit. One of the females that the surfing is just so beautiful, and she's no longer with us. But does it sort of live on in Honolulu surfing because they've got a similar sort of body type and the nice relaxed arms and just the flow? And it seems like every time Honolulu goes surfing, the sets come, the waves come. She just seems to be one with the ocean, Sam.
Absolutely. And talking of the ocean, let's find out what the Waxhead has got in his eyesight. Where are you, the Waxhead?
I'm down on the steps with 4 powerhouse women of the Victorian surfing community. We have Emma Webb, over 40s champion, Australian champion from Victoria. She competed in the trials. We have Andrea, who is actually the over 60s Australian longboard champion. Her sister Janine, a surfer at the Surf Coast Longboarders, and President Penny of the local Surf Coast Longboarders. Andrea, how is it to have women surfing Bells Beach in an event of this scale?
I think it's absolutely fantastic. First of all, I was so stoked to come down from New South Wales just to see longboarding take over both Torquay and Bells Beach. I've been waiting this day for quite some time. But then to be surrounded by the talent that's come from around the world here is just such a stunning moment in life.
And I think all of them could learn a thing of you guys about longevity, and you're all very stylish in your own right. And we look forward to having you guys here for the rest of the duration of the contest. Maybe you'll be on the microphone again soon, Andrea.
Oh, no, that's a better job for you, Matt. You do it so well. So thank you for including us in the day.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Oh, that was absolutely fantastic. What a wonderful link there between you talking about Honolulu, linking her to the Hawaiian heritage of Rel Sun. We mentioned Lynn, Honolulu's mum, and then we moved down to some of the local legends, the female pioneers of longboarding in Australia, champions, national champions, and that really was fantastic as we see the replay of 3 times world champion putting on a show, toes on the nose, board on rail. Wow, look at this, Josh.
Yeah, this is a really nice wave. Unfortunately, there's a little bump in there. A big set came through earlier and left a little whitewash on the face of this one. But Honolulu looking graceful and stylish as always, and just waiting for the wave to set up. That footwork, look at that, toes right over the nose there, and kicking off on that deadly shore break at Bells Bowl.
So we're waiting for a score to drop. What will it be? We'll find out very soon. Surf fans, tune in because we'll be right back.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that
was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Incredible, and of course, so close to Melbourne, buoyed by that spirit of innovation and creativity. An incredible city, and we have got some fantastic surfing on display as 3-time Women's World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield is up and riding. She's got a couple of scores in the high fours. Maya Glassnap out of Reunion Island has got a 3.43 and a 2.6 as we see Honolulu coming into the sand. Short break section. Is she going to have to dismount here up onto the beach? She's going to be really close. She just about finds herself some space to swim under that. Flicks the hair, single fin in one piece, standing up firm. Josh Constable, that was nice.
That was a great wave. So we've seen her get busy at the start of the heat. She got a couple of small waves, but some nice scores. She's then gone out the back, waited to been patient, and got herself on a really solid wave. She's getting a bit beat up on that inside. There's so much water. The beach is kind of steep, so it kind of crushes and a lot of water moving around there. But she's just going to compose, think about that last ride as she's paddling back out, what sort of score she's going to get. I like it. I think it's going to be a really good score, and she's going to put even more pressure on Maya.
But she hasn't closed the door just yet. There's still some scoring opportunity for Maya to catch up, but this could well go much higher than those high fours that she's had.
Definitely. You can see just the wave size there. It's almost double what she's been riding, taking off to a critical nose ride on that outside section. It was a big wave, hanging on to it a little bit here. She gets a little bit tied up when she's cross-stepping, just losing a little bit of balance and control, but she realises that, so she knows she has to finish strong, putting it up on her backside. Big snap there, rides out of it with lots of clean composure and onto that dry sand. But what a wave, Sam.
Absolutely, I love that. And of course, a local at Haleiwa, you know, today this is kind of looking like a cold water version of Haleiwa.
It's funny how all the surfers, we spoke about it earlier today, they'll compare Bells Beach to what they're surfing today to something that they surf at home, that they surf regularly and they feel comfortable at, to get that feeling and vibe before they paddle out for the heat. And you're spot on, we do see that power and rawness of maybe a Haleiwa, and she's looking comfortable.
So the Bioglan replay delivered a good bit of surfing, and she dropped a 6.67 Honolulu Bloomfield. So it means that Maya Glassnap from Reunion, currently based in Portugal, now is chasing a big score of an 8.07 to book herself a spot in the first quarterfinal. We've already seen the men's quarterfinals decided. We've got some absolute beauties to look forward to on finals day. Taylor Jensen against Taka Inui, Tony Silvani against Kai Salas, and then Landon Smales against Edward Del Pero, and Declan Whiten against Ben Skinner. But currently at the moment, it's Honolulu Bloomfield who looks to be in the driving seat to book herself a spot in that first quarterfinal. And if the situation doesn't change, she'll be surfing against the winner of Heat 2, Mason Tremor or Zoe Guapignon.
And if that's the case, that's going to be a really solid start to the quarterfinals, isn't it?
Mason has been a standout this season. Somebody's surfing is so complete and smooth and rounded, and of course she's a rip curl rider using the Fusion Bomb wetsuits there, the Ultimate Surf Company, certainly keeping her toasty. But I think she's going to be a real threat here, and that's going to be very exciting. If Maya doesn't swing the situation, Honolulu against Mason, if she beats Zoe, that's going to be an absolute bombshell heat.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised if you heard both those names in the final at the end of the week. So to match up, maybe possibly in the quarterfinals, would be huge. And I know Mason would love that opportunity to surf against Honolulu and test herself against a 3-time world champion. But like you said, Mason's been surfing so well. She's worked hard on her boards. She's got a great board down here this week. She's feeling really comfortable. And I've had the privilege to be able to work with her this year to try and prep her and get her situated into these events, and she's been working really hard, putting in the hard work at home at Noosa on the points, and then coming down here early. She did a trip with Harrison earlier in the year. They got a great swell, so she feels comfortable down here. Like you said, she's a Rip Curl team rider, so she's got the toasty wetsuit. She feels warm. She's got support from the local company that's born and bred down here in Victoria, Bells Beach. So she's looking good. But back to this heat, we're seeing some great waves coming in. Honolua's putting the squeeze on Maya, but Maya's sitting out there. She's got priority. She's patient. She's waiting for it. And here's the girls now.
Love that. Brilliant shot. Zoe on the left. Mason on the right. Mason on the Thomas Bexon surfboards as we see Maya Glasenapp chasing an 8.7. Nice 5. But just sits back on the walk back from that nose ride. Now on the tail. Staying nice and poised, but recognizing that she can't trim out onto the open face here, and it's got bouncy and she dismounts. So just that nose ride and that walk back, but the fact she did sit on the walk back there will dent that score. It's not going to be an 8.07, but it could replace that low score of a 2.60.
Yeah, good patience. She waited for the right wave. It was a really nice wave. Unfortunately, couldn't execute on the surfing. Great nose ride, like you said, but falling back. Here it is, nice little nose ride, falling back here, unfortunately, which then put her at timing out. She couldn't get up and climb and do a little foam climb floater to finish it off, and then just riding that whitewash, trying to get out of the real power source and jumping off there.
So the Bioglan replay, you can really see that she sets herself up nicely for this nose ride, Josh, but then just on the walk back takes that stumble.
Yeah, and there's these little boils, little shallow parts of the reef where it sort of stands up and hollows out a little bit. Just as she was backpedaling, we saw that little lump in the wave and it got speedy and just threw her off balance a little bit. But look at that view, the cliffs. It's just so iconic. And how good is it to be here at Bells Beach?
Absolutely. And of course, she's now based in Portugal. The north of Ericeira, Ribeira de Lache is a good right-hand point break with similar geology. But to see those sandstone strata on the cliff line here on the Great Ocean Road, it really evokes the whole history of competition surfing at the site of the longest running surf carnival in surf events.
And Sam, we were so lucky the other day. We jumped on the mountain bikes and we got to ride around Point Addison along the cliff faces here and the walking tracks, the biking tracks. We had such a good day. Unfortunately, it was we didn't have enough time, but the 12 Apostles just down the Great Ocean Road, like there's so much to do down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had some great food last night, reminiscing of some of our contest experiences, competing together on the World Tour, having go-kart races at the Biarritz Surf Festival, and talking about great names like friends like Darren Ledingham, Josh Baxter, Bonga Perkins, and thinking that Taylor Jensen is going for his 4th world title, and he goes back to those early memories when we were on the World Longboard Tour, and he's still looking as sharp as ever. He just blew me away with his composure, his control and his precision in that heat with Kai Ellis-Flint earlier this morning.
I feel this new criteria, it took him a little while to embrace it, but he's embraced it now. So there's a new lease on life. He's hungry, he's focused, he's determined, he's working hard on board design, and that performance he put on this morning against a Kai Ellis-Flint, there's a lot of hype around him. He's been surfing so good, but Taylor just put the foot down this morning and did some amazing surfing.
Yeah, and another surfer who we were looking forward to seeing was Kevin Scavana. Also didn't make it through that round of 16. Again, an exciting surfer like Kai Ellis-Flint. Beautiful to watch, great variety. Kai Ellis-Flint, he just was unlucky. He really was, one of the favorites to have a big result, but probably the shock result of the round was Landon Smales from Noosa Heads beating Coniella Stewart, our current tour leader. That was a massive result for Landon.
It's crazy because we go back 3 or 4 years and we see a young Carney coming on tour with the big fro, big smile, so much aloha, so much froth coming in, and he was sort of knocking out the #1 seeds and putting on a great performance. And then here it is, Landon doing that this morning, a role reversal. Was really cool to see.
Maya Glasenapp waiting for a score to drop. She's got a 3.43 and a 2.73. She's chasing an 8.07. But it's Honolua who is dealing with these waves and demonstrating that she's ticking the boxes for the judging criteria. Controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board and wave and using traditional longboard surfing with style, flow and grace. Nose riding, rail surfing, variety, commitment, control, footwork. There are other features that the judges are really analyzing and looking for, Josh.
And when you see that style, flow and grace, it's tick, tick and tick, and that's just Honolua's surfing. It's so pretty to watch, but it's committed and the maneuvers are done in the right part of the wave. And for me, I love watching her heats. I love watching her surf. And she can do it everywhere. We don't just see it on small right points. We're seeing it here at big bumpy Bell's Bowl. She's looking calm, she's looking collected, and putting on display of a 3-time world champ.
And looking at the list of world champions, we've had Soleil Erico, the American, winning in 2022, 2018. Tori Gilkison, who's our head judge, in 2016, Rachel Tilley in 2015. It hasn't been since 2014 when an Australian woman has won the women's world longboard title. That was the great Chelsea Williams, who would have won the national titles here for the women's in 2004 when you won the national titles at Dirac, Bells Beach. So Chelsea's the last Australian woman to win a WSL world longboard title.
Yeah, it's definitely been dominated by those ladies over there in Hawaii and the USA. But we've got a little bit of hope now. We've got Tully White that's been training really hard and working on her surfboards and working on her surfing, and we saw some great scores from her yesterday, which is really cool. We've got Kira Molnar who's there, but we've got a young generation coming through at the moment. We've got some guys. We've got Landon Smales, who's in this event. We've got little Lennox Curry from Noosa, and he's had a great event at the trials just a couple of days ago at Torquay Point. And then we've also got Mia Waite, who's surfed in the trials. So
yeah, she impressed me.
We've got some talent coming through, a lot of them coming from Noosa. We've got a similar vibe in Noosa to what we're seeing in Waikiki with the Waikiki crew, but check this one out.
4 steps to a nose ride. Honolulu Bloomfield kicks off with an opening 5, walks back to the tail, big section ahead of her. In control, some spray thrown, wide point back on that single fin again, into another cut back. Staying nice and tall, eyeing up the opportunity for a beautiful setup, mid-face turn, and again another little high stall as she gets 2 steps and possibly a chance for another 5. Beautiful roll of the toes in the boots over the nose there, and then elegantly sweeps that last direction change onto the sand to demonstrate some incredibly powerful yet graceful longboarding.
It was the patience. She was just calm, waits for that clean part of the wave, slices a turn, takes off here, patience, 1, 2, 3, 4, gets back, trims through this and knows that she's coming to the Bell's Bowl. It gets intense, it gets steep, she gets low, compresses off the bottom, waits till she gets around. Nice little carve there, which was really nice. And here, patience, waiting, little bit of wobble there in the whitewash, but comes out with that nice carve that you saw. That was exciting. And then here, just knows she needs to finish it off cleanly. Here it is, tip time, toes right over the nose, finishes strong, carves, realizes I'm getting off a little bit before that dry sand like the one earlier, and this is a great wave.
I think that's going to go into her top 2, and it does. Comes in at a 6.50. The heat is over, and Honolulu Bloomfield has booked herself a spot in that first quarterfinal to surf against either Mason Schremer or Zoe Gros-Pion. Of course, that's going to be coming up next, but congratulations, Honolulu Bloomfield. A clinical, beautiful display of Hawaiian power and grace.
That was awesome. And also for Maya to come out, what an opportunity to surf against Honolulu. She put in a great effort this week. Really looking forward to seeing her in El Salvador, and congratulations on a great event too.
Well, we've got Mason Schremer, Zoe Gros-Pion coming up next. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Thanks for tuning in. You've just seen a masterclass from Hawaiian stylist and 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield out of Haleiwa on the North Shore of Oahu. Congratulating some of those kids there. Wow, that was great surfing from the Hawaiian. Mason Schremer kicking off her campaign to book a slot with that first quarterfinal against Honolulu. Mason, based up in Noosa Heads, originally from Florida, moved to Oahu, of course, spent a lot of her youth there in Waikiki, now based in Australia, surfing against Zoe Gropignon. Mason on the red board there in the red singlet. Zoe Gropignon from Anglet in the Basque Country in the southwest of France. This is the kickoff from Zoe. What do you think, Josh?
This is a really good heat because they're both very similar style surfers, same approach, same style, and this wave, it's big and committed and charging.
That's a bouncy one.
Didn't quite ride out of it, but that was a really, so she's shown her intentions really early. She's going to go out, sit in the bowl, and she's going to get some big ones.
An interesting connection to Australia with the surfboards that Zoe uses. Phil Grace, Euroglass. Phil Grace, actually an Aussie, but now based there in southwest France.
If I'm correct, I think Phil's from down here in Victoria on the other coastline. So a great shaper. He's grown up around this area, so he would have a connection to here. He would know what the waves are like. They've probably worked on this equipment for here, and a very good shaper and been doing boards for a very long time.
And under the feet of her competitor Mason, Thomas Bexon's surfboard. She has her own model, the Moose Knuckle, I believe. And of course, Thomas Bexon shapes boards for Harrison Roach, who's our reigning men's WSL World Longboard Champion. Why has Harrison decided, you think, not to compete this year on the tour?
I think he loves travelling. He's got great support from Thomas and other sponsors. So I think this year he's taking a year off from competing, and he's going to travel and do a lot of different stuff and get himself into some good waves or do trips where he can immerse himself in the culture. He's got out here, he's proved himself that he is one of the best in the world. He won the title, deservedly so. He's surfed amazing. We know how good he is. So he's got that, he's ticked that box. Now he's going to go and enjoy himself, use that his profile to maybe make some changes in these great countries and spread the aloha, spread the spirit of longboarding. But Harrison's a great guy, a really smart guy. We actually saw he just dropped a new video edit clip that he just did, a little movie from a trip to Bali. He's a smart guy, a great surfer, and he can surf on everything.
And wow, there's a lot. Let's go down to the glass because the wax head is with 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion Honolulu Bloomfield.
We have a very happy Honolulu Bloomfield, but you're relaxed. So tell us, how was it out there? You said it was really hard and just relieved to be back on the shore.
Oh yeah, I mean, the waves were really fun, I'd say, but it was tricky to find the right ones and pick them out. I feel like I try to get a couple smaller ones just to get a base and then try and be more patient towards the end. But you just never know with the waves you pick, I feel like, out here. So yeah, I was just happy to get a couple and make it through.
And you snapped one of your favorite boards earlier on in the week. What were you riding out there, and did it feel comfortable, or did you want your old one back?
You know, it's hard to say. I think that board has its place. My Michael, it is a magic board for me, but it is a bit bigger out there, and I feel like the board I'm riding right now is one I'm really comfortable on from home. So like more steep, I feel like, waves. So yeah, I'm pretty comfortable just from riding it on big days at home. It was a little bumpy out there, but I feel like any board would be bumpy, so.
All right, well, back to you guys in the booth. We have a very happy Honolulu Bloomfield. We'll see her in the next round.
Thanks so much, Matt. Congratulations, Honolulu. A 317 drop for Zoe's opening ride. And a low score for Mason there. She took a fall, and 0.93. Up and riding, Zoe Gropillon from Anglet in southwest France on the Phil Grace boards. Pedals to the middle, pedals to the tail. jumps off. Mason Schremer, 2 steps to the middle. Again, both surfers have got a lot of wall to deal with, and she decides to kick out. Josh, I saw you put your hands up there. Were you thinking maybe she should have stayed with that just to manufacture a bit of a score?
I think so. Get a score on the board, roll off the top of that. She's really comfortable in rolling off the top of the lips. That board's going to handle it. She's riding a nice little 2+1 there. So I feel like get the momentum going and get a nice wave on the board. But we've seen Zoe, she's charging. She took off on that last one a little bit too deep, but she is really fired up for this heat.
And of course, Mason's sisters, Lola and Scarlett, pretty good surfers as well.
Great surfers and I believe really good golfers.
There we go. As we can see, our replay of Zoe, big bouncy section once again. So both of these surfers having a couple of waves to begin with that have been bouncy and hard to handle.
They have. Look at this one. It's a really nice one for May. She set it up nice, walking forward. Looked like she was going to go up to the top and then decided to kick out. Maybe that she saw Zoe in there. Zoe didn't capitalise on her wave. Thought, I'm going to go back outside, be patient and get something nice that's going to get me all the way through to the inside.
But Mason, of course, now with priority, so she's going to be able to get the pickings of the next set. She had a decent result in Huntington, 9th, the first event of the World Longboard Tour, beaten by Lindsay Steinradi. Zoe also had a 9th, so both of these women will want to break into that quarterfinal line and get a 5th or better. They're carrying results that you don't want to carry if it's about the top 8 qualifying for the final event of the World Longboard Tour.
And we probably think both these surfers deserve a spot in that final 8. Great surfers, look very comfortable on those clean right points. They both put in really great performances at Malibu. But as we know, you've got to be so versatile, well-rounded and good in all locations. So this is going to be a really good heat. I was excited to watch this one today. And we're 10 minutes down so far, 20 minutes to go, still plenty of time. We're seeing lots of waves coming in with this high tide push, and it's going to be good.
And you would have seen Mason take first place at the Noosa Longboard Pro earlier in the season. What is the psychology that gets the best performance out of Mason? You know, what kind of space does she have to be in to really go far?
I feel like it's a confidence thing with her because her surfing is top level. It's world champion material. It's just finding out what's ticking behind but between the ears, just keeping the confidence, feeling comfortable around her surroundings. She's got a great network. She's got a great crew behind her there at Thomas Surfboards. So for me, I've just been trying to keep it nice and positive. We don't really need to work on the surfing because the surfing's so good. We're seeing that. She won over in New Zealand earlier on in the year. She's also won the Noosa Festival. That performance she put on at Huntington in round 2 was unbelievable. Remember that big late takeoff that she swung underneath the lip. So her surfing's really good. She needs to get herself on some nice waves and just put on a good display in longboarding.
Both women there facing the Southern Ocean, looking south out of the water there from Bells at an iconic wave, also known as Dirac in Wadawurrung country. Of course, all these different sections. They're surfing the Bells Bowl. There's Rincon that we saw working beautifully yesterday. Winky Pop just down. Swells storming in, booming exposure to powerful ocean activity here. And right now it's Mason Schremer with priority, but it's Zoe who's got that 317. Low scores all around. None of the surfers will want to carry any of these scores. But as we move into the last 19 minutes, that 317 might end up being an important score for Zoe.
Totally, and that was a really big committed wave. It was solid in the bowl. Kind of haven't seen that for a little while. Honolulu got one sort of set wave in that last heat. So it feels like maybe the ocean's just slowing down a little bit with this high tide, but we'd love to see some more sets. See the girls really push themselves out of their comfort zone because it is solid when those sets come. But look at this view, like it's amazing. We can see to the right of the screen, Winky Pop, there's some great waves down there. There were some great waves there yesterday morning with that offshore breeze, but it's just such a cool place. And all the way down there to the top of our screen, we can see different waves down there. Boobs into Janjuk Beach, Torquay Point in the far direction, and then we're swinging around and across the water there is the Gunnamatta Beach and all those great spots, and there's some great waves over that side of the coastline too.
Looks like we've got a bit of a lull, Josh. So with that, let's go to a short break. We'll be right back to see who takes the win out of Zoe and Mason.
Cola Pinto boost. Yes, that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again. Don't wanna win, I'm cutting you off, cause it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Yeah, it's that time again. Leveling up, doing my thing, yes, that time again. Defending the title, king of the ring, it's that time again.
Felipe Toledo just unleashing.
It's the Rip Curl WSL Finals coming at you real soon. Coming at you right now, we have Rip Curl team manager Mark Flanagan. He's down there with the wax head.
So Mark, we were down here watching Mason, but about Rip Curl on this event, what's it like to be supporting a longboard event here at Bells?
Oh, it's awesome. It's really good to see elite talent in any shape or form. It's always good to have a look at wax, as you know. And it's really good for us. This is the home of surfing in Australia for us, and it's the home of our company. So to welcome everyone down, and our owners were probably doing this in the early 60s. So to come down here and see the elite talent doing that right now, it's really good. I love it.
And that they were with the likes of, I guess, Claw, Wayne Lynch hanging out down here on the stairs. And these iconic Bell stairs are so synonymous with the Easter Classic. But now longboarding too. Mason Schremer, what do you know about Mason?
Well, I know that she's got an American accent, but she lives in Australia. She's an extremely nice person. And right now she was down here and just wondering about positioning, because it's a really tricky day, as I've heard you mentioning on the broadcast. Super tricky day today at the bowl. She's just out there, positioning's pretty good, and we just got to see her pull the trigger on one, and hopefully she nails the score.
There you have it from a local legend and industry stalwart. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Matt, and thanks so much, Rip Curl team manager Mark Flanagan, watching Mason positioning herself, Josh, there. She's got priority, opting not to have a look at that wave. Zoe had a little look out of priority. She has that opportunity to scramble around a little bit more. Mason can't give anything away. She doesn't want to lose that priority. She's put a lot of pressure on herself by being patient, being selective. Will the pressure get to her when she finally gets one of these waves?
I don't think the pressure gets to too many of these surfers, Sam, because they know how good they surf. They just need the opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, this one looks like a nice one. Just readjusting. Talk us through this, Sam.
Up and riding, gets nice and low, sets herself up through the middle of the wave. Great footwork there. 2 steps forward, walks back to the tail. Mason Schremer bottom turning and setting herself up again with 2 steps. And there's the first nose ride of the ride. A great bottom turn to set up for that nose ride. And a beautiful carving cutback, dynamic rail engagement as she moves herself through to the inside with another nose ride. A good crisp touch of the 5 of a roll of the feet and a down carve with those hands open and ejects right in the short break. But surf that wave with finesse, with power, with style. That was absolutely fantastic.
That was a really good wave. Like I was saying, these surfers, not just Mason, all of them, they just need the opportunity. Nice S turning, setting it up, just being patient, getting through the bowl, and you can see just a nice little swoop. Realizes she was getting out on the shoulder, waiting again, nice and patient. Cross step, gets her first nose ride on this wave. Here again, slicing through that one, that board looking so good under her feet. Red board, matching the red singlet. Here it is again, nice 5. And this one, Sam, just at the end, really ripping in and just ejecting, like you said, right on the dry sand.
There will be a lot of surfers tuning in around the world who would say, I want a longboard like this. Everything about her body positioning, even her open palms on the hands there, just everything looking so ironed and stylish, but nothing overworked, not too much movement of the upper body, but so much control and patience in the leg strength.
Yeah, she's surfing so well at the moment, and like we know, she can do this sort of stuff in her sleep, so this is a great starting wave for her. She's had that sort of couple little falls and close out, but that inside bit, it's so crazy here at Bells Beach. That shore break gets kind of crazy, but we're going to wait for this score. Zoe now sitting out there, and don't be confused, or Zoe can surf.
Oh, yeah.
Zoe absolutely rips, so she's going to be patient now. She's going to try and get on herself on a wave like Mason did, and we'll see similar surfing. I see so many similarities between these two girls, and like I said before, I'm excited about this heat.
Mason, of course, will be in the Rip Curl Flash Bomb Fusion wetsuit. And what I love about Rip Curl is they have a wetsuit recycling scheme. So you can bring in your old suits to any Rip Curl store around the world. And that's a great policy, and they're all also now a B Corp, which celebrates their contribution to the environment and to the community.
It's great to see companies like that offering these things, giving back to the environment. Rip Curl are a great company. They're stalwarts down here. This is the home of Rip Curl, the home of surfing, Bells Beach, and it's great to have them here supporting longboard. It's been a long time. We haven't seen many big companies in the industry supporting longboarding in the past, but now they're getting around it. Rip Curl are down here. We've got Flano down here checking out his athletes.
Yeah,
it's cool to have
he's
someone.
on the scout.
It's someone like him, having him here. He's the guy that found Mick Fanning.
Absolutely.
Mason Ho, he looks after all these big, heavy hitters that we think of like icons of our sport. It's great to have him down the beach.
And he's looking at the youth talent. You know, he's asking questions. He's looking at people's, how media savvy they are, how they're surfing, how they carry themselves. Because it's not just about results. It's about how you portray and represent and you know, selling the brand and being an advocate and a role model and a spokesperson. There are many elements to being the kind of person that will attract you know, the ultimate surfing company like Rip Curl.
Totally, and also being a world champion, you need that, don't you? You need to be able to speak to the media, speak to the fans. We've got great role models around us. We've got Taylor Jensen, he's great with that. Rachel Tilley is a perfect, we've had her in on the booth. She speaks well, she's great, like really good looking. Her surfing's really attractive and smooth and flowing. So this heat is a really good one. Both these girls have that as well. That's why Mason's with Rip Curl and Flano's down here checking it out.
I really love that wave of Mason's. I thought the control, the patience as well, and rewarded with a 6.67. So she's now got to replace that 1.47. She can do that out of priority. Zoe Gropignon needs now pretty much a 5. She's carrying that 3.17. So as we move into the last minutes, that 3.17 remains a fairly important score for Zoe. She might not have time to replace the 3.17. She might be carrying that with something else that she gets. If it's above a 5, she moves into first. Mason can easily replace that 1.47 though, and really put more pressure on Zoe.
And you did say early on that 3.17 could be important. I thought it was going to get dropped out of the score easy because it was early on the heat, it was big. We've seen so many sets, the ocean's been really active all morning, but this heat seems to have slowed down, so it is going to be really important now. And then Mason, without priority, needs to be fishing around, trying to get something, trying to drop that 1.47.
I'm looking forward to the opportunity to commentate on Mason surfing if she does get a smaller one, because it's just been incredible to see the maturity that's come into her surfing in the last 3 years. For me, she's improved radically from the Mason Schremer I saw 5 years ago. She really has become such a complete all-round longboarder, good in such a variety of conditions.
Do you think that's her? She moved to Noosa just prior to COVID. She got locked down and she's studying in Australia. We had a lot of waves through that period and she's been around those. We have such great talent on the points at Noosa. We've got a great training ground, great spot for R&D with different surfboards. We've got a variety. So I think that just spending that time in Noosa has really done wonders for her surfing.
So we got 7 minutes 50 seconds remaining. Mason Schremer out there with a 6.67 and a 1.47. Zoe Gropignon with a 3.17 and 1.50. But with that, while there's a lull, we're just going to get a quick update with Will Hayden-Smith to find out what might be happening in our coming up heat number 3.
Tours and competition rep Will Hayden-Smith, you have an update for heat 3?
Yeah, I've just spoken to Kiani and she's not feeling very good, so she's had to withdraw from competition. So that flow-on effect means that Soleil moves into the quarterfinals with a walkthrough, and it means that the next heat in the water won't be heat 3, it's going to be heat 4. So I've spoken to all the surfers, they know to be prepared a bit earlier than normal, and yeah, we just keep rolling.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, thanks so much for the update. That is really sad to hear. Kiani Canulo, such an incredible surfer, withdrawing, just not feeling well, not feeling like she's able to get out there. But we've loved her surfing the event so far. One of the most dynamic cutbacks, you know, that beautiful spray throw she's been doing on the lava flow model from Kai Salas Longboard Company. So Soleil Erico will move into that second quarterfinal, but right now it's Mason Schremer who is out there in the lead, and up and riding Zoe Gropignon, looking to get a 5, 4 steps to the nose, touches that 5, but that high line doesn't drop back down into the wave, won't be the 5 she needs, Josh.
Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a real disappointing wave choice there for Zoe, because she's been patient. She had priority. Taking off on that one, maybe she's starting to feel the pressure with 6 minutes to go, that she thought she needed to sort of press the go button. But as we see, she's moved herself in, she's taken that wave, lost priority, and now we're seeing one of those big sets that we were seeing in the earlier heats.
Wow, how exciting, Josh. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. A scramble over the top of this wave. Mason Schremmer's not going to turn and go. Zoe's having a look at this wave. She's too deep and too inside to catch it. Mason might have something behind. She really needs to replace that 1-4-7. She's lining herself up now. This looks to be a really decent wave. Can she claw herself into it? She can't. So it looks like Zoe is going to be up and riding. It's a steep late drop there. It's a sucky one. She's having to hang on. No opportunity to put in footwork there. It's all about wall, and she's too deep. She has to eject, but she had to have a look at that. But now Mason's still needing to replace that 1.47, sitting out back with priority.
That's a real bummer, because you see her driving down the line. She was looking for that opportunity. The style, it's so good. She just needs an open face to be able to do that beautiful cross-stepping and those swooping turns. The board under her feet looks great. So just hopefully she can get back out. We want to see both these surfers get lots of waves and lots of opportunities to do some good surfing.
We talked about studying. I know that Zoe is studying an executive management masters. You said that Mason has been studying as well.
Yeah, she has. She's just sort of put it on a little bit of the back burner. She's not studying full time right now, focusing on this year. She's really hungry for a world title. As we're both aware, her surfing's great. So here we go, paddling out next heat.
Very interesting, because it would have been Soleil and Kiani, but it's now Rachel and Tilly and Avalon Gould. So they would have had to have got ready quicker. You know, who will that favour, that situation, you know, having to kind of bring their whole heat forward by 30 minutes?
Yeah, I think that might play into the favour of Avalon a little bit more, because Rachel's calculated. She's an ultimate professional. She's been doing this a long time, so she would have been being prepared for what's going on. But here, look at this one.
Zoe chasing a 5. Nice rail work on her Phil Grace Euroglass surfboard. Mason still needing to replace that 147. So much pressure now on Mason, because this is going to be a score for Zoe. We didn't see the takeoff. We don't know if it's going to be in the 5 mark, but here we go. Let's analyze this, Josh. Is it going to be the 5 she needs?
Nice little tip on the tip ride right there, coming around this section. Here's that beautiful style. Nice carve back to the pocket. And again, waves looking a little bit sleepy, unfortunately not giving her the opportunity. I don't think she's going to go there with that score.
So, might not be the score. We'll have to see. She's certainly going to replace that 1.50, chasing pretty much a 5, a 4.98 to be precise. Mason Schremmer, 3 minutes remaining. She's got an opportunity here, and she doesn't go for it. She could get a small one to get the score, or does she stay patient?
Plenty of time, 3 minutes. We can see her starting to panic, and these are the things we've been trying to work on and iron out of her surfing. But I go back to that wave earlier, her 1.47. Remember I said she could have rolled off the top? Maybe that wave then becomes a 2.5 or a 3 in that.
And again, she's getting scrappy. She's looking. So this is so interesting, Josh, because my body language here is one of panic. I'm feeling the panic, the anxiety that Mason has got. But you, as a world champion, you know that 2 minutes, 30 seconds is still enough time to get a wave.
So much time. We've been doing 5-minute heat drills together.
Wow.
So trying to really feel like, hey, 5 minutes, it's a long time. We've been trying to get 2 scores in 5 minutes. Obviously, that's not going to happen out here at Bells Beach because the lineup's so long. But here we go, having a look. Just trying to drop that 1.47. Let's see, Sam.
Nice high line, 2 steps back to the tail. Puts that board on rail, stays high. 4 steps to a touch of a 5. Cross steps back to the front third. Cross steps back to the tail. Puts that board on rail once more. That Thomas Beckson looking so smooth. She's just looking to connect through to the inside. Replacing a 1.47 feels likely, but it still leaves that door open for Zoe, who will now be sitting there with priority, just chasing a 4.35 if Mason doesn't replace the 1.47.
how good is competitive surfing? It's a game of chess, isn't it? So this is a great wave. We can see how good she surfs. Wave choice really poor, unfortunately, but it's giving her opportunity. She is going to drop that 147 definitely, and we can see the footwork. It's so much flow, the turns. It's just the board's accelerating. She's looking good, but that was a pretty bad wave.
Yeah, body
And
language was an eek as she got to the inside there. As we see Zoe on a big foamy overhead wall, 4 steps to a 5, and she falls back, but she stands up. Hands didn't go on the rail. Nice bottom turn set up. This is a real big opportunity for Zoe. Mason needs to be working hard to paddle out back to give herself a chance. Doesn't find the roll of the 5 on that touch of the front of the board, but does get up the front and rides cleanly out of that big, heavy overhead section. So a difficult wave to control, but chasing just a 4.35, yet still waiting that last score from Mason, which will probably replace that 147 and mean that Zoe might need something like a high 5.
Yeah, this is a really good wave. Plenty of size in it. Unfortunately, a lot of white water on the face, but here we are, we're seeing this great surfing, aren't we? 1, 2, 3, 4, little wobbly. Judges will look at that, but she did keep nice control.
She sat back, but she didn't put the hands on the rail, so she did ride out of that.
Yes, and here we go again. Not quite hitting the tip there. Would have loved to see her maybe drive off the bottom and try and square it off up the top. It was a big wave, it was intense, but she's chasing a score.
So a 3.53 is Mason's last score. So it now means that Zoe needs a 6.41. One of the bigger waves, but you kind of wonder whether the control might have just brought that score a bit lower. What do you think, Josh? It's all going to come down to this score as we see Zoe Gropion from France walking up, waiting for the announcer to deliver that score. The uncertainty on her face, she knows it's going to be close. I feel as if she looks like she thinks it might not be enough.
Yeah, she looks a little disappointed, but it's such a bummer because she's such a good surfer, and unfortunately it's got to kind of match Mason's third wave, that 6.67. The judges will look at those scores. We can see some coming in now. What do you think? It's looking like it might be a little low.
It looks like it might be, but it's so important that Mason was able to replace that high 1, because that 3.53 meant she now needed a 6.41. Previously, she only needed a score in the 4s. That would have easily been in the 4s. But the fact is that Mason's got the 6.67 and the 3.53. So Zoe needs a 6, and it's not enough. It comes in at a 5.17. So Mason Schremer books herself a spot in that first quarterfinal to surf against Honolulu Bloomfield, and Zoe Gropion eliminated with a 9th place finish here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. As we move on to heat number 4, Rachel Tilley against Avalon Gould, both from the USA, and we've got True Starling and Shannon Hughes coming in to call the action.
Welcome back to the action here at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. It is a beautiful weekend here in Victoria. We're just outside of Melbourne, and you can see that sun is peeking through. The surf has been firing all day, and the conditions have been getting better and better throughout the afternoon as that wind has dropped down. Shannon Hughes here to call the action alongside True Starling. True, it's great to see those conditions shaping up for our women's round of 16.
Absolutely. This morning when we arrived, it was a little bit bumpy, it was a little bit windy, but now that wind's backed off, it's looking a little bit cleaner. There's still some size in the waves, so it's going to be exciting to see what the women bring to the table.
Well, coming up in this next heat, we've got two girls from Southern California. Rachel Tilley up against Avalon Gall, both competing for Oceanside Longboard Club, and they've spent a lot of time in the water together, so it's great to see the two of them in a head-to-head matchup. This is going to be a tough one because they've both been two absolute standouts within the event so far, dropping in some of the best scores between opening day and our elimination round yesterday for Avalon Gall. So this is going to be a really well-fought battle between the two of them. They both seem to be in sync and in rhythm with bells between Rincon and Bells Bowl throughout the week. So we'll see who's able to take the edge and get a victory.
Absolutely, and I feel like, you know, both women have had a bit of time here. Avalon, I think she said that yesterday was like the first day that she had surfed Rincon, and we saw a lot of the action coming from Rincon yesterday. Whereas Rachel, she has spent a little bit of time here. She's been able to figure out this wave. Bells is quite a big open water place, so you have to really be in tune with the lineups and what's going on. You can see Rachel making a big paddle here.
Oh, just scratching around. You can see that set just would have been a little bit bigger, a little bit deeper on the outside than what they were expecting. But it does put Avalon in a pretty perfect position with a solid size set rolling out in front of her. Couple cross steps as she's on that downward trajectory. That's difficult. It's fast moving, and nice whip around for that opening turn. Couple steps forward. She hasn't found a nose ride until this quick moment for a tap to the 5. But really well done to just position that board into that line once again. Unfortunately falls as the wave has a little bit of that bump and lump still in the face of it. Can be difficult to find a nose ride when there are those lumps coming up on the face of the wave, because oftentimes the nose just goes straight into that and you get a nosedive.
Yeah, absolutely. A really nice looking set to start off for this one as well for Avalon. You can see her just waiting for this one. Quick tap there for Avalon, and she's just, you know, a couple of steps up, another quick tap, but that way kind of just fattened out in front of her. And you can see it maybe even, sometimes you get waves that fatten out and then they hit like the right section and then they go steep really quickly. So I feel like maybe that's how the wave was going. So maybe not a bad moment there for Avalon.
Way to just get things going. She's got a 4 on the scoreboard now. Rachel had a quick in and out early on with a 0.7, so that does set her up now with priority. She's pretty deep out there waiting for the next set to roll through. And as we wait for that, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Mason Schremer and the Wax Head.
So Mason, pretty hard heat, very evenly matched in terms of your both head-to-head matches. How did you feel going into that? We spoke to you just before, but in that last hour, it picked up a lot, right?
Yeah, I felt really calm going into it. I felt like I had a good idea of what I was going to do, which is just helpful to have a settled mind. So that was really good. And Zoe's such a great surfer as well. She's really hard to beat. So I'm glad to have gotten that one.
And obviously this result now, a minimum of a 5th place, is going to help you towards the end of the year?
Yeah, definitely. My goal was to make finals day and hopefully go further than the equal 5th, but it makes it a lot less I feel like I can kind of just let go a little bit and relax going into tomorrow. So I'm excited.
And any shout outs to anyone watching around the world?
My family's probably watching. They're kind of everywhere, but hi to my parents and my sisters and to everyone back in Noosa and the Thomas crew and everyone. Thanks for the good boards.
There you have it, Mason Schremer through to the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Congratulations to Mason. During that interview, loved catching up with her. We got to see this screamer from Rachel Tilley looking great on that Josh Martin surfboard.
Yeah, really nice rail work there for Rachel, right in the pocket as she brings it around again. Has heaps of speed. I love the color of this board as well. It just absolutely stands out. Nice tap there for Rach. She brings it around. And then you can see here, she just unfortunately leans back a little bit too far going over. So that wasn't a fully complete ride there for Rachel. we were hoping to see something a little bit more, but still a pretty decent score for Rachel.
7.17 to kick things off for Tilly. Combination of great rail work as well as a dedicated and critical nose ride. Love seeing that reward come through from the panel. Avalon Gull now chasing a 3.88 to get the advancing position. And Avalon is sitting with priority off the strength of that 4-point ride at the moment. She doesn't have a huge requirement in front of her, but I feel like she's going to be ditching that 4 pretty quickly. She's really steady when it comes to bigger surf. We've seen her in events over the years since she's been competing at this level. 2019 was a standout year for us to get to know her. She'd been competing in a couple of events prior to that through 2017 and 2018 as a really young competitor, 15, 16 years old. But she has stood out in conditions like this over the years. Specifically, I remember an event in Galicia in Spain for Longboard World Tour where it was about this big beach break, and she was just charging leashless, having a ball, and getting a lot of really great nose rides just like that one. So this wave gonna set herself up back in that conversation against Rachel Tilley. Nice 5 to 10 combination on the inside section. Stays steady as she comes into the shore break with that Michael Takayama just flying underneath her feet. Similar board, actually, I think it's the same board that her partner Kai Takayama paddled out on earlier today. They swap boards around pretty often. And so it looks like it's exactly the same board that the two of them were both surfing between their heats today.
Yeah, I think that they've been sharing boards, which is actually a really smart idea, especially with the fact that, you know, traveling with longboards can get really difficult. But that was a really nice ride there for Avalon. And surfing out at Bells on your backhand can be really tricky. So I feel like she negotiated those bumps and those wobbles really well.
Doing a little run around on the beach for Avalon as she's looking to get herself back into lineup. Challenging shore break conditions to get through. We're waiting for scores now from Avalon. As we wait for that and wait for her to find herself back into lineup, let's go out and about and catch up with Sam Bleakley.
I'm down here at the Bioglan activation, and like so many of us, I'm not getting any younger. I want to keep that soul arch going. I want to keep my gut health good. I want to keep my bones and my joints intact. And Bioglan have got some incredible products to keep us feeling lively to get out there for the Dawn Patrols. So you should come and check these out. And on behalf of the international longboard community, I want to say a massive thanks to Bioglan for supporting this incredible event at the spiritual home of surfing at Bells Beach.
Thanks so much, Sam. It is amazing to have a brand like that sponsoring, as you know, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Incredible as well, a brand that's supporting the health of athletes, not just, you know, anything else in the conversation, but really supporting the longevity, supporting those, you know, injuries and the recoveries and everything that goes in between to become, you know, to be a lifelong competitor.
Absolutely, and I feel like with such a huge age range, I guess, especially for the Longboard Tour, it's really exciting to have Bioglan on board to help the younger competitors stay fit and healthy, and then the older competitors just even manage some little injuries that they may or may not have. So it's pretty incredible that Bioglan are here supporting all the athletes on the Longboard Tour.
Scores in a 6.17 for Avalon, sets her up into the lead over Tilly. So really going to be a tight race now. Rachel just chasing a 3-point ride. Now I feel like it's going to be who gets the better of the next exchange. That's really going to set the tone for where we're sitting. Only 10 minutes down, and to see two solid scores like that dropped is really exciting. And what we would have expected from these two, given the strength of their opening performances. You can see the jet skis out there. We've had a great team just behind the scenes for this event. Great team from the WSL, from the local, from Surfing Victoria for our water safety, for the whole contest set up here. It's been really cool to see them come together behind a great brand like Bioglan and so many others that are helping to sponsor this event to put together an incredible stop on the Longboard World Tour.
Absolutely, and I think it's great, you know, utilizing the local knowledge that we have here as well, making sure that our competitors, you know, are making the most of the conditions that we have. You know, a 4-day window, we have a lot of heats to run, and it's exciting to be running every day in so many different conditions. But I feel like the women, once again, are just lucking out with these great conditions. Yesterday, we saw them at Rincon with beautiful, clean, long rides. And now the wind is backing off a little bit. There's still some size, but the wave just seemed to be I guess, more manageable or maybe even more predictable than they were this morning.
Yeah, it was really exciting as well this morning, talking to some of the locals who said that in the days leading up to the event, there were a few days where they had really strong onshores through the morning, and then they would get this little glass off through the day, and there would still be enough texture that it wouldn't completely go, you know, perfectly like just oily glassy, but it would just die off through the afternoons, which has been exactly what we're seeing happen today. And that was kind of the thought on the ground when we showed up this morning with that heavy rain pour as we were leaving the house bright and early, True, and got down here to the wind in our face and the rain, and some of the surfers in the car park, like with their Ugg boots on still, but had driven down in their wetsuits because they didn't want to have to change in the cold, getting ready for a quick morning surf, or even just to find out the call between who was going to be on first for the men or the women. And so it's nice to see that we've had the coastline just clear up throughout the afternoon and really turn on for another incredible day. You can see the girls out there having a chat to each other. They've been competing against each other for a long time. Rachel's a couple years older than Avalon is, and so she's had a little bit more of that experience on the World Longboard Tour. Avalon's certainly come up in the conversation, though, as somebody that was really well worth keeping an eye on from a young age, 16, 17 years old, putting together some really incredibly steady surfing a lot of traditional surfboards before the tour was entirely going in that direction through 2017, 2018. And so it was a really natural fit for her to be a standout competitor now as the tour is taking that shift over the last few years into a traditional setting, because it's the type of surfboards that she's been riding for so long, originally on the Tyler Warrens, now onto the Michael Takeyamas. So it's been fun to be able to see her find a lot of success on this side of things. We're down to 16 minutes on the clock. We got a set rolling through here, but it doesn't look like anyone's gonna go. So we're gonna go to a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
And we're back, 13 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. No waves ridden during that commercial break. The situation remains the same with Avalon Gall of Southern California currently sitting in the lead, a 617 and a 4-point ride, taking the lead over Rachel Tilley, the 2015 World Longboard Champion, who's got that 717 on the board. She's chasing just a 3-point ride to take the victory away from Avalon. Both of these women looking for an opportunity to book themselves a spot into the quarterfinals, which will be really helpful in their campaign towards the Malibu Longboard World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. Consistency is pretty important, especially when you are wanting to, make that top 8. So round of 16, knockout just isn't going to cut it. You want to be making quarterfinals. and above in pretty much every event that you've got, you know, and things like semis is just another tick in the box. So for Avalon and Rachel, this is a really important heat, and as well for the rest of the women in this round of 16. It's really important to be progressing through the quarterfinals because it's just going to add to that point score, that point tally that you have to give you a better opportunity.
A couple of dogs have been hanging around down on the sand today.
I think I've made it my mission to try and say hi to most, if not all, of the dogs that I'm seeing there. And they're so friendly, which is awesome.
Now we know what True gets up to in between interviews.
Yeah.
Those maybe 20 minutes where we don't get to see your face on camera when you're roaming around. You're just hanging out with all the dogs.
I am, yeah.
Throwing a few tennis balls around. Rachel Tilley now with the paddle. Quick run up to the nose. Gets that second hang 5 in. Beautiful open carve. You can really see the way she opens up that outside shoulder as well. Her front left arm. And really unleashes into those turns. That's something she's worked really hard on with her dad, Glenn Tilley, who's an excellent shortboarder, competed for a long time, got Rachel into the water when she was probably just learning how to walk, and she just took to longboarding that he decided that was the route they had to take her on and led her into an early world title. But really getting that well-encompassed rail work into her repertoire as well as the nose riding was something they've always worked really hard on.
Yeah, and I feel like things like that, once you can kind of get to a space where you feel really comfortable, it's always exciting because you can add onto that. There's always little things that you can do to just make your performance a little bit better. And it's exciting to see that Rachel is really, she's keen to just keep progressing and keep getting better and fight for another world title.
A couple of kids building some sandcastles down on the beach as well. So lots of different activities. I'm sure we could find Ray down on the beach if we were to look hard enough. That's Avalon's dad. So Rachel and Avalon have similar relationships with their dad in the sense that they've spent a lot of time traveling together. Both their dads, as often as possible, are on the beach during their events. Of course, Rachel's family is in California, so a little hard for them to get over here for Bells. When Rachel lives on the Gold Coast and it's just, you know, a short flight to be here for a few days or for the week. Avalon's dad did travel on the road with her for this event, though, so it's always been great to see him behind the scenes, kind of stressing on the shoreline. Always have a look to see where he is, what corner he's hiding out in. But he's been a great figure behind Avalon surfing as well.
I've spent a lot of time traveling with my dad as well, competing and things like that, and it's, you know, I love that Rachel and Avalon spend a lot of, you know, quality time with them, and they work together to try and get the best out of their surfing. It's actually a really special relationship that you have with, you know, your family, and especially with your dad. It's exciting to, you know, have that comfort from home there where, you know, they can psych you up when you need it, or they can bring you back down to earth if you're kind of running a little bit hot. So I think it's great that Rachel and Avalon are both, you know, trying to stick to their roots and stick to that homegrown. And yeah, it's exciting to have people that you feel comfortable with come with you on the road, especially for longboard tour events. And you know, we see a lot of CT surfers as well have their parents or their dad on the road with them. So having that comfort it's really important, because you don't get that anywhere. You don't really get that otherwise. You're always sleeping in a different bed every other night. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's so true. Even the sibling factor, I know you're so close with your younger sister, Jessie. Rachel's really close with her little brother as well. And they've spent many years pushing each other in their surfing the way you and Jessie have.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of people are like, oh, sibling rivalry, things like that. But I just want to see Jessie do well. And I know that Jessie's the same, and same for Rachel and her brother. You know, you want to see your sibling do the best that they can and push them, but especially being the older sibling, you never want them to get one up on you.
Yeah, the competitiveness is definitely very strong. Well, Michael Tilley, Rachel's little brother, will be stoked to see Rachel drop in a 4.57 for that last wave. That does put her into the leading position over Avalon. Avalon chasing a 5.58 now, is just shy of her highest score at the moment. And it's been a little bit slow within this heat. You can see Rachel even just having a look back to the beach there, kind of going, just waiting for that next set to roll through. As we wait for it, we'll take a look at our 2023 WSL Longboard Tour schedule. Started out in Huntington Beach, backing off of the US Open, here at Bells Beach now. Up next is the Surf City El Salvador Longboard Classic at El Sunzal, finishing up at the Malibu Longboard Championships. So 2 more events on the calendar. That next event in El Salvador, all the surfers will be competing in, and every event counts. So all 3 of the first 3 events, Huntington, Bells, and El Salvador, All those points count to get you into that top 8 conversation, and it will just be the top 8 that advance through for finals day at Malibu.
Yeah, it's pretty cutthroat, isn't it? To have all 3 of those count. You really, as we've been saying, want to be making those quarterfinals, and there's really no room for mistakes as well in these events, which I think is in a way somewhat good because you have to perform to the best of your ability. So you're going to be seeing great surfing regardless of where you're at. And it's exciting this heat. We've had 6s and 7s drop in. The backups have kind of been in that 4 range. So hopefully the ocean starts to come alive again towards the last 7 minutes of this one, and we can see a couple of little lead changes. Who knows?
I think that's exactly what we're about to see. I mean, that was a solid set. Rachel specifically having to really scratch around to get over just that shallower area where she was sitting. Avalon was in a slightly better position just to make it around that wave. Rachel Tilley sitting with priority in red, which means she has the pick of the lineup. Now, Avalon's going to spin to go on this one, but Rachel is going to have a look at it as well. And if Rachel does stand up, then Avalon's going to have to get herself out of there. We're tracking with Avalon now, so I'm guessing that Rachel decided not to take off on this wave. And Avalon's gone straight up to the nose after that opening section. Pedals back, sets that line after another turn, sets it up again here on the Michael Takayama. Couple steps forward, gets those toes clenched over. Little wrap around here. She's a really powerful surfer when she's able to put that board on rail, but also just has so much grace within her surfing. Graceful kick out as well as the shore break, as graceful as it can be.
Yeah, that shore break is really hard to negotiate, so she did well kicking out a little bit earlier. So, wow, just really needing to negotiate that whitewash coming through. We'll have a look at the replay. Just coming through a couple of steps here as she waits for this one to really give her a critical section, and this is when she walks up, locks in for a nice 5, and she'll step back. And again, just back to the middle of the board there. She goes back to the power source. A couple of steps here, and as you're saying, Shannon, she's such a strong surfer, really driving through those motions. Nice 5 there as she waits for this one. Again, just really using all length of her board, and then this is where we'll see her kick out. nice and graceful right in the moment where she needed to, otherwise she could have been in the danger zone.
All right, so this is going to be an interesting one to see where the score drops in. She's chasing a 5.58. Love this look on that nose ride. She just looks so steady the moment she gets there. She's able to lock in also for, a second or two, which is really important. The judges will take note of that as opposed to those quick taps to the nose. But when a surfer, like that second one was just that quick tap, when a surfer can really lock those toes over and have that body positioning where they go from maybe a little bit of movement to suddenly just having arms poised, whether it's down at their side, kind of out next to them, or even one arm back, which is traditional of Avalon. We're always seeing her with that back arm up. Then you can see that surfer showing they're in control. They've placed their feet, they know exactly what they're doing on the nose, and they're waiting for that to ride out. And the judges absolutely loved it. It's a 7.33 as we see another glide taking off of the cliff. That is just so crazy to think of floating across the ocean here. So switch up in the results at the moment. Avalon sitting with a 7.33 on the board, and Rachel Tilley had priority on that one. What are your thoughts on her giving that wave away?
Yeah, I think that was a pretty bold move from Rachel. Whether it looked like she was actually a little bit wider from where Avalon was. So maybe she thought from the position where she was at that the wave wasn't really going to offer too much. And Avalon was just in a different position. So she was able to see the wave from a different view and go, yeah, I feel like this is going to open up and really offer me something. So it was a mistake, unfortunately, there for Rachel, letting Avalon go that wave, especially holding priority. Although it does put Rachel in a good position with 3.5 minutes to go. She needs that 6.34 and she holds that first priority. So she needs to keep her cool, not let Avalon sell her onto a wave, because Avalon just seems like, she's in the headspace of she wants to make the quarterfinals, so she'll do what she can to get there. And if she can try and get Rachel to, lose that priority, I'm sure she'll take advantage of that. So Rachel just really needs to identify the waves and see what's going to offer her that 6.34.
You can see the next heat getting ready to go out. Kalis Kalliopa'a, who's currently leading the rankings, and Natsumi Teoka As we take a look at Rachel now, weighted out this wave. Beautiful opening nose ride, S-turn, cross step straight out of the turn, back up to the nose, finds that nice 5, pedals back, sets her line here. Let's see what she's able to do on the end here. Huge down carve, and just goes incomplete, unfortunately. That was a heavy section. That was gnarly.
That was pretty impressive there for Rachel. If she could have just hung on to that end section, that would have been really great. But here she goes, locked in for that really beautiful 5 to start this wave off. The wave looks really clean and green. There's not too much whitewash on there. She waits for this one as she goes for another 5, locks it in. And then this is where we'll see her. She's kind of just deciding what she wants to do. Nice carve down, but it was just really unfortunate that she wasn't able to ride out of that end turn, because I feel like that was just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, that opening nose ride was perfect. It was right there in the zone. That second one as well after that great bit of rail work. But this finishing section got a bit tricky. Nice down carve, and then just gets clipped kind of on the heels by that one. So we'll see where the judges go with that as far as complete, incomplete on the finish. Rachel chasing a 6.34 to try and get the better of Avalon Gull. And Rachel did have a quarterfinal finish at Huntington Beach. For Avalon, it was that round of 16 finish. So it's important for Avalon to get a quarters, but if Rachel can find herself in the quarters at least once again, that's that consistency to keep her in a higher ranking throughout this tour. During that last replay, Avalon also got a piece of the action on a beautiful looking wave straight up to the nose.
Yeah, really nice nose ride there for Avalon. She gets a little bit caught behind, so this is the first look at this wave, so we'll see if she gets anything more. Doesn't really look like it, a little bit of a wobble, but she's gonna stick with it. Maybe try and see if she can get something on the inside. So she's gonna just patiently wait for this one, hoping that it will open up, but doesn't look like it will. So she's just gonna try and get out of there. There's less than a minute to go, so she's called it a day. She'll wait and hear what that score locks in for Rachel. I think this heat is really important for both Avalon and Rachel. Regardless, it will be Avalon's best result. But Rachel really needs to break another quarterfinal if she wants to see herself in that top 8 conversation.
Yeah, super important. Down to 30 seconds, Rachel's getting herself back to, that takeoff zone. Score still to come through from the judges. So Rachel at the moment needs a 6.34 unless Avalon can increase on the 6.17. Was just that single locked in nose ride without any rail work or anything else to connect together on the inside for Avalon. We'll see where the judges go with that combination surfing for Tilly. In previous head-to-head matchups, Rachel's had Avalon both times. They matched up back in 2022 at the Manly event, the Sydney Surf Pro, as we see Rachel up and riding once again. They also matched up back in 2019 in Galicia at the quarterfinals where Rachel took the win. Rach back to the nose here, through to the inside section. We're still waiting on scores from the previous wave as Avalon's on the shore. Rachel's finding another nose ride. Cross-stepping, looking soulful as she comes in for the finish. One last nose ride onto the shore, and this could be a wave that really matters as Avalon is standing there and just watch the entire thing from the sand. Wow.
Yeah, that's never a nice feeling, especially when you've come in a little bit early from a heat. Yeah, it's never nice watching your competitor get a wave knowing that they need a score of 6.34. Avalon would have a decent idea about, what that looks like. That previous to last of Rachel's was a 6.1, so that wasn't the score. If she was maybe able to ride out of that carve, it could have been the score that she was requiring. So yeah, that really was, a big moment there for Rachel to complete that ride, but we'll see what that last wave comes in as.
I think you've absolutely nailed that with the previous wave. The ride out would have had the score for Rachel. It was just a 6.34, so 0.24 higher than what she ended up getting. Now a 5 is on the board for Avalon for her previous wave, which is coming through and doesn't change her situation. For Rachel Tilly, her last wave is a 4.17. We just saw it come through there from the judges, and it's not enough to take her into the leading position. So the heat goes to our surfer in blue, Avalon Gull, and what a tight matchup. 13.50 for Avalon, 13.27 for Rachel. And Avalon finds herself into the quarterfinals. Rachel Tilley out in the round of 16. We've got more action to come. That was a really exciting heat to call. Well done to both of the women in the water. Can't wait to see how Avalon goes in the quarters. We got Sam Bleakley and Liv Stokes, surfer for Canada, coming up in the next heat right after this.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in to the continuation of day 3 of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic, presented by Rip Curl, live from Dirac on the Victorian coast. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the commentary box with a special guest, World Tour surfer Liv Stokes. Thanks for your company. You're on the tour this year, sadly eliminated, but you've got El Salvador to look forward to, but you're going to be able to offer so much insight to these athletes coming up, Liv.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to offer some insight into the heats, and yeah, bummed to get knocked out in the last round, but everything's a learning experience, and I'm stoked for El Salvador.
And of course, being based in Southern California, you ride Michael Takayama boards. We just saw another Michael Takayama team rider, Avalon Ghoul, take the win. How does that mean for you to know that your shaper is having such success here at Bells Beach?
Oh, I'm so excited. I've known Avalon since we were like 13 years old, and she just absolutely rips. I know Michael's stoked at home, cheering her on, and I'm super excited to see how the event goes for her.
And of course, Kayamana's 25th birthday as well, Avalon's partner Kayamana. But right now we've got Hawaiian Kalise Kelio-Paha surfing against Natsumi Teioka from Japan. Kalise out of the Young Waikiki crew, surfing queens, and of course riding the Kai Salas Longboard Company board. She's got a wonderful Thunderbolt model, the Waikiki model, as she's riding the lava flow this time and just kicks out of that, luckily wearing the leash. Natsumi from Chiba in Japan, multiple Japanese champion, rides the Nobo Ogarashi boards. And of course, you've surfed against both of these women. What's it like, Liv, coming up against a Kalise and a Natsumi?
Oh, they're hammers. I mean, they're just so good. You have to be confident in yourself when you're paddling out against either of these women. You know they're so good. Kalise just has so much style and grace. Everything she does, she just makes look beautiful. And Natsumi's been absolutely charging these past couple weeks we've been here at Bells Beach. So I'm really excited to see how this heat's going to go down. And
Natsumi had that incredible performance in that round 1. She really took a really good win against Chloe Calmon and Avalon Ghoul. But what about this opening wave from Kalise, Liv? What do you think of this?
Yeah, I was watching a couple heats before, and it looked pretty slow, especially in Zoe and Mason's heat. But looks like she got a good one. It's going through to the inside, get some good nose rides.
Riding the lava flow model, so all of the Hawaiian crew on the Kai Salas Longboard Company boards have brought their usual single fins. We've seen a lot of success on the Waikiki model, ridden by Kelly's Kelly-Opaha. That's the board she won in Huntington, first event, World Longboard Tour. You had a great showing there, but they've also got these speed shapes. You know, what will be the advantage of Khalees switching to this narrower-tailed, more lively board?
Yeah, definitely. There's pros and cons to either side. The 2+1, especially with the narrow tail, that will help her navigate through sections more quickly, as opposed to a single fin with maybe a larger tail that could be a little bit more slow. But then on the other side of it, those single fins with the wide tails offer a lot of stability for nose rides. So you kind of have to weigh the pros and cons, see what you feel comfortable with. A lot of people, I mean, including myself, haven't ridden a lot of 2+1s recently, so it's about what you feel comfortable with.
Khalees dropping a 3.83 for that first wave and a 1.0. So Natsumi waiting to catch her first wave. Of course, we continue this format with the 30-minute heats, those top two waves. Natsumi's famous for that quick footwork, and as I was saying, she had a great opening heat 5 of that first round, beating both Chloe Calmon and Avalon Gould. But talking of Avalon Gould, she just took the win. Fantastic performance, and she's down on the glass with the wax head.
Guys, we have a really light-hearted and very relaxed Avalon. How was that heat, and how are you feeling? Are you relieved or what?
Yeah, I'm definitely relieved, but I'm also really proud of how Rachel surfed. I always meet up with her in pretty much every contest, and it's always a pleasure surfing with her.
And how did the board feel? It's a unique take. It's similar to your boyfriend Kaimana's board, but a little bit different, right?
Yeah, it was actually Kai's board was my board in the beginning, but yeah, I really am loving it. I got it like a day or two before Bell's, so just trying it out here. Pretty different from what I normally ride, but it's working amazing, and I'm absolutely loving it.
You said it was a little bit thinner and you wanted to go to turns out there, which you did, and the nose rides. Is that something you really feel that you can excel on these types of boards as well, both nose riding and turning?
Yes, I do. I love all of Michael's boards that he shaped me, and like he really has watched me since I was like a young girl, and like he's helped me through everything and like makes me the best boards that suit my surfing, and I couldn't be more thankful.
There we go. Avalon super stoked with her equipment. She'll be moving on to the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, congratulations, Avalon. She'll be matching up against Soleil Erico in that second quarterfinal. We already know that Honolulu Bloomfield, 3 times Women's World Longboard Champion, will be surfing against Mason Schremer in the first quarterfinal. And the winner of this heat will meet either Alice Lemoyne or Tully White. So waiting for a score to drop for Khalees Kelly-Opaha. That third ride looked exciting. Of course, Khalees's footwork, you referenced that. You saw her take the win in Huntington a few weeks ago. You know, what is so special about Khalees's style and her composure on the nose and through the turns and footwork?
Yeah, I've never seen a wave that Khalees takes where she just looks always so poised. She carries herself with so much grace, like through her turns and her nose rides. It's just very special to watch, especially on these waves, which can sometimes look a little bit out of control. She really manages to maintain that composure.
And she drops a good score coming up for that last wave. We'll wait for that to get averaged down. Natsumi gets a 2.5 for her first wave. You know, what I love about Khalees is that footwork and control, as we can really see on this big overhead wave. Waiting for this score to drop, Liv, but it looks strong.
Yeah, it looks super strong. That was a nice turn that she got. She's a little bit out of the pocket for the nose ride, but it also looks like it's flattening out on the shoulder. It's super high tide right now. It was high tide about maybe 40 minutes ago. So it is really hard to navigate, but she's doing a really good job. And here's Natsumi.
So this was a 2.5 for Natsumi, known for that quick footwork and had that great performance, beating Avalon and Chloe Calmon in that opening heat. That was a strong start. Of course, she didn't surf in the elimination round yesterday. Avalon did surf in the elimination round, as did Chloe. Tell us about your experience in the elimination round yesterday in those excellent clean conditions at Rincon.
Yeah, that was some of the most beautiful waves I've ever seen in my life. It was so perfect. Yeah,
for a Southern California-based surfer.
Yeah, like if those waves were at home, there would be 100 people out in the water. And I'm sure there would have been if there wasn't a competition going on yesterday. But yeah, it was just so perfect. Unfortunately, I did get knocked out. It was a little bit slow. I will say it took a while for the waves to come. So I wasn't able to find a second backup score, but I had so much fun out there.
It was so close. You were surfing against Kira Molnar, the Australian based up in Noosa Heads, and it was a really close affair. Kira had that 10.87 total. You just less than half a point
I know.
behind. It's a 10.53 as we see live action turning to have a look. Possibly Khalees Kaleo-Paha might take a look at this one. She's got a nice high line, elegant straight up for her feet with 4 beautiful clean cross steps to the nose, and then slicing, snaking, sweeping back and forth again for a second nose ride, and then walking out of each turn with really controlled cross steps as she moves herself through on the lava flow model. Kai Salas Longboard Company stylishly kicking out there. Khalees Kaleo-Paha, our current tour leader, looking really, really lively, and I like to see her on this board. This is a really nice, refreshing Khalees Kaleo-Paha. She serves beautifully on all equipment, but it's been a while since I've seen her on more of this speed shape equipment.
Yeah, I feel like that's a transition that a lot of tour surfers are making right now. With these waves like Bells and Sunzal, they can be a little bit faster. Here's Khalees up right now. I like how she's staying busy because there seem to be such long lulls. Great nose ride, very smooth turn. Gets a little tap there, looking for it to open up, and she does another beautiful turn. I just love how her arms are, how she holds them out. I always think she looks like a ballerina or something in like a music box.
Absolutely, dance-like qualities all the way. And Natsumi, known for her fast footwork. Natsumi had a 17th in Huntington, defeated by Alice Lemoyne, but she's had a great season on the regional Asian WSL qualifying tour, getting a first at La Union at the International Pro there, and getting a first at the Padrel Longboard Classic in Bali, Indonesia. So that turned her into the Asia qualifier for the World Longboard Tour. And you also had a first at the Steel Pier Classic in Virginia Beach for a North American qualifier. How important is it, confidence-wise, to get those regional wins?
Oh, so important. I mean, the regional wins, although they aren't the CT or the Longboard Tour, there's still a lot of amazing surfers there. So getting that win was something that I've really wanted for a long time, and I got second in North America, and I was super excited with that. Didn't think I qualified for the tour, but got the season wild card, so I'm really thankful for the WSL to allowing me to come compete this year.
And of course you beat Avalon Gall in that final, the Steel Pier Classic at Virginia Beach. So that must feel good to see Avalon having this big result, getting to the quarterfinals. She might go further, knowing that you've had experience beating people going this far in an event.
Yeah, that's always something like in the back of your mind. I feel really confident in my abilities. I'm super stoked about how I've been surfing recently. I'm just trying to build on it. Obviously things happen. Sometimes the ocean doesn't go your way. But I've had some time since graduating college to really focus on surfing, so I'm excited to go into El Salvador.
Is this your first trip down to the Victoria Coast?
I've never been to Australia before. I was so excited to come here. It's beautiful, the food is delicious, the waves, I can only imagine when it's warm, it must be just paradise. It's paradise now, just a little bit colder paradise.
And what about the energy for the other traveling surfers? How has it been for you all to experience such an iconic point break?
Yeah, I feel like me personally, I feel like a lot of the girls, we've all been talking a lot. This is kind of a new experience for everyone. I feel like not a lot of people, especially longboarders, have come here. So it's really new, and we've all been talking out in the water and having a really good time and kind of bonding over that.
We've got Natsumi Teoka having a look, but let's go to a quick break and find out what happens next very soon. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action, surf fans. A pleasure to have your company. Thanks for tuning in as we move into the remaining 14 minutes of this heat number 5, round of 16, day 3, Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Natsumi Teoka from Japan has just dropped a 6.5 with quick footwork up to the nose on a big overhead Bells Bowl wall. Liv Stokes, what do you think of this beauty?
Oh, it looks sick. Look, she's on the nose. Takes a couple steps back. Her footwork is just so precise, always. Great turn. Another quick tap on the nose. Looks like maybe she got tangled up in her leash there, but another powerful turn as she makes her way to the inside. You can see really the bump in her board. It must be very hard to manage out there right now, I can only imagine. Oh, and she just loses her footing.
The shore break. But her speed of the footwork, one of the trademarks of Natsumi, and she has been a successful competitor for a long time now, a number of years. It's no surprise to see her dropping scores like a 6.5. And of course, Natsumi Teoka, grown out of a really strong Japanese longboard culture. Japan has continued to produce really dynamic longboarders. But Khalees Gaileo-Paha now in second position. She needs a 4.01. She's carrying a 5 and she's carrying a 3.83. But while we got a lull, let's get a conditions update with the Wax Head.
Guys, I'm noticing the tide on its way back out. We have some backwash coming through Rincon here, and that chop that Natsumi hit through the shore break is a result of that tidal change. So it's bouncing off the cliffs and running back out again. There are still some fantastic Rincon bowls. It's interesting that no one's paddled up there, so perhaps if there's a priority situation, someone needs a wave, there are still some definite mid-range scores up the point. But for the moment, they're surfing the bowl, and we're going to go back to live action because I can see a wave coming.
Great stuff, the Wax Head. Thanks for the insight there. So that side wash bouncing off the cliff as the tide starts to drop. We've got the opportunities for scoring potential at Rincon, but we've got the surfers sitting on the Bells Bowl. 12 minutes remaining. Priority with Khalees Gaileo-Paha. What goes through your head, Liv, when you're chasing a low score of a 4?
Well, I can tell you when I was chasing looks like we got Natsumi taking a look at this one.
Live action, Natsumi Teoka looking to drop a 2.5, runs up to the tip, gets the 5, pedals back. That wave just dies on her. It won't replace that 2.5. It leaves Khalees Gaileo-Paha in control, and it leaves that same question framed. What goes through your head when it's a low attainable score for Khalees to chase?
Well, we were just talking earlier, she has priority, but me and Caitlin Mickelson actually were talking about maybe it's better to be in second priority because then you can kind of paddle for things without fear of losing priority, especially when it's kind of like this where you're not sure if it's going to stand up or not. But Khalees is in priority now, so if I were her, I'd probably sit at the back and wait for a good one.
Of course, Khalees, Queens Waikiki, raised and rooted, rides the Kai Salas Longboard Company surfboard. She has a fantastic Thunderbolt model, the Waikiki model. Big shout out to her mum, Malea, who is here with her. And of course, her dad, JP, a great Hawaiian surfer. Her brother, Moses. And of course, she has been a winner of a variety of competitions, not only her WSL World Longboard Tour success, but also a winner of the Mexi Log Fest, a winner of a Vans Duct Tape event, but is here now at the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic where she's got some pressure on her shoulders. She's still young, but she's developing this real ability to dig deep in heats, and we really noticed that in Huntington. When she needed the scores, she dug deep and she delivered.
Yeah, for sure. I remember watching the semifinal that she was in. She got the score, I think, in maybe the last 30 seconds, might be wrong, but she was just walking up the beach and she looked so worried about getting that score. And then when it finally came, you could just see the sigh of relief. But she's really able in those really tough moments to find those scores. But that's not to discredit Natsumi. She is also an amazing competitor. And I'm interested to see how the rest of this heat goes.
Well, interestingly, the first time I actually saw Khalees surfing was at the ISA World Longboard Championship in Hainan, China in 2018. Khalees was just 12. Natsumi got a bronze medal in that. In fact, she got a copper medal in that event. Kai Salas won the men's. Tori Gilkison won the women's. But for me, watching Khalees age 12, that became a benchmark for me now, seeing any young women longboarders rising up. I always have this compare to Khalees when I saw her at 12 benchmark. And at 12, I just thought, wow, what a bright star. So much grace and talent. That woman is going to be a world champion. And sure enough, she's growing into that, and she's been dominating international events and also maintaining that kind of Hawaiian grace and poise, having a powerful approach, but all the while having so much elegance and grace throughout those powerful moves and nose rides.
Yeah, for sure. That's a really high standard to hold all the 12-year-old girls to, but I mean, she's one of the best women's longboarders right now, so it's a good benchmark to have. Yeah, I'm excited to see how the rest of the season goes, especially the rest of this heat. I absolutely love watching all these women surf. It's a bummer that I got knocked out, but it means I get to sit here as a commentator and I get to watch. And watching women's longboarding is one of my favorite things to do in the entire world, so I'm winning either way.
Little set on the horizon. Khalees Kelio-Paha needing a 4.01. Is she going to go for this? She's got a nice high line opportunity here. It looks like she's going to be up and riding. Khalees Kelio-Paha, the goofy footer, 2 steps. Maybe the opportunity for a nose ride. Touches that 5. A lot of chandelier white water there. Walks back to the tail. Puts that board on a nice sweeping turn and sets herself up with more footwork. Back to the tail, snaking back and forth. She's got some clean walls ahead. Walking back, going left into a full nice wrap of the toes, curled over with a really graceful cross-step turn, setting herself up with a walk up to the 5 and a pedal back to the tail and into a sucky inside section with the float onto the sand, chasing a score, and it feels like she's going to get that on that one.
Yeah, that was a beautifully surfed wave. I'm interested to see the replay just to look at all the different components. Yeah, she fully committed to that wave, rode it all the way onto the sand.
That's the lava flow model there, opting to go for the single fin, has the opportunity for the 2+1 side bites if she needs them, but that single fin for her looked absolutely incredible. Let's pick this apart, Liv, and see if you think it's going to get the 4 she needs.
Yeah, she's got a beautiful high line. I will say I feel like it's tricky to be on your backhand here because it's just hard to get around those sections. But then she does a beautiful turn, does a great job. Wave goes a bit flat, but she's still staying in the critical section or doing some of those transition turns to stay in the critical section.
Super lively.
Yeah, super lively. I like that there's no dead spots when she's surfing a wave. She always has movement.
Cross-step turn setup as well.
Yeah, beautiful. And then she goes to hit it, and you can see her face when she realizes she's about to fall. But she fully committed to that, and I think that will definitely be the 4 that she needs.
So 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Sitting out there with priority will be Natsumi Teoka, waiting for that score to drop. These are our women coming up in the next heat. It's going to be Alice Lemoyne and Tully White. Of course, you saw Alice win gold at the ISA World Longboard Championship in El Salvador, El Sunzal in May. You are competing for Canada there. That's our next stop on the World Surf League World Longboard Tour. I bet you're looking forward to that.
Oh, I'm so excited. I had the best time in El Salvador, and I know all the girls who went for ISAs also did. I'm staying in the same hotel, so super excited to be somewhere that I'm already really comfortable with. Alice was absolutely ripping that entire event through some really tricky conditions, so she'll definitely be a force to be reckoned with going into the next stop.
5.17 for Khalees Kelio-Paha. So she's got a 5 and a 5.17. She's now got a 10.17. Natsumi's got a 6.5 and a 2.5. Total of 9 means she needs a 3.67 in her head. Probably just thinking, I need a 4. But of course, there's still time for Khalees to drop one of those 5s and improve on her situation. But she's on the inside, so it's going to take a couple of minutes to paddle out. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Natsumi under pressure. It's a very attainable score, that 3.67.
Oh, super attainable. I mean, if she gets into a good wave, she should be able to get that no problem. So it's really going to be, I feel like, a timing thing. Like who's at the back when the good sets are coming and who has priority, stuff like that, especially when we get down to the bottom 5 minutes of this heat.
Of course, Liv representing Canada, born and raised in Oceanside. You have dual citizenship, I believe, USA and Canada?
I was actually born and raised in Orange County, in Aliso Viejo. But yeah, I've been a dual citizen of Canada since I was a baby. My dad, he grew up in Toronto and lived there for 30 years. And my whole family's from Toronto. And it makes me really excited to be able to represent our family and our culture. All my family in Canada who didn't really get into surfing until I started. They're so proud, and they're tuning into all the competitions to see what represent Canada.
And what about the Canadian longboard culture and longboard scene?
There's a super strong Canadian longboard culture. There's basically 2 spots in Canada where you can surf.
Only 2?
Well, there's 2 main hubs. There's the East Coast and the West Coast. On the West Coast, we got Tofino, which is on Vancouver Island. And on the East Coast, we have Nova Scotia. And there's a very, very strong longboard culture there. Some beautiful longboard waves, absolutely freezing, so cold. But just the perfect longboard waves.
And of course, you'll be familiar with Malibu, up the road from where you've grown up surfing. And of course, Malibu is where we'll be crowning our world champions. The top 8 men and the top 8 women will be seeded this way. Seeds 8, 7, and 6 have that first match to meet seeds 4 and 5. And then it's that title match. The surfer who works their way through to meet the number 1 seed will have a best of 3 showdown at one of the iconic longboard waves on a day-long event between the 3rd and 13th of October. Wow, Liv Stokes, I bet that's something that you want to be.
Oh, 100%. I love Malibu, and I think this is a really cool format. I mean, I loved watching Steph Gilmore come from behind last year, as we all did, and win that title, so it's definitely possible coming into 8th to win that title. So I think it's going to be a super exciting event to either be in or for the spectators to watch all day.
So tune in live for that sometime between 3rd and 13th of October, the Malibu Longboard Championship. But right now, this is the 2nd event of the World Longboard Tour, the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. Surfers will be already carrying points for their performance in Huntington. They'll be adding with their performance here in Bells. They'll be moving to El Salvador, and then the top 8 men and the top 8 women will be surfing in that one-day event, called on the best swell day of that waiting period for Malibu. As we can see a little bit of movement, is the priority going to switch back to Khalees Kealiopaha? It looked like Natsumi had a look, but maybe Khalees wasn't deemed to yet be in the lineup. What do you think, Liv?
Yeah, she was kind of not super committed to the wave. She was kind of paddling at an angle. Now she's fully committed to this one.
Live action, Natsumi Teoka chasing a 3.67, 4 steps up for a 5, high in the wave, gets herself down to the middle of the wave using her footwork. Back on the tail, sweeping turn, coming off the middle of the wave once again. This wave just dying out a little bit, but already you feel like that 3.67 is a possibility as she sets herself up for the inside, straight up for a nice crisp 5, touches it quickly and pedals back with a quick footwork, and the wave steepens through the shore break, past the Bells Bowl as she goes for the 5, just get hit by a chop, but only chasing a 3.67. It might well put Khalees Kealiopaha in the position where she has a score that she needs to get. With 2 minutes remaining, that Rip Curl 2-minute warning just kicking in. Here's the replay. What do you think, Liv?
So she stands up, she got a nice high line, runs to the nose, runs back. Oh, and then it definitely steepens up, but she's utilizing that speed really well with the trim. Rips a cut back. She's kind of now just kind of waiting for it to stand up again because it has that flat section, but she's doing a really great job of it. Turning, and then waiting for this inside section to stand up. Gets a tap there. Board's moving super quickly. She's trying to get some more footwork done, and then she falls on the inside.
So relative to her scoring 2.5 and her 6.5, where do you think that ride sits?
I'm going to say that is going to be, which I think that's going to be a 3.67, 100%. I don't think it's going to be as high as her 6.5, just because she didn't hold her nose rides maybe as long as she did on her 6.5.
And it looks like Khalees has got a score to drop as well. So Khalees Kealiopaha also got this wave as she sets herself up. Rail work there, a little bit of a foam climb, loose and lively, not much open wall ahead, and recognizing that she didn't feel it was going to go in her top 2. So now we've got to paddle battle the 2 women with 45 seconds remaining. Khalees on the inside, Natsumi on the outside. She won't have to move through that foam. You'd imagine Natsumi's probably going to get more momentum just by being out on the shoulder, but there's only 35 seconds remaining, Liv.
Yeah, oh, looks like there's another wave coming, and Khalees is kind of just in that impact zone. I know from experience, paddling out in that impact zone is really, really tricky, so it looks like Natsumi's going to get priority, but I don't think it'll matter.
Wow, there might not be enough time left for Khalees to get a wave as we wait for a score to drop. We know Khalees' score is not going to change the situation, but Natsumi gets the score that she needs, and it puts her into first position because she drops a 4.27, Liv, and she moves up into first. Khalees Kelio-Paha needed a 5.61. She's up and riding, could well be before the horn, walks up to the nose. It's a smaller wave, touches the 5, cross steps back to the tail, but even if that was before the horn, that wave wouldn't be enough of a score. So Natsumi Teoka on a roll has eliminated our tour leader. That's a massive result, Liv.
Yeah, that's an insane result. Natsumi is actually my housemate. We're staying at the same house together right now. Khalees has had a great run, but I'm so stoked for Natsumi. She ripped this heat.
Wow, what a full-on result there. Natsumi Teoka takes the win over Khalees Kelio-Paha. So Natsumi will surf against either Alice Lemoine or Tully White in the winner of our next heat, heat number 6, that will be coming up very soon. Just waiting for that last score to tabulate for Khalees Kelio-Paha. Obviously, well, there's actually could be 2 scores to tabulate if that last wave was in time, but you just feel as if that score that she needs, a 5.61, what we have seen on those last 2 waves, it just didn't feel like the waves offered that scoring potential.
No, and I think I saw her hands. They were still on the rails when the horn blew, so I don't think it would matter. But also, yeah, it was kind of a smaller wave.
Comes in close though, comes in at a 4.53, so that was the previous wave. I don't think that last wave was in time, so oh so close. If she'd stayed with it, maybe she could have manufactured the score she needed, but it's going to move on to Alice Lemoine and Tully White coming up next, and great camaraderie there. Wonderful to see. Of course, Khalees will be bitterly disappointed, but congratulations, Natsumi Teoka. Great result. Stay with us, surf fans. We'll be right back. Lemoine against White coming up super soon. Welcome back to the Great Ocean Road, an hour and a half by car from Melbourne, Victoria, stretching 150 miles along in a striking, winding coastline, overlooking some of the best waves on the planet, with swell exposure to the Southern Ocean. And of course, just down the coast, the towering 12 Apostles are an incredible geological feature, as we see Alice Lemoine from France coming up against Tully White from the northern beaches of Australia in the Sydney area. Tully, of course, a very stylish regular footer. Alice, reigning ISA Women's World Longboard Champion, a title she has won twice, the 28-year-old from France, born and raised in Saint-Gilles, Reunion Island, and now based in Biarritz, where she actually works for the Biarritz government doing a lot of environmental and educational stuff, raising awareness about environmental issues, talking to local schools. I know you live a graduate and academic. Tell us a little bit about your recent credentials academically, which are pretty impressive.
Yeah, I just graduated from UCLA. Go Bruins. I graduated in March. I had the best time at UCLA. I will say it was not the best spot to be if you want to surf a lot. Looks like maybe we have someone taking a look at this wave.
It looks to be Alice Lemoyne on the inside. Tully White had a look. It's a foamy one. Alice Lemoyne on the Luffy board kicks out. She won't get a strong score on the board, but she will leave Tully White also studying. She's studying environmental science at CSU Online. She's now got priority. She's up and riding, but is Alice Lemoyne having a look at that wave? No, she's not. I thought there was going to be some kind of priority interference situation there. But a nice opening nose ride for Tully White. Smooth, solid. We've really learned to recognize that Tully's got a beautiful classic approach from Manly on the northern beaches, and she looks fantastic here. Nice and lively. A multiple Australian junior and senior champion riding the Keo boards from the Rhino factory in Brookvale and getting a big hoot on the beach. A big fan base. Her parents are here, Alistair and Donna. They're cheering, and that was a really nice, lively start for Tully. And interesting because there was a hustle for that first wave. Alice took it, kicked out, and it went in Tully's favor because that was a nice scorer to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, oh, there she gets the nose ride. There's always something to be said for getting the first wave of the heat, kind of setting the tempo, but then also it leaves yourself open to priority stuff like this, where it leaves Tully at the back to get this beautiful wave. She's cross-stepping, gets the nose ride. She's gotten a couple of those on this wave already. Love the flow that she has. Love that turn.
Yeah, board shaped by Johnny Gill. Beautiful flow on them. And also an environmentalist, an ambassador for Surfers for Climate. Everyone would have heard of Belinda Baggs, you know, one of the icons of women's longboarding, of course. You know, iconic pictures of Belinda hanging 10 really would have inspired your generation and many more. Belinda's a local now to this coast. She's also does a lot of ambassadorial work for Surfers for Climate, which she co-founded. And great to see Tully taking that environmental activism. And that's something that's an important element of this event, Liv, you know, really trying to kind of eliminate single-use plastics and demonstrate a positive environmental impact. And it's really great to have the support of Bioglan here and all of the connection with the landscape that is so prevalent on the Victoria coast.
Yeah, I love the commitment to environmentalism. That's something that's super important to me, as well as all the other surfers in this event. Yeah, I forgot my water bottle at home, and I went to go try to find a plastic water bottle here, and I couldn't find one, so I've been drinking water out of a soup cup, which is a little inconvenient, but really great to show WSL's commitment to environmentalism.
Great stuff. And of course, you're also a writer as well. You know, I've read some of your pieces. Would you like to have a career within the surf media in the future?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I definitely have a lot of different interests, but I would love to find a career maybe that would pull together like my journalism, because I wrote for the newspaper at UCLA, and also surfing, which I'm so passionate about. So, yeah, if you have any career opportunities, hit me up.
And also judging is an exciting opportunity. We see former Women's World Longboard champion Tori Gilkison now working as a head judge. Does that interest you to work as a judge in the future?
100%. I'm currently going through kind of the same systems that Tori did when she was my age. I'm judging for the WSA, which is a surf system at home, and then also Scholastic Surf Series, and I'm judging with a lot of the same people she did. She's been such a huge inspiration for me throughout my entire surf career. I love the way she's surfed and how she's kind of parlayed her surfing into the judging. But yeah, I love judging. It's super fun, and I can't wait to do it more in the future.
And someone who impressed the judges on that heat, Natsumi Teoka from Japan. She is down on the glass with the wax head.
The experience, Natsumi, how was it out there?
I'm so happy to go win. I'm so nervous before the heat, but I talk by myself and calm down and then just do what I want to do. And then, yeah, I missed a couple of big sets, but I can't wait a good one. So I'm so stoked.
Yeah, but I mean, you're always stoked, Natsumi. But last night we shared a free surf together, and it was really tricky to find that way into the wave. What was your method? What were you choosing? What was your wave selection like?
I watching the wave like 5 heat before, and then yeah, some set is really clean and not bumpy, so I'm focused just clean waves to get the clean waves. Yeah.
And to your friends and family back home, do you want us to have a say hello to them?
ライブで応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。本当にこのヒート勝ちたくて、しっかり波を待っていい波つかむことができました。次のヒートもいい波乗って自分のペースでサーフィンできるように頑張ります。引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。Thank you.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Back to you guys.
Up and riding with a beautiful nose ride, Alice Lemoyne. The winner of this heat will go up against Natsumi Teoka. This is a big bouncy foamy one, but on her Portuguese-built Luffy single fin, she did have a really critical nose ride on that takeoff there. So a 5 drop for Tully White's first ride, only 1 wave ridden for Tully. Alice kicks off with those couple of small scores which she just kicked out. This is going to be Alice's first scorer. Where do you think it's going to be relative to Tully's 5?
It's hard to say because she did have that super critical nose right at the back. She had a lot of speed. You can rewatch the wave now. She stands up, gets that nose right, holds it for a while. And then, as we know from watching this wave, it kind of gets really foamy and tricky to ride through, and then it just kind of closes out on her. And I feel like the scores that are really going high are ones that are going all the way to the inside. So I don't know if it'll eclipse Tully's wave, but I do think maybe it'll be in the 4 range, based on the strength of her nose right out the back.
Yeah, it was a great nose ride. So she just needs a 4.44 to change the situation, but Tully only 1 wave ridden. Tully, of course, had that fantastic 3rd place finish at the GWM Sydney Surf Pro in 2022 last year. This season, she's got a 1st at the Manly Classic, which is a great result. She had a 9th at Huntington, but look out who she lost to, Alice Lemoyne. These women have already had a matchup this season. Did you watch that heat when Tully lost to Alice earlier this season?
I didn't watch that heat. How did it go?
Well, Alice got the win, so
yeah.
It meant that Tully had the 9th. So is it payback time for Tully White?
Maybe. Me and my friends were actually talking about this week. We feel like a lot of the times people match up against the same people over and over again. Like Chloe and Natsumi always tend to match up during heats. So it does create some nice little rivalries. But yeah, this might be Tully's time to get the win.
And she got a 5th in the Noosa Longboard Open, and Chloe Calmon beat her on that. But looking very strong, Tully White with that 5.0 and a 4.17 for Alice Lemoyne. So it doesn't actually change the situation. Tully's still out there in the lead with that 5, only 1 wave ridden, as we see Andrew Carruthers there and his wonderful partner. Great to have Andrew Carruthers down here shooting beautiful content, as he has done for many decades for the world's best longboarders. As we move into the last 20 minutes, as you can see that Luffy board, the yellow board under Alice Lemoyne, she sits up, she has a little look over the top of this, and of course Tully White is sitting there in priority, looking to get that 2nd score. A little rounded pintail for Tully White's board, and more of a square tail for Alice Lemoyne's board there. And we've got nice glassy conditions now as the tide starts to drop. It's improved through the day. It was very challenging this morning, as we see Tully White having a look at this. 18 minutes remaining, her 2nd score. Beautiful wall ahead of her. She's up and riding, stalls it, sets that line, looking for the nose ride, touches the 5, pedals back, keeps the trim speed going, poised, back up for another 5. Great footwork walking out of that 2nd nose ride, bouncy and foamy, widening the stance just to keep in control, having to straighten out there, but a beautiful, stylish bottom turn there, and she's just eyeing up the opportunity to get back out on a little bit of face, but it looks pretty bouncy as she moves through to the inside and just puts that board on rail once again, sets herself up, moving back towards the left side. But the scoring has been done for Tully White. I can hear Donna and Alistair, her parents, cheering on the beach. That was strong surfing from Tully. She's going to add to that 5, and she's going to put the pressure on Alice Lemoyne.
Yeah, really strong surfing. She got some great nose rides at the back. Unfortunately, through the inside, it did close out on her. So she wasn't able to get a ton of work done on the inside, but I do think what she did out the back will, it'll definitely be enough to replace her 2nd wave, which is nothing.
very patient, very stylish, you know, really becoming one of the kind of stalwarts of the more classic longboard style from Alhambra Heights in Sydney on the northern beaches, surfs at Manly, and look at her here, just demonstrating that beautiful footwork and flow, Liv.
Yeah, I think she has a really good line through the outside, gets another nose ride before it closes out, but you can just see how tricky it is out there, even though it has glassed off. Definitely the conditions of yesterday are no more, but she's doing a really great job of navigating through that inside section, because you see how much her board is bumping, and I know from personal experience it's really hard to hang on to. She gets a nice little turn there on the inside. Not super critical because of all the white water, but she's done a great job working with this wave.
Absolutely, and she's just done a great job with her longboarding. The fact that she only started age 12 and she's really just become one of the best in the world. As we get this Bioglan replay, you can really see her poise, Liv, the way she's patient with the wave.
Yeah, I think she's been in really great rhythm this heat. Like we were talking about earlier, getting the first wave of the heat can be good, but also it kind of put Alice in a position where Tully has been in the spot to get all the best waves.
Alice Lemoine will be chasing now a score because Tully White has dropped to 3.50, so it hasn't really put it too much out of reach for Alice Lemoine. Alice now needs a 4.34. Looks like she might have just either had a look at that wave or kicked out. She did ride that wave, comes at a 0.37, so she's moved further inside. Tully on the inside won't be able to gain priority because she's still paddling out. So Alice rushing around a little bit psychologically. What's the technique, the tactic for Alice now with 15 minutes remaining?
I think the technique for Alice now would be to wait at the back for a good one. I mean, obviously you want strong scores, especially when you're coming up against such a fierce competitor like Tully White. You don't want to just have a couple of fours, you want maybe a couple of sixes and sevens. So Alice should be sitting and really holding her ground, using that priority and taking off on a good set.
Well, let's find out what happens next in the second half of this heat. All to play for here live from Bells Beach. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Wadawurrung Country, Dirac, as we see Alice Lemoine chasing a score. She needs a 4.34. Tully White's got a 5 and a 3.50. Alice Lemoine walking out of that last nose ride on her Louis Benti Luffy board, her Sigelfin, chasing a very attainable score with Tully out there in the lead, but waiting to tabulate 2 more scores for Alice Lemoine. She looked happy as she came to the end of that wave.
Yeah, let's see. So she takes off. Looks like she's getting a couple quick steps to the nose, gets the nose right out the back. another nose right at the back, holds it for a long time. Oh.
Whoa. Unfortunate, the bounce and the size and the power. You really get to see how big and juicy it is out there. And then she got this one from the middle with a beautiful soul arch and some great footwork.
Yeah, her soul arch is incredible. I remember her getting some amazing nose rides last year at Malibu. Gets another tap on the inside there. You can see still super foamy, trying to navigate this section. It's kind of flat, but she's making it look good. Gets the inside, closes out.
And of course, she won the event at Malibu in 2021. So she knows that she can really perform at that iconic wave. But she's doing great out here, waiting for scores to drop. But we also saw this happen from Tully White. Probably is not going to go into the top 2. She's got a 5, but she wants to replace that 3.50. So Lemoyne carrying a 4.17 and a 3.9. You feel like she might be close to the score she needs on this. It depends on how far down the Bells Bowl she caught that wave, because obviously on the bigger one we saw her fall, and it was the next wave that she surfed very well, but probably further down the reef. So it might limit the scoring potential.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the best scoring waves are the ones that you take out the back, either the bowl or rincon, and ride all the way to the inside. So that might limit her scoring potential, but also her score is relatively low. It's a 4.3. So very well, she could get that score on that wave. We'll just have to see which way the judges decide to go with it.
Waiting for those scores to drop. Some really exciting heats coming up. Sophia Colhane from Hawaii surfing against Kira Molnar from Australia. And then, of course, Chloe Calmon from Brazil is up against Caitlin Mickelson from the US of A. Big heats coming up. Favorites in those ones? Can you pick any between Sophia, Kira, and Chloe and Caitlin, or do you think it's just going to be so evenly matched?
It's going to be so evenly matched. Every single one of these women absolutely rip.
It's some big ones, and of course we've already got some of those quarterfinals determined. We know Honolulu Bloomfield is going to be surfing against Mason Schremer. Soleil Eriko will be surfing against Avalon Gould. Natsumi Teoka will surf against the winner of this heat. 10 minutes remaining. It looks like Tully White decided not to go for that wave. Alice Lemoyne on the way back out gets the score she needs, a 4.87 live. She did it. She's now in first position. Tully White is now chasing a 4.04. Tully in priority. A lot of scoring opportunities, 9 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. We can really see that it's been lively. There's plenty of sets. She can be patient, but she only needs a 4.04.
Yeah, only needs a 4.04, has priority. If I were Tully, I'd be feeling pretty good right now. I feel like that's definitely an attainable situation to get out of.
Alice Lemoyne scrambling her way back out. How is the paddle under pressure in the heats? Is it zapping of energy, or is it not such a bad paddle when you get one through to the inside?
I will say paddling out here at Bells has been pretty tiring this week, but when you're in a heat and you have that pressure on your shoulders, you don't even feel it. You're just paddling as hard as you possibly can to get out the back, because that priority is so important. But yeah, I definitely am wearing a little bit of a thinner wetsuit because the adrenaline from the heat and the paddle, it makes you sweat a little bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of choices for neoprene thickness. Some surfers opting to wear a 5.3, others a 4.3. Some for the heats just a 3.2. Did you go for a 4.3?
I went for a 4.3 in my heat, but I will say every other time I've surfed, I've worn a 5.3 because I get very cold very easily. So I didn't want to be cold at all.
8 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Alice Lemoyne in the lead now with a 4.87 and a 4.17. Tully White, what does she need to do here, Liv?
Tully White needs to sit at the back, and she needs to wait for a good set wave because both of these women are such capable surfers. They're both capable of getting those excellent scores. I don't have a great perspective of it. I don't know exactly what the waves are doing, but I know that there are set waves coming through, and I think that if she gets herself on a good one, she should be able to put herself solidly in first.
Absolutely. 8 minutes remaining as we see the Melbourne flight cam there, and great exposure to those Southern Ocean swells. Wadawurrung country, Dirac as it's known in the Wadawurrung language here at Bells Beach. Of course, the longest running surf carnival, the Easter Classic. Now we've got this new event here for the longboarders, and the trophies will be Bells Bowls, beautifully carved trophies as we see those sets coming through, and we're going to get some movement here from Tully White in priority, but it's Alice Lemoyne who's moving off to the left. This looks like a really big set, a really good opportunity for both of these women. Maybe a 4-wave set. Seems like the first and the second are going to be the biggest. What do you think will be going through Tully's head right now, Liv, as this set comes through?
Ooh, I don't know. She's either going to take off on the first or the second one. She has her pick. Oftentimes, the second wave of the set is the best. I'm not exactly sure what the situation is now, but there we have Sophia getting ready to go out for her heat. She should be getting excited looking at this set now.
Absolutely. Also riding a Michael Takayama built board. Is it a different model to the board that you use, or is it the same?
We're both riding monotees, but Michael is the best shaper. He really specifies each board to each surfer. So Sophia's model is kind of specified and tailored to her needs, while mine is tailored to my needs.
Just under 7 minutes remaining. Lemoyne out there in the lead. No takers on that set. So we got that beautiful Melbourne flight cam drone clip there, but we didn't have a taker. Now Alice Lemoyne out of priority, able to hunt around a little bit, but it's Tully White who's chasing a score. 6 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, a 4:04. It would be similar to that 3.5. She knows she can get higher than that 5. A fantastic world-class longboarder, capable of going up into the excellent range. But, you know, is it harder to chase a low score like a 4, or would you rather just have to go everything and get an excellent range score?
I'd rather get a 4 than have to get a 9 personally, but looks like we got Alice up here on a wave.
Nice setup, 4 steps to a 5, holds that 5, drops down low into the wave, leash tangle around the back foot, untangles that with 6 steps back up for another touch of the 5, and good, clean, controlled footwork back to the middle of the board, dealing with the bounce and the foam, keeping this whole wave on the same trim line. 2 nose rides, good cross-stepping, kicks out, could possibly replace one of her low 4s and increase the situation and the demand for Tully to get that 4.
Yeah, it could possibly. There was a lot of downtime on that wave because it did close out. But let's see. She gets the nose right out the back, holds it for a little bit. She's in a nice critical section. Does get the leash tangled up, but then she gets another tap. And then kind of the wave just dies. So based on the strength of those 2 nose rides, let's see, she has a 4.17 and a 4.8.
And also it was just all one trim line, wasn't it? One of those waves where there was no change of direction.
Yeah, so obviously the criteria emphasizes nose rides and turns, and she did have a couple nose rides, but not really any turns. So I don't think that'll go too high. Maybe somewhere between her 4, I would say around her 4.17.
So probably going to still leave that opportunity open for Tully White to get the score. She needs a 4.04 moving down into the last 40 minutes, 50 seconds. Of course, Tully's parents on the beach watching. You've had that experience before competing with your mum. How is it for your mum to be, with you when you're under pressure to get those results?
Oh, I don't envy my mom when I'm losing a heat and she's stressed. She always looks so stressed. I remember watching at ISAs. She just looks so freaked out, and I feel bad. But yeah, I love having my mom down here, my whole family down here. It was super nice in Huntington because I only live like 20 minutes away from Huntington, so everyone was able to come down and support me, and it's just nice to have that family support.
Big set, and it looks like Tully White is just being caught because that, with the dropping tide, it's breaking a little bit further out than they expected. So we saw that fantastic set that looked to have huge scoring potential, but none of the women went for any of those waves in that last set. Again, another set, but still 4 minutes remaining. So we've had pretty much 2 sets in the last 2 minutes, so you'd expect Tully's going to get another opportunity, but now it's about positioning. She's got to get herself in the right spot. Does she take the risk and go further out and further wide towards the bowl, or does she come on the inside as you see her having to dive off her board to swim under that one?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Like we were talking about earlier, she only needs a 4, and obviously you want to go all out and get a good score, but if you only need a 4, then maybe you come in a little bit and just try to get anything. Not anything, obviously a wave that has that scoring potential, and looks like she maybe is going for one now, but it's not going to stand up.
So, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. This is a massive situation here for Tully White because chasing, like you say, an attainable score. She needs to make that decision. Does she stay in priority, keep it patient, trust that there will be another set? We've had kind of 2 back-to-back sets. So sometimes with the timing of the ocean, you don't always get a consecutive third one that close when you get 2 so near each other. But like you said, recognizing a 4 a very attainable score. You can see on your screen there that white building at the top of the iconic steps. That's where the judges are all positioned. 5 judges working on each heat, dropping a score out of 10 for the surfers, eliminating the lowest and the highest score, and taking the average out of the remaining 3 scores, as we see Sophia Colhane paddling out for the next heat with Kira Molnar in just 2 minutes 30 seconds remaining, and so much pressure on Tully to get that 4.04.
Yeah, and we were talking about should she paddle in, should she wait for the sets, but 2 sets came and she didn't go on them. So maybe there is, from where she's sitting, there's no scoring potential on the sets and she doesn't want to take those. So if I were her, maybe I'd paddle in a little bit right now and try to get one that's a little bit cleaner, a little bit less energy, that she can get that 4 on.
There we go, looking at the watch, the nerves, the pressure. 2 minutes, move, she's seen something. Whether she's moving in or moving out, we'll find out very soon when we get to see, is there a wave coming for Tully White? 2 minute rip curl warning has struck. 1 minute 50 seconds remaining. She's getting an opportunity surely to go for this 4.04. It's going to be down to the wire for Tully, the Manly Beach surfer based there on the northern beaches, as she just rolls through that wave with now down to 1 minute 30 seconds. She's scrambling for the shoulder. She really didn't get far enough out. She had the option. We talked about the fact that there'd been 2 sets and there was a 3rd big set, so she'd come on the inside, and had she had got further out, she would have been well positioned to get one of those waves.
Yeah, I guess don't listen to me. She should have definitely paddled out, but it looks like she's going to paddle into this one here. She needs to scratch really hard. No!
Not quite, just unable to catch that wave. 1 minute remaining, so much pressure for Tully White. She's just now moving across more in the Rincon direction to get this wave. It looks like a smaller one. It's going to be very hard to find. She's not going to find that. She now knows that she's just at the whim of the ocean. She missed 3 sets really, and positioning was difficult because the tide was dropping and they were big sets and they caught both of the women out. But throughout, Tully was in priority the whole time. But there is a couple of waves. Liv, 30 seconds remaining. Do you think there's time?
I think that there definitely is time. Looks like she's going to paddle on one right now. This is the most exciting part of surfing, is when it's down to the wire like this.
Here we go, Tully White, 20 seconds remaining, chasing a 4.04. Cuts in, nice 6-step walk up to the tip. She's deeper on this wall, but she's already kicked off with a nice nose ride. She's got to keep in control. She's chasing a 4. It's attainable score. Beautiful rail turn there. Throwing spray. Trademark drop knee. Keeping that cross-stepping going. There's the horn. The judges will be watching, studying. They'll have the opportunity to use the video replay. She's got a reform on the inside. She fades back, gets the 5, and then she cross-steps out of that 5 and then just roller coasters down with that and keeps the charisma, the control, the posture, the poise, and that's going to be extremely close. Liv, what do you think?
I think she got the score. I'm committing to it right now. I think that cutback she did was sick. I think she had great nose rides, great speed, great control. Yeah, I think that will be the 4 that she needs.
Wow, wide point back on that rounded pintail single fin, waiting for the score. Tully White, she has kicked off with a 5 and a 3.6. She's exhausted. She put so much energy. She was in priority for the last 6 minutes. There were 3 sets there. She's waiting for a score. If it's a 4.04 or higher, she will book herself a spot in the 3rd quarterfinal to surf against Natsumi Teoka. And we get the replay here, Liv. We can really start to pick this apart and see, relative to those other scores, if it's going to be the 4.04 she needs.
I think it'll be the 4.04 she needs, because on Alice's waves, where she had a couple of nose rides at the back, nothing too long or too critical, but she still had those nose rides at the back, she was able to get those 4s, and she was able to connect it to the inside using that very critical cutback. Redirecting all the way to the inside.
Absolutely. I think that critical cutback, that was dynamic. That drop knee, and the fact that she did use the patience to just build up to this inside and finish things off. So a 4.04 required, a lot of hooting and cheering on the beach. She's just waiting to hear for that score. Is it going to be enough? It comes in, as far as I can see,
3.5.
It's not enough. It doesn't change the situation. Alice Lemoyne stays in first position at 3.4. Commiserations, Tully White, of course. She put everything on the line there, but it's Alice Lemoyne who will beat who will surf against Natsumi Teoka in the next heat. Liv Stokes, thanks so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to have you in the booth. Stay with us, surf fans, because Josh Constable, 206 World Longboard Champion, will be coming into the booth with Shannon Hughes.
Iconic Bells Beach, one of the best right-handers in the world. So special to be here.
Great area. There's so much to do just besides surfing.
And it's such an amphitheater with the clay and the sandstone cliffs.
I think we need to get out there.
Oh, that was a great surf, Josh.
Hey, I'm starving. Let's get some food. Yes, Sam, these look good. How's that smoothie, mate?
Beautiful. So many good places to eat down here. I'd love to bring the family.
There's so much to do. It's only an hour and a half away from Melbourne CBD. I heard you didn't want to take me on the golf course, but you're going to show me how to mountain bike.
This is what Vic's all about, being out in nature, Josh.
It's unbelievable, all these adventures.
Great Ocean Road at its best.
Welcome back to the action here in beautiful Bells Beach. We're just outside of Melbourne. There's so many activities, from the surf to mountain biking and everything in between that you can be a part of. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by the 2006 World Champion Josh Constable. Josh, it's such a pleasure to call the action with you because you've got all that inside knowledge because you yourself have taken a win at the very highest level.
Yeah, I have. It was great. Back in 2006, that was a fair while ago now, but I love the competitive spirit of people. I love the WSL, being here at Bells Beach. It's insane. It's great to be here on the call.
Currently in the water, we've got Kira Molnar from Australia and Sophia Colhane from Hawaii, both battling it out. Sophia walked away with a semi-final finish at Huntington Beach, at the Huntington Beach Classic. So she's got the upper hand wearing that red jersey. But Kira's an Aussie. She's not too far away from home at the moment, coming from your area up at Noosa. And there we go with what we saw during the break, or what we missed during the break, actually. Sophia charging.
Yeah, what a wave. That's a solid one. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to open up for her, and she just jumps off right there. But seeing her charging is really good to see. And here we go, Kira Molnar on a really nice one. Looks like it came through at a 3.83. Nice carve there. Walking back up to the tip. It's a pretty nice wave, Shannon, isn't it? And finishes it off there. So that's a great start for her. She'll be really happy. She probably would have liked to finish that off a little cleaner for the judges, but here it is from the drone angle.
Yeah, so it gets a bit of footwork done. Like you said, maybe just a little cleaner on the finish, but ticked a few of those boxes. Found that nice hang five as well. And you can see how bumpy the face of that wave is, just trying to keep that board in trim. The classic Malibu under her feet. Falls on the finish here, but got a bit of work done to get things kicked off. Starts off with a 3.83 on the board. So she'll be sitting in the leading position over Sophia, who's now currently up and riding. Sophia's got so much grace within her surfing as she carves back after that opening cross step. Setting herself up here now, looking in front just to see what this wave, where it's gonna stand up, timing it well to find that next hang 5. In that trim point 2, just 2 steps off the nose, straight back into it. Really nice and easy. She'll also go incomplete on that finish. We've got 24 minutes on the clock, and we do have the winner of that last heat ready to go. Alice Lemoyne is with True Starling.
Thank you, Shannon. Alice, we saw the biggest waves of the day come through in that heat. It looked pretty tiring.
Yeah, it was so hard in the water. Like, I didn't see like the set like this like until all day. So it was pretty hard out there.
And Tully got a wave right on the buzzer. How was your emotions during that? It was really close to the score as well, so you'd be feeling pretty pumped to make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, of course, I was like so nervous. I know like the score she needs is like a 4 around 4, so I was like, okay, maybe she get the score at the end. It's always like hard for a surfer to get the score at the end, but I was like, maybe she didn't get it, so I was pretty happy like this hit go on my way.
And quarterfinals are on tomorrow, potentially a big day of surfing. How are you feeling for finals day?
I feel good. Like I want like to forget this hit today because like it was so hard and I didn't catch the good wave and I don't show my surfing. So I want to keep another day tomorrow and do my best.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back home in French?
Ouais, je fais un bisou à mes parents, à ma maman qui a dû bien stresser, à mon coach Johan. Ouais, c'est une série que j'ai très vite envie d'oublier parce que c'était franchement super compliqué. En plus, je suis tombée sur une très bonne vague où j'aurais pu scorer, ça aurait fait la différence dans le hit et pas me mettre une pression comme ça. Mais ça arrive et puis je suis prête pour demain et un autre jour pour les finales et puis j'espère aller loin. Bisous à tous.
Well, we'll see Alice on tomorrow for finals day. Back to you, Shannon.
Very exciting. Thanks so much, True. Alice, well done. She's into finals day. Big result for her. She had a few big finals day appearances in the last couple of seasons and has been really incredible to see her performances. Sophia got a piece of this one and it dropped through as a 5-point ride, Josh.
Yeah, this was a really nice one. It was another big takeoff, driving along, big carve on the outside and then tidying it up here with a nice nose ride. I think she would have liked to get a little bit more work done just through this midsection, but finishes off with a 5 and then just jumps off because it's coming close to that big shore break.
So 22 minutes on the clock. Sophia sitting in the lead with that 5. The Noosa local, Kira Molnar, serves as the president of the Noosa World Surfing Reserve. It's a pretty incredible location in the world that you get to call home as well, Josh, especially when it comes to longboarding and just the history that it has within our longboard community. The WSL has had a few stops there, including one of our longboard qualifying series events earlier this year. How special is it for you and probably for Kira as well to be able to live in an area that is just so known for the historics of longboarding?
Yeah, we're really lucky. It is a great testing ground to improve our surfing, test our boards. It's a beautiful location. We have great weather year round. So like this down here, it's a World Surfing Reserve. So they're protecting the ocean, protecting where we like to play and get to enjoy that with our friends and family. So it's pretty cool.
Having a paddle over a decent sized set, it's our surfer in blue that's got that priority. She's also in the inside position. That wave's looking really flat though. It doesn't have that critical nature even on stand up. So she's gonna let that first wave in the set roll through, which we heard from Adam Robbo, local legend and Surfing Victoria president, that it's best to let those first waves go. Locked into the nose on that second wave in the set, and it's got that critical section from takeoff. A little challenging through this second little part of the wave. Now setting herself up here, cross-stepping, couple steps forward, couple steps back as she resets the line now. Hang 5, you can hear the cheers from the beach as well as she comes into that end section. She's gonna kick out clean. Also means she's gonna have an easier paddle straight onto the board rather than having to kind of kick out in the sand.
Again, this is another great wave for Kira. She started off with a 383, backing it up here. That was a great long nose ride, extended through the pocket. She'll be really happy with that. Just here, tidying it up, a few little S-turns, just waiting for the opportunity to get another nose ride. Cutting back again, and here she goes forward to the nose. This is a great wave. She'll be really happy with this one. And then, like you said, Shannon, kicking off. You know what, in a perfect world, we might have seen her go up and do a nice little re-entry,
finish really strong with another big manoeuvre because she started off so strong with that nose ride. But again, she's getting out there, back out, going to have an easy paddle and try and get back out into the position.
It's exciting to see these two matching up. It's their very first head-to-head matchup on the World Tour. Kira's been in the conversation a little bit longer, getting the call up, you know, not necessarily every single year for Australia, but fairly consistently with her rankings out of the LQS or being able to get that qualification through her results for the following year. Sophia Colane's been a bit of a fan favorite over the last few seasons. Her and Khalees Kaleopa'a, both out of Waikiki in Hawaii, great friends. They had that really amazing final showing at Noosa back in 2020 where Sophia had just turned 14 a few days ago, so essentially a 13-year-old was in the final up against her good friend and a 15-year-old, Khalees, and it was Khalees that walked away with the win, but it was really exciting to see such a young surfer put herself at number 2 in the world for that season. Didn't end up finishing that way in the rankings, but did really well for the starting event.
I think they turned up this little group of young Hawaiian girls, and even Carney, and that's some of the young Groms from Waikiki coming over to Noosa, and I don't think anyone took them too seriously. And then after that week, everyone was on notice because the surfing that both of them showed, especially Sophia, it was sensational. So, and then the momentum started from there, didn't it? Last year we saw her in the final at Malibu. So for such a young surfer, she's putting in a lot of great results, and the surfing is sort of outweighing her age and the maturity in her surfing. So it's really cool to see. But here we see a big set coming in. It is really starting to pulse. Elise said in that last heat how many waves and set waves were coming through. And one thing to take out of her interview, she said she didn't put her best foot forward, but it's always great to make it through heats when you maybe don't surf to 100% or to where you would like to, but then to progress through a heat, make it into the quarterfinals, wash that off, start fresh tomorrow, it's always a good feeling.
Yeah, that's such a good point, because you're not always going to have your very best surfs making it through heats. Sometimes your best surfs may have been in the free surf that morning and not necessarily in the moment while you're wearing the jersey. But to be able to just get that victory and figure it out even when you're not feeling 100%, or you might be feeling really good physically and mentally, but you're just unable to kind of connect the dots and it gets the best of you within that heat for scores. To be able to find the victory in those moments is such an important part of becoming a well-rounded athlete.
Yeah, and you have to work under that adversity. You have to make sure you're here to win a heat. Whether it doesn't matter what the scores are, you just have to do what you need to do to beat your opponent. And that last wave of Kira's, we really liked that nice nose ride on the takeoff, some nice work done in the middle and finishing with the nose ride. And the score comes in at 5.67, which jumps her into the lead.
Yeah, that was a really well-ridden wave, had that nice critical section, waited out, let that first wave in the set go so that when she took off on that second one, that wave offered that really bowly wall as it stood up in front of her.
These are some big lumps right now. These are some great waves. It's hard to tell on the screen, but here we go.
But these are solid. Very, very solid. Sophia Culhane under priority, opts into this one. It's taking a moment for the women to pick the wave in the lineup. So composed as she comes off the nose, just glides down to the bottom part of that wave, now finds herself back to the top with a very much overhead shore break that she's going to kick out of.
Again, that was a really well-surfed wave. Kind of similar to Kira's, another set wave, some beautiful nose work on the outside, a little bit of redirect, another quick nose ride, and then kicking off. So it's going to be interesting to see where the judges go with this score, but it was a really nice wave.
Priority with our surfer in blue as we take another look here at this one from Sophie. What did you like about it?
Yeah, big takeoff, patience here, quick nose ride. If we're comparing it to Kira's, probably didn't hang on the nose as much, but it's a little steeper and a little bit more exciting through this mid-bit. She's going fast, but then kicks off early. So, yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I don't think it's going to go there where Kira's did because Kira got a bit more work done, but still a great wave.
Scores in, it's just a 3.07, so it locks in as one of her scoring waves. Chasing a 4.51 though, Sophia Culhane stays in that second place position. Kira Molnar, strong Australian surfer, sitting in the lead, holding on to priority as we come to the 15-minute mark. We'll be right back with more action in our second to last heat of the day, right after this.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl. We've had a variety of conditions throughout the week so far. We're in day 3 of competition, and it's been running through the round of 16. Head-to-head matchups throughout the day. We began with our men's division. We're now into the women's division through the afternoon. The women have really lucked into the better of the conditions today as the wind was howling this morning. We weren't sure if it was going to continue to howl throughout the afternoon, but it's really cleaned up so nice. Out in the water at the moment, Sophia Colhane getting a piece of the action during the break, and it looks like our surfer in blue is just going to have a seat out there and not paddle into it. Scores through for that for Sophia, just a 2.83, so that doesn't factor into her top 2 waves. Shannon and Josh here to call the action, and it's been really fun to see the surf pick up and to see the surfers really be put to the test now in their abilities of what they can handle when it comes to size today.
Yeah, definitely. That swell has really jumped through the day, but the wind has dropped off, like you were saying, so conditions are perfect out there. And that was a great carve from Sophia. Waves sort of slowing up a little bit here. And unfortunately, just dying out. She didn't quite get the nose action, so she kind of had the, if she got the opportunity to do some nose work, that would have been a really good wave. And here's Kira up and riding on this one and kicking off straight away.
Nice commitment to that opening nose ride. Unfortunately, not able to find that projection to kind of get down the line.
So as we can see on the screen now to our top right, there's another big set coming. And we'll just see where the surfers are, but there's some really nice waves coming now. I feel like in this heat, the ladies are sitting a little bit, as we look at the screen to the left, a little bit too far on the shoulder. I'd love to see them be a little more committed and taking off further out the back.
Kira Molnar having another look again during the replay, so she's staying pretty active out there.
She is. That was a great nose ride to open up with. Nice little carve, bouncing around a little bit there. Judges won't like that as much, but here we are trying to clean it up a little bit, get some nose work. It's gone a bit sleepy, this wave, hasn't it? And unfortunately not finishing it off tidily. But I don't think that's going to matter. It's not going to probably go into her best scoring waves. But that was a nice turn, but yeah, it just got really bumpy and untidy here, and the surfing just sort of got a little bit sloppy, which they're not going to like.
Talk to us about the difference between that sloppy surfing and what the judges are looking for with that flow element of the criteria.
Yeah, so they're looking for power, style, flow, grace, and unfortunately we're not seeing it in this, and it's sort of has the judges sort of sit back and go, nah, I don't really like seeing that. It's judging's what, you know, you're sitting there, the surfers, they've just got to deliver on just nice. It just has to look pretty and nice, and the girls do it so well, so you just got to match the surfing with the wave, and then the good scores will come.
Yeah, when you reference that, women's longboarding specifically has really been the pinnacle. The women's longboarding has been probably some of the best that we've ever seen when it comes to the sport. The natural tendency for that style, flow, and grace within their surfing, their ability to read the waves well, and to just slow things down a little bit without trying to force so much as sometimes what we see, I think, from the men's side of longboarding. It's been a real, I don't know, I've just really enjoyed the time of watching women's longboarding and its growth over the last 5 or 6 years. It's kind of always been at this stage, but now to see that traditional element brought into the judging criteria, it really suits what the women are bringing in the water often.
Totally. I feel like 5, 10, 15 years ago, it was really performance driven. Boards were narrow, light, and really it was all about muscling and big maneuvers and powerful, and that flow and grace has kind of gone. Then we saw the ladies coming back, and in China we were seeing that great surfing. In Taiwan we were seeing that surfing. Then the guys, the criteria's changed over the last few years, and the guys are drawing inspiration from a lot of these female surfers because they're bringing that nice flow, style and grace, and we're seeing it here. We saw it yesterday when we had those clean conditions at Rincon. the ladies were putting on such a great display of surfing.
Coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Chloe Calmon and Caitlin Mickelson. That's going to be a really exciting heat. We've got world number 5 at the moment up against world number 17. And it's going to be a really important heat for both of those surfers wanting to book themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. Caitlin had a really great heat yesterday, had a couple of turns that just looked really, really awesome. So I'm looking forward to seeing how she goes against one of the surfers that's been on the brink of that world title. She's had multiple runner-ups to it and finishes through the years, but she's also taken a lot of victories at events in the World Tour running. So she's had the 10,000 points to her name that she's walked home with. She's had that first place trophy multiple times, but she hasn't been able to capitalize on it season-wide to be able to actually get that world title.
She's been really unlucky. Sometimes she's won the 5,000 point ones and hasn't quite won the big ones, but we know she can win. We know she can be a champion. Like you said, she just hasn't been able to put it together, but she's such a good surfer. These kind of waves suit her a little bit. She'll be on her 2+1, I'd say, out there. She'll drive some big turns, and then she's got beautiful footwork, beautiful flow like we're talking, like the judges want to see.
We can really see the swells picking up, especially taking a look out of the buoys way out the back to be able to see them kind of rising with that swell as it comes through.
Shannon, as we see this set breaking just out here on our right of the screen, do you think the ladies could be out there taking off, rolling into those and nose riding through the Bell's Bowl?
Yeah, it's starting to seem that way, huh? Like it's holding up well, because earlier this morning it seemed like a lot of those sections were still closing out and it wasn't really possible to maybe make it through those sections, but from what we're seeing now, it seems very possible.
So totally, the tide's filling in, so it's not as standing up and dumping on the bowl, it's kind of rolling through. So I think the ladies could take advantage of that, move up to the right as we're seeing it now, where we can see that whitewash out there, roll into some of them and get that projection down the line, get some nose work, drive through the bowl, and then go back into where it slows down into those calves. And I think that would really put some big scores on the board.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock. Maybe a missed opportunity with that last set rolling through. The women just sitting just outside of position, both having a look back to the tower. It's been difficult for the surfers actually sitting so far out to sea when it comes to just hearing those situations and those scores coming through. We could see Kira a few minutes ago on her paddle back out, waving both of her arms to try and get that situation update from the beach announcers. Because that wind has been predominantly onshore throughout the entire event, it's just not allowed that audio really to carry out to them, and that's added a different element of challenge as well as that of learning a new break for this tour specifically. Even if the surfers have had a trip or two down here or from this area, they haven't been able to surf contests out here very much. And it seems like the more you surf in a jersey at a spot, the more you really learn about that location.
Definitely, and now we're seeing it. I would love to see if some of the competitors are losing out today. We saw some get eliminated yesterday. I'd love to see them stick around for the next few days and make sure they're getting in the water in the afternoons after the events. They're coming in early and getting in the water and getting used to it.
All right, so Sophie using her priority on this wave for Culhane. Deep behind the section. Looking really composed though, not bouncing around at all, no flailing, just calm, graceful. As she now finds that opening nose ride for Sophia. Drives back through the section, looking down the line to see if there's anything worth charging. She's gonna kick out the back. That will leave Kira with priority, as we can see Chloe in the red jersey paddling out for the next heat. What are your thoughts on that last one of Sophia?
Again, it was really nice, but because she kind of took off late, she got kind of stuck behind the whitewash where you want to be doing something big and something exciting in that first part of the wave. So she got a little caught here, but like you said, nice and composed, nice little cross step out of there to get into that forward trim, waiting, nice little nose right there. That was really good. Nice turn back to the pocket, setting it up. I would have loved to see a little bit of commitment and really try and give it to the judges, give them something to get really excited about, because we're seeing similar scores on her last previous waves for doing similar surfing. Nice nose ride and a nice turn, but she's not kind of capitalizing on this last bit. So let's try and push it. Let's try and up those scores, put some commitment into that surfing and try and hit that end section.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's been a few surfers that have been really going for it on that end section. Very committed to finding that final maneuver, whether it's that S turn, that down carve, or even finding that kind of floater climb across the foam, there have been those opportunities where we've seen the surfers really take charge of that. We saw that in the heat between Rachel Tilley and Avalon Gall, where they were both going for those end sections, and it was really the dividing factor between which of them ended up coming out on top, it seemed.
And for Sophia, it was a great wave. It was a big wave. She got that nice nose ride on the outside. Time's ticking away. If she might not get another opportunity, so she's better off going for it, trying something big. If she pulls it off, she definitely gets the score. If she doesn't, no harm, no foul. But if she's pulling off, she's probably not going to get the score, which is a bit of a bummer.
So true, especially when we're talking outside the 5. So her requirement right now being a 5.05, both surfers have been getting the 5s without having to go really big on that end section. But if you're looking for a 6 to a 7 point ride to really set the tone in the heat and to put that extra bit of pressure, it's going to need that extra commitment.
Totally. And we're going to see that we're just waiting on the judges. They're probably watching back, checking out her second wave, which was a 5. So we're sitting in that same category, needing a similar score. It was great surfing, and it was on a big wave. So we could sort of be around that area. So she's going to be paddling out, biting her nails. Her mum's on the beach. They'll be a little bit stressed. Time's ticking down. We're coming to the Rip Curl 2-minute warning right now. And we're just waiting on those scores from the judges.
And Sophia's mom, Sarah, is from this local area. This is where she grew up, so they had a great time coming in a couple weeks early, getting to stay with family just, I believe, in Point Lonsdale, just up the coast, which meant that Sophia got to be in the water and surfing some of that huge swell that came through over the last couple of weeks. Said she was getting some of the best waves she's ever had. She's been really enjoying it. So I think for her, knowing how comfortable she feels in bigger surf, it's no surprise that we're seeing her look so confident and relaxed, taking off, keeping that board in a nice trim line, keeping that flow within her surfing while she's taking off on some of these bigger sections. And she's one of those surfers that would be really excited to see that the swell was picking up today, and we'll be hoping if she can advance through this heat that it holds through for a big finals day.
Yeah, Shannon, I heard she was a real standout in those big swells. She was taking it on, really doing explosive surfing. So she feels comfortable out here right now. And like you said, she's been here for a few weeks. She's got her Australian family here. Scores are coming in. It's starting to look very close to what she needs. She needs that 5.05.
She's going to get it if it stays as is. There it is, a 5.27, taking the highest and the lowest score, dropping those odd and averaging the middle 3. She ends up with the score. She probably doesn't even know that yet as she's standing up riding, not knowing if she's sitting in the leading position or not, but she's currently in first. Quick steps up to the nose as she now carves back. Love the way she moves that back foot into position. Unfortunate mistake there, or a moment for Kira, where she paddles deep. She's unable to get into it, so we'll track still with Sophia, who's looking to put on nice finishing touches. Looking really beautiful as she comes through the inside section. That Michael Takayama looking great under her feet. She's often surfing on a violet surfboard, and it just pops off the color of the water as well. Now Kira is sitting out the back with priority.
She is, but that wave for Sophia, that is the surfing that she's known for. Beautiful cross steps, beautiful flow, big nose rides, some big carves on that. I think she's going to improve. That's going to be her best scoring wave of the heat, and then she really put the pressure on Kira. However, Kira had priority, so letting that one go was maybe a little mistake. Looked like there was a few waves behind it. Couldn't get herself into position to give it a last shot at it. So unfortunately, it looks like Kira's going to be going down and eliminated and finishing up her event here at Bells Beach.
Great surfing from Kira, finding that 5.67. It was looking really promising that she could hold on to the lead.
So she's not sure. She probably can't hear the scores out there in the water, so she's getting the thumbs up from people up on the cliff.
So she'll know that she got that 5.27, possibly that there's a score to come through. But for Kira, she wasn't able to get a last wave. She paddled for that one while we were watching Sophia on her wave. Just wasn't quite able to dig into it. It looked like a really challenging section, but you've nailed it, Josh. She's actually improved the situation for Sophia Culhane. With a 6.17 as her last score, she'll just be receiving the news that she's definitely taken away that victory over Kira Molnar, and she'll be looking for a quarterfinal finish, which is extremely consistent from a young woman who found herself in the semifinals at the Huntington Beach Longboard Classic. She's now looking for another finals day appearance and is looking like a real favorite come the end of the season, looking at Malibu and trying to get into the top 8. We've got more action to come. It's actually going to be the final heat of the day here for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic. Chloe Calmon and Caitlin Mickelson hitting the water. We'll be right back to call it all. Welcome back to action. We have just seen Sophia Culhane, who's one of the most consistent surfers now competing on the World Longboard Tour, take out an Australian favorite in Kira Molnar. Sophia consistently makes it into the quarters, the semis, or the finals in every event that she surfs in. 2021 is the last time that she didn't make it that far in an event past the round of 16. She's so consistent. She'll be a threat to finals day. Chloe Calmon and Caitlin Mickelson now out in the water, heat number 8 for the round of 16. And it's been a big day of surfing, and these two have been waiting a very long time, Josh, to get their feet in the wax.
They have. They've been down here a lot through the day. I've seen Caitlin a few times checking the waves and getting super excited. So it is really hard to be a later heat in the day because of the excitement. You get up in the morning, you're not sure if you're going to be on or off, and then you've just got to pace yourself. You can't watch too many heats. You can't get too excited. You just got to wait and plan your day and then just be ready to peak right at the last heat of the day.
Especially when there's just, you know, the element of the cold, the wind, the rain that we've been dealing with. It's difficult to stay down here for the entire day. There is a zone for the surfers to duck out of the wind and the rain and the, you know, even the sun that gets a little bit bright when it does shine because we haven't been seeing too much of it. There's a little athlete zone where the surfers can duck into, but even that's got, you know, everybody in there. There's all that energy, all the commotion, the families. There's a lot going on. So for these surfers to be able to tap out to maybe drive back into town, whether they're staying in Janjuk or out in Torquay, maybe outside of that somewhere a bit farther, but most of the crew are just right here in this local area, 5 minutes outside. It's a perfect setup to be able to just duck home, switch things off, head into a cafe maybe, grab a bit of food, and then come back down to the beach if they've got a later heat like this. And it looks like our first wave will be ridden by the Brazilian in Chloe Calmon. Such a beautiful surfer. Her style has been just really well known through the years. Great footwork and charging with so much speed into her third hang 5. She is flying so fast. I wish we could track her actual speed right now because that board is just carrying her straight through these sections. A little bumpy there as she goes into that first turn, finds another locked in hang 5, and she has raced so far down the beach with a nice clean kick out That's going to be a great way to kick things off and keep her hair dry.
Wow, what a start. And like you said, it was a little bumpy on the inside, but she managed it so well. Look how big this wave is, well overhead, driving up to the nose right here, staying composed. Again, this one just patient. Nice nose ride again. This wave is awesome. And here she is, 3 nose rides before she even really gets to the Bell's Bowl. Drives around it right now, getting a nice little turn. She's just keeping it nice and clean. It did get really bumpy here, but it didn't affect her. She stayed so composed. Another nose ride, cutting back and kicking off. First wave of the heat. Big wave. I'm seeing a big score coming in.
And I feel like, you know, the call for you for the women to just move themselves a little bit deeper is exactly what Chloe did paddling into this.
Yeah, and look, this event she's working with 3-time world champion Taylor Jensen, so he's going to be giving her great advice. Taylor's a student of the game. He knows what's going on. He would have said, let's go, Chloe. Let's take it on a little bit. Let's sit a little deeper. Let's push it and drive through that Bell's Bowl. And that wave was sensational.
Well, scores to come through for the opener of Chloe. Now Caitlin sitting with priority. She's got some time on the clock to be able to get her first wave, feel things out. Judges loving the look of that first wave so far, though, as we see 3 scores, 2 7.5s and a 7, and another couple 7.5s. So the average itself, a 7.5 for the opener of Chloe. She'll be feeling so good, having committed to that takeoff, committed to being deep in the section, driving that kind of high line that keeps that speed and enabled her to get 3 locked-in nose rides before even having to engage the rail.
That was epic. What a start. What a way to start a heat. Like we said, you've been sitting around all day. The anticipation is building. You're seeing other surfers putting on great scores, but to stay composed, go to your spot where you want to sit, where you want to take off, and then put it into action. That was unreal. She surfed really well on that wave. How do we see if she gets it up the next level, up into the 8-point range? Maybe if we're being critical, 3 big turns. 3 big nose rides. But if we could have seen her get to the tail and mix it up a little bit, like the judges want to see, they want to see you using the whole wave and the whole board.
And I think that's exactly what's represented in that score line. Very well rewarded for the commitment to those nose rides, to how clean and smooth that line was, but showing that you need to engage that rail, that within that criteria, you need to use the entire length of that board and every critical section of the wave in order to get up to those bigger scores. Looked like she tried to as she kind of hit that Bell's Bowl section, but it did get really bumpy. She wasn't able to engage that full wrap, even that drop knee cutback that she's just come to know and love so well.
Yeah, she's still going to be really happy with that start, but we'll see that. Hopefully she gets back out. She'll put another good score on the board. Then we might see her open up and really mix it up, because she's such a good surfer and we'd love to see her do really well in this event. And I think she's a bit of a fan favorite. People really love her. I think she's one of the best surfers in the world, and I would love to see her win a world title.
Oh, no doubt. She's one of the best surfers in the world to have not won a world title yet. Absolutely. And that goes across all disciplines of our sport of surfing.
And I liked how you said yet, because it will happen.
It'll
will
happen.
Come for sure.
Yeah, it's right there. Well, another surfer that we would expect to be winning world titles in no time at all is Sophia Culhane. The consistency in her performances over the last couple of seasons has been incredible, and it was great to see her take out another victory. She's down on the booth with down on the glass, not in the booth, with True Starling.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. You got that last wave within the last couple of minutes. Moving yourself up into the lead, that would have been nervous moments.
For sure. It's really tricky out there to find and even see waves out there, but I snuck away with that last wave, which I'm pretty happy about.
And you're into the quarterfinals. You had a semi-final finish at Huntington. So moving on through to finals day is a pretty big deal. How important was it for you to make this round?
Definitely, for one of my goals was to hit quarters at least in this event, which I hit, but I'm excited to go into finals day and looking forward to it.
Tomorrow's going to be a huge day, potentially 3 heats. We'll have to see what happens. How are you going to manage your energy and your emotions?
I'm definitely going to try and rest in between heats and just, get ready, I guess.
And once again, you have your family down here, but do you want to say hi to anyone back at home?
Yes, all my family here is supporting me, especially my nan at home, who's just got out of surgery yesterday, but also my family in Hawaii. Say hi to them, Auntie Megs, Aunt Lawan, the Tomas family, and yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Sophia tomorrow at finals day. Back to you, Shannon.
Thanks so much. Excited to see Caitlin Mickelson now up and riding, your current USA surfing champion. Getting a little bit of work done on the inside section after she got so much done on the outside as well. It's been great to have Caitlin back on tour this year. She's got a young son at home, Maddox. Her husband, Niles, no doubt will be tuning in, and they just did a trip to Kauai, got some really fun waves as a family before Caitlin headed off to Australia. So she's missing the family this week, but she's had her head down. She's been really focused and wanting to make it through some rounds.
Yeah, she got to Hawaii. She got into a bit of juice, a bit of power, getting prepared for this trip. Look, this is great surfing, but after the wave that we saw Chloe open up on, it just looks lackluster. So the surfing's great. That big carve looks good. The board's looking great under her feet, but unfortunately the wave's not matching it. So we need her to get back out there. She needs to be really patient. She needs to match Chloe, 1 with the surfing, 2 with wave choice, to be able to sort of sit around that 7-point score ride. Otherwise, she's going to really struggle, and Chloe will really run away with this heat.
Yeah, really finding those solid size set waves. Great nose ride through here on the inside, but you could see that wave just lacked the juice that we saw from the one that Chloe was on.
And we see that one, Caitlin finished up kind of close in towards sort of Rincon, where we saw Chloe's, it was so big and ran all the way down and almost down to the button down near Winky Pop. So she travelled along so much more distance on the wave, which gave her more opportunities for big manoeuvres.
Down to 18 minutes on the clock. The Brazilian, Calmon, currently sitting in the lead. Adjusting the jersey as she waits for that next set to roll through. Just a single wave and a way to kick off with a 7.50. We've got a set rolling through now. We'll track with Chloe as she swings on a beautiful looking wave. Great wave selection for the second. Locked in long, hang 5, bit bouncy as she comes off. Now starts to go for that first turn, so change of direction, throwing in that variety. Beautiful posture as she goes in for that second hang 5 and the third. Locked in nice and tight. She's gonna take the staircase down the face of this wave. Little adjustment here as she carves out and decides to kick out clean. She's gonna put a solid backup score onto the board. And with 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, we'll wait for scores and we'll take a look at the replay now.
Another big wave, another big takeoff. It's just so exciting compared to what we saw with Caitlin's just before. But nice nose ride, laying into that big turn. So she's giving us a little bit of a different look, which we really like. Great cross step and nose ride again. That's her third nose ride, plus a big turn on the outside. Wave goes a little funky here, but she sticks with it. Big carve out of it and then kicks off. So again, really good surfing, really good wave, a little bit more variety. I don't know if it was as exciting as a first wave, but it's still a really good one.
Fantastic way to just back up that 7.5. We got a 4.83 on the board for first of Mickelson. Sitting in second, now chasing a 2.68, but we are waiting for a score of Calmon. We'll have more action when we return for the final 16 minutes of today's Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic.
The Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl is brought to you by Bioglan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Visit Melbourne, official event partner. Plan your trip to Melbourne. By Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.
Welcome back to the action. Later in the afternoon here, 3 p.m. in Victoria. We're just outside of Melbourne at Bells Beach, specifically one of the most iconic waves in the world when it comes to competitive surfing and just the evolution of surfing at all. And it's been fun to take things back all the way to the roots, to have the Longboard Tour here for the very first time. Hopeful for a return many, many years to come based off of the quality of the wave and the ability for the world's best longboarders to find some incredibly long rides out here as we take a look at both Caitlin and Chloe in the lineup through the Visit Melbourne flight cam. It's been a great heat for Chloe so far. She's started out with a 7.5, now backed it up with a 6.17. Caitlin sitting with priority. She's been waiting for a while to take off on her second wave. Her opener was that 4.83, but she's now chasing a big 8.84, Josh, to get herself into that leading position.
Yeah, Chloe started off with a great heat strategy, going out, sitting at the top where she wanted to be, got that opening wave that was an absolute cracker, paddle back out, same spot again, took off in that same spot, got herself a 6.17. She's got a real stranglehold on this one now and putting the pressure on Caitlin. Caitlin has priority right now. She needs to match the wave quality of Chloe, so she needs to be patient. 13 minutes remaining. She can do it. We know how good she surfs. She knows how good she surfs. She just needs the opportunity.
That's right. She's been runner-up to that world title before. She's had some really incredible runs, competing for so many years now at this level. It's been exciting to see her in the mix, but she turns to swing. And where do you think the judges will go with a priority call on that?
I think she might lose it. She did have a really good look at that. She raced out to meet it. She swung underneath it. She turned. Chloe was sitting off to the edge and wanted to kind of maybe have a look at that wave too. So doesn't look like it's going to change here. So
interesting. You can see both.
Dodged a little bullet there, didn't she?
She really did.
And here
you can
she
see
goes.
Both of the surfers were looking back at that priority board on the cliff as well. So she holds on to priority. Judges deemed that she didn't have an actual paddle for that wave, though she took a look. And now she's up and riding. Couple steps forward, hasn't found the nose yet. Just engages that rail, carves around. That was a beautiful bottom turn. Nice snap as well as she comes through this next section. Looking to find something important on the inside section. She can get up to the nose, finds that 5, goes for that bolt upright hang 10. Pedals off the nose. Nice snap as she throws a bit of spray off. So smaller size wave, got a bit of work done, looking to improve on that 4.83.
Yeah, I think that's gonna improve on her 4.83. It's a bigger wave. Outside here, it's a little bit bumpy, does a nice turn, little stumbly here. She was just trying to find the rhythm of the wave, but like you said, that was a beautiful bottom turn with great flow. And then coming in here, keeping it nice and clean and tidy, cross-stepping, and we see this sort of, she eyes it up down the line, waiting for it, cross-step, nice hang 10, standing tall, drives around the section and finishes with another big powerful turn. So that's a great wave for her. I still don't see her kind of competing with the waves that Chloe's been getting, but still really nice surfing.
Scores to come through now for Caitlin. Finding that beautiful line through this wave. A few bumpy sections, especially as it was just a bit frothy here on the inside. But it's been exciting to see her find a few of those great moments. She took out a victory in her opening round heat, which was really awesome to see, especially after an early loss at Huntington Beach where she fell away with that elimination round.
And here's that really nice hang 10, so she'll be really happy with that one, and then driving off the bottom into another nice turn, throwing plenty of spray. So that board looks really nice under her feet. It's a Donald Takayama, Mitch Abshire shape. So Noah and all the team over there at Takayama Surfboards are really looking after her. She's been riding their boards for a lot of years, so they feel really comfortable under her feet, and you can see that in her surfing.
Taking a look now at Chloe. She'll just paddle straight over that wave, put herself into position. Caitlin has had so many good runs across the tour, then gave birth to her son Maddox, who's just about to turn 2 years old. It's been really fun to see her become a mom and to be able to watch that journey for her. This last year, she's had some pretty major health problems. I've been really inspired to see her come back and her recovery through that. Some things that were really challenging for her to fight through that she's been sharing through her social media. And to see her just back to competing, to being able to surf at a high level. She's probably still not feeling entirely 100%, but it's been really incredible to see her taking that time in the water. She's a physical therapist at home. She spends so much time working out and just trying to figure out all that recovery. So it's been great to see her back in the lineup.
It's really inspiring, isn't it, for other mothers out there to just keep surfing and keep getting in the water. But look at this set wave right now, Shannon.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Chloe has a paddle. She can't get into it.
Wow, what a bummer, because that wave was looking so good. I love the positioning. Like, her and Taylor obviously is sitting there. They've been watching it the last couple of heats, knowing that there are some big waves rolling in, not quite right up at Rincon, but they're definitely deeper and high up the point, and the positioning is looking really good. It's a shame we didn't see her on that wave, because she would have lit it up. She would have surfed so good, and it's but hopefully plenty of time left. We'll see another couple of sets. I'd love to see Caitlin get into one of those big ones, because she's such a power surfer. That board looks like it really wants a big open wall for her to lay into some of those carves, and we'll see some really good surfing.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And it is such a great point to bring in about the change of, you know, just that coaching dynamic behind Chloe now to have someone like Taylor. Taylor was quite instrumental in Soleil Erica winning her very first world title a few years back. And so for Taylor now to be in the corner of someone like Chloe, who's been hunting out a win like that for a long time. Chloe loves to have a coach in her corner. She loves working alongside of someone that's going to have that encouraging role. And so for her to be able to find that position now has been really awesome.
And it'll be a really great thing for Taylor, because he worked with a young Soleil Erico, young, new to longboarding, new to surfing. So he would have been teaching her not just heat strategy and contest drills, and he would have been working in style and flow and working on all techniques of a surfing, where he's probably not doing that with Chloe, because we know how solid she is. He'll be definitely just working with heat strategy, positioning, lineup, confidence. I think that's something that probably Chloe has been trying to work on over the years, because she hasn't quite got that world title, but we know how good she is, and it will happen. So I feel like Taylor is a positive guy. He'll be getting into her ear, and we can see it right now. First person to kind of go right up there and chase those big ones. So positioning's really well. Looks like they're working well together this event. It's cool to see.
That's such a great bit of insight as we see the Inouye sisters and Taka, older brother there. He's in the draw as one of our competitors on the tour for this year. His two younger sisters have been traveling alongside, and we got to see Kaede have an opportunity to compete this week. She's there with the orange wetsuit on.
So I love this, because both the sisters are out of the event now. Tucker's still going, but I love seeing how keen they are to learn the lineup. They know that the young sisters are going to be on tour. If it's not next year, it's the following year. They're young, they're still learning their trade, but they're willing to put in the effort, learn this lineup. Bells Beach, it's a hard one, but how cool is this? This is what our longboard community is all about. We've got a young family that are all working together, pushing each other and improving. Then we've got an older lady that's been surfing this lineup for many, many years, and probably inspired by these guys, but these guys are inspired to see her still out surfing and being out here every morning.
That's so true. One of the local legends down there getting a photo opportunity with the Japanese crew. It's been so fun to have the Inouye family all here, where we often just get to see Taka and his mom. But to be able to see the sisters has been really awesome. And for the girls specifically, to get to know a lot of the women that are on tour. These are their heroes. You know, Chloe Calmon is a hero to so many of these young women around the world. And for these young women to now start coming up and to get to know someone like her and to get to surf and to get to be in this environment and to see the surfers that they've been watching for so many years. These are the positions that they'd love to be filling one day. So it's really cool to see that coming full circle for some of the younger competitors. For Taka's younger sister, sisters, Kaede, who was competing in the events, just 18 years old, and Sakura, who wasn't in the event but surfed in the trials, she's only 15. So you can imagine in years to come, we're going to be seeing both of them likely at this level.
And the performance they were putting on down at Torquay Point the other day was mind-blowing. So I can't wait to see them next year and in the coming years.
Caitlin now taking off deep behind the section, eyeing off a slightly more solid wave. Great use of the rail as she slides through into this opening turn. Really drives hard. Looking for one of those more powerful whip arounds. Can't quite hold on to that control throughout the entire turn, unfortunately. As we see Chloe have a look there, she decides not to go.
So unfortunately for Caitlin, she just kind of couldn't get it going on that wave. She was a little bit out of sorts, a little bit wobbly, just couldn't quite lay into the board like she really wanted to do.
Down to 4 minutes, 18 seconds on the clock. Kamon's only had 2 waves. She's sitting on a 7.5 and a 6.17.
And it's really nice to have the confidence in your surfing, knowing that, hey, I only need 2 waves. I'm so confident in what I'm going to do, what I'm going to deliver on the wave. I'm going to be patient and I'm going to get myself on the good wave. But as a surf fan, I want to see her catch more waves because I just want to watch her surf more waves. But here we go.
Me too. Well, there we go. We get to be both the surf fans and see. Oh no, she gets clipped. Wave on the back of the heels. That's such a challenging one as a goofy foot for the back of that wave to be rushing against your legs.
So I feel like she realised that the wave wasn't as big, the quality wasn't as good as her first 2 waves, so she was going to try and push it a little bit more, try and stay on that nose and drive through that whitewash section, which is really difficult on the back end.
So challenging. It's been a challenge for the goofy-footed surfers this week. Is that something that you would have expected coming into this event?
Yeah, it's always a hard one surfing a wave backside, but also in the bigger waves on a bit more loggy, it's a little more difficult as well. We're seeing Chloe on the 2+1 here, which is a really good board choice. We saw it on that first wave bouncing and it was just holding in, and then the second one she was able to do that big carve, but it definitely is a little harder surfing on your backside, and this year, unfortunately, for the goofy footers, we've been on more right-handers, haven't we? We've been at Huntington Beach. Sometimes it's more of a left, but this year we saw more rights. The pier bowl right really sort of turned on. We're here at Bells Beach, right-hander, and next event we're at El Salvador, which is another right. So next year there's whispers that we're going to get a left on the tour, which someone like a Chloe is going to love, or a Kevin Scavana, or Steezy Sawyer. They're going to come into their own on surfing a left-hander. But for right now, we've got a great tour, and here it is. Check this out.
Here's the current tour for this year. Huntington Beach, Bells Beach, Sunzal in El Salvador, and Malibu, of course. So 2 proper right-hand point breaks between Bells and Malibu. Sunzal as well, a right-hand point break that's a bit of a reef. It's kind of a wave more similar to Bells, actually, in the way that it breaks, although it doesn't quite go as down the line. So that's going to be a fun event, a new destination for a lot of the surfers. And we kicked off in the classic Huntington Beach breaks that a lot of these surfers have been competing in for a long time between the duct tape events as well.
And we don't have long until El Salvador. We're only a couple of weeks away. A lot of the surfers that are here, they're talking about El Salvador now. They're looking forward to what they're going to do, what they're going to ride. A lot of surfers are saying that have been there in the past, it's a similar wave to Bells Beach. So they're thinking similar board choice. That's why they're all out here surfing in the afternoons. One, to get used to this conditions at Bells Beach for next year when we come back, but also getting used to it and feeling comfortable in the bigger power for when they get to El Salvador.
Down to the final minute, 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock, well past the Rip Curl 2-minute warning. These surfers have watch on their wrist, but Caitlin waving her arms there, maybe questioning, she's got a hold of that priority, but wanting to know exactly that requirement. She is chasing that 8.84. Can hear the beach announcers trying to get that information out to her.
So we do see Caitlin with the priority. She needs a big wave. She needs a solid one. I would love to see her sneak out where Chloe is. Obviously, Chloe's in the zone. She's getting the good waves. She's got a good wave choice. So I'd be sort of sitting around because she's onto something. And
Here we
look
go.
at this one.
All right. See if she's going to be able to get into it. Perfect positioning on takeoff. Whips around. Tries to get to the nose early. Can't quite get there. Has that speed section to just fly around that white water. Now kicks back for that first change of direction. Couple steps up, goes for that 5, pedals back off the nose. looking for that reform here through the inside to try and find one more opportunity for something important. Chloe now up and riding, but it's not going to be the 8.84 that Caitlin's requiring. Chloe, we'll see if she's able to increase her score line. We're not sure what happened on the outside of this wave for Chloe, but we do know that it's going to be that one last victory lap based off of the scores and the requirements for Caitlin Mickelson.
What a great heat. Well executed from Chloe. Great game plan. She'll be really happy to move in. She didn't have that first heat win, so she had an extra heat yesterday, which might have played into her favour. And here's the replay of Caitlin. She's chasing a big score of an 8.84. Nice wave, great setup at the start, but she just didn't quite get the toes over the nose that she was hoping for. So no major manoeuvre on the outside. Nice little nose ride here, then a bit of whitewash, a bit of downtime, but again, still a great performance from Caitlin. Like you said, she's been battling a few injuries and some health issues this year. She's a mother of a 2-year-old, so it's just great to see her back in the water, competing at the highest level and putting on a great performance.
I love as well, I mean, we're just checking the replays now, but the fact that Caitlin kicked out of that wave and paddled straight back out, even though she would have known she had less than 10 seconds, she's going to pull it all the way down till that final buzzer.
Really cool. And here's Chloe, knowing that she's probably got the heat win, knowing that Caitlin needed a big score and didn't quite get much work done. So she's just cruising, finishing up here, looking nice and smooth, nice bottom turn, coming back left, and then just finishes it up. Big smile on her face, and they'll be really happy back home in Brazil. Her parents will be watching, super proud of her. Obviously, Taylor's going to be happy as the coach, and Chloe survived another day and into finals day.
She's into finals day. Fought her way through that elimination round yesterday against the wild card in Lucy Small, and she's made it through today into the quarterfinals, giving a hug to longtime friend there in Gail Renzenbrink. Chloe through to the quarters. Caitlin Mickelson unfortunately out with a 3.27 for her last wave. Stay tuned because we will be back in your ears in just a moment with the WSL post show right after this. We'll talk to you in a few minutes. to the WSL Post Show. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined by the 2006 World Longboard Champion, Josh Constable. Josh, it's been so fun to have you on the team this week. You got so many great insights. Have you enjoyed your time calling some waves with the world's best surfers?
Yeah, it's been amazing, Shannon, and just to see the surfing that's going on here at Bells Beach, it's been unbelievable, mind-blowing, and today we saw a different look. We've seen the swell really jump. We've had onshore winds this morning. The guys absolutely ripped, and then the wind backed off, tide came in, and the women put on a display today.
Well, talking about the women's display, this last heat was incredible with Chloe Calmon walking away with a couple of really solid scores, a 7.5 off of her opening ride. Taking a look here at Honolua Bloomfield, actually. Great surfing that she put together earlier this week as well.
And this was one of those heats. Honolua, world champion, just gets out there. The water just seems to, waves come her way. She paddled out the back, got this beautiful opening wave, and I like this one. She stood back, a little wobbly, gets her feet in the right position, straight off the top with a really nice backside hit, and then finishes up on the dry sand.
Yeah, that was a really impressive finish for Honolua. It's great to see the three-time world champion finding so much success throughout her competitive career, but also just this week. And coming out of Hawaii, she just seems to connect when the ocean has this kind of power.
Yeah, she's just one with the ocean. I say it all the time, and it sounds kind of cheesy, but I just think it's something. It's the real sun, there's the Hawaiian. She just loves the power and the juice. But in saying that, when it's knee-high and it's small and clean, she just looks so good as well. So it was a great performance from her today.
That's so true. Well, another great performance was just now from Chloe Calmon. Put together a 7 and a 6.17 for her top two scores. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with her and True Starling now.
Thank you so much, Shannon. Chloe, you've been waiting all day to surf. Last heat of the day. What were some consistencies that you saw throughout the women's heats?
I saw the conditions got a lot better when the women's run went out, and I was watching all heats. And at the US Open, I was also the last heat of the round, so I got to watch everyone surf and see different strategies, see where the good waves were coming. And the heats before mine, there were just so many good waves coming with so much score potential, so I was just really excited to paddle out and get some to myself. And yeah, the conditions were really fun out there, I think. It was proper bells, same as I've seen on the videos and on the CT events all over these years. So it was really special to be out there in such pristine conditions and sharing the lineup as well with one of my best friends, Caitlin. We are staying in the same house. We are just staying next to each other, and it's always tough when you get to surf against a good friend. But it was just so nice to have the lineup to ourselves with good waves, and yeah, I'm stoked.
And how different is it surfing bells like that compared to watching it?
It's just such an amazing experience, and there's so much magic in the air. I feel really fortunate every time I walk down the stairs, and I think my main goal here is to find comfort, like in the discomfort. Like, I'm not used to this cold, and then the waves change here every day. So every day we face different challenges, and I'm just embracing everything and just having the best time out here. And Australia has always been one of my favorite places in the world, but I guess Bells, I'm thinking it's on the top of my list.
And surfing against your friend is always hard, but when you surf against them and stay with them, how does the household feel before and after that heat?
You know, Caitlin is a really competitive person, and she pushes me a lot. We've been really good friends for a lot of years. She really took care of me when I first joined the tour like 15 years ago. I always look up to her, and every time we go for a free surf, we are always pushing each other to try to get a better wave and paddle faster. And last month in California, I got to spend a lot of time with her and her family and her amazing son. So it was just really nice to push our limits in the water. But once we got out of the water, the friendship stays the same. And yeah, pretty sure we're gonna go home, have a lot of food and play puzzle as we've been doing all week. So yeah, we have a good atmosphere at the house.
Awesome. Well, a very fired up Chloe Calmon. We'll see you tomorrow at finals day. Back to you, Shannon.
Great to hear from Chloe. I love that feeling of finishing out the day, getting something warm, working on a puzzle on the table at night, and being able to have a little conversation about the fact that two good friends just had a great heat together.
How can you not love her? You know, the surfing was sensational, and then she's so bubbly, she's so professional.
And just a big fan, big Chloe fan.
Yeah, incredible surfing from Chloe. Great to see Caitlin out in the lineup as well. But we saw some other really fantastic surfing throughout today. One of the highlights of the heats on the women's side of the draw specifically was between Avalon Gull on the Michael Takayama and Rachel Tilley riding the Josh Martin. And this was one for the ages. Scores were so tight between the two. Avalon just narrowly edged out the win.
And this was one of those heats where it just sort of turned and it really started to pulse. And we really saw Avalon take it on, sit nice and deep out there on the bowl, and just the surfing was sensational. And it's funny because we had this same highlight yesterday. Avalon was on fire yesterday. She was the heat of the round, and here she is, day 2, backing it up and placing herself in the quarterfinals now.
Putting together that consistency, which is so important in a big event like this, especially taking on that shore break section, feeling comfortable in a location that would have been a bit different from home for her, surfing a lot of San Onofre in that area. Rachel Tilley from the same part of the world. She put together some beautiful waves as well. It was really tight. Both of them had those 7s. Both of them had 6s. And it was Avalon that was just able to get the better of Rachel after this last wave.
Yeah, this wave here was sensational. Great opening nose ride, big turn. And the surfing that Rachel's been doing all week has been sensational. And look at this carving right on the inside. And unfortunately, not finishing it. Maybe if she completed it, it might have been a little different story. But both the ladies surf so well, and here's this one of Avalon. Just the cross-stepping and the grace and the flow that the judges want to see. We've been talking about it all day, but Avalon oozes it.
Yeah, she's really just so steady when she locks into those great nose rides, and she makes a board that looks kind of difficult to turn to maybe just that first glance at it, really be able to put it on rail and just surf so smooth, straight to that criteria of style, flow, and grace. But really with this heat, it was that one that could have gone in either direction, just the slightest bit of differences that took Avalon into that leading position.
Yeah, finishing up again. That was a really, really fun heat to watch. Avalon surfing so well. And if you weren't really watching her through the event, now you're definitely watching, and she could be a big, big threat tomorrow.
That's so true. We've seen some great success from Avalon in locations that have had that deep ocean power, so I won't be surprised if she's a favorite coming into finals day tomorrow. Now, we had some success on the men's side as well. Highlights coming out of a heat between one of the newest members to the tour in J.R. Esquivel, Rogelio, up against one of the more consistent surfers in Edouard Del Perro of France. Edouard able to take away the lead.
Yeah, this isn't surprising either. Edouard is such a professional, such a great surfer. He just reads the ocean so well, and you see him get excited. The waves have gotten bigger. He's no stranger to that. Really surfing some big, powerful waves over there at France and back home. So he looked really good today. But like you said, JR is new to the tour. It's his first year. He had great success at Huntington. He's looking really nice and smooth on this board. And those big carves and using the whole wave, great footwork. It's really smooth. So it was really impressive heat, and it was very tight as well.
So tight, exactly the same as what we saw between Avalon and Rachel. It was just the narrowest margin that divided the scores of these two surfers, both with 6s and 7s on the board. Edouard just able to get that second 7, which took him through for that victory. Off some great nose riding like this, being able to put that board into that position, but also to really engage some beautiful S-turns.
Yeah, that he just holds the rail for so long through that carve, looking really good. He's got the booties on, he's feeling comfortable, and just the footwork, it's nice, it's flowy, and here he is riding this one all the way through. And it's a really different look, isn't it, that we've got a regular footer that's doing these big carves and great footwork, and then JR, the goofy footer, really using that whole wave, grinding, really rail turning. It was a great heat and exciting to watch.
That's so true. Great for Edouard to be through into finals day tomorrow. For JR, he's actually sitting off that semifinal finish in Huntington Beach, which is going to be really good towards his campaign in trying to make it into Malibu. So fantastic surfing from both surfers. Hate to have to see someone miss out when you've got heats like this that are highlights that are just so close on the edge.
And we are getting to that pointy end of the event, so we are going to lose surfers that are our favourites, and we want to see go further, but that's the competition game. We're going to lose them. We're going to see them in a couple of weeks' time in El Salvador, so keep tuning in. But tomorrow is so exciting. We got finals day. The predictions are we've got some offshore winds. Waves are going to clean up, going to line up. We could have some classic bells tomorrow.
Oh, so excited, especially after how many high scores we saw dropping throughout today. Taylor Jensen takes the cake. It was actually the very first heat of the morning when he was out in the lineup up against Kai, Ellis, Flint, and Taylor walked away with this 8-point ride.
Yeah, we're not surprised. We turned up this morning. The waves were big. It was wild. The wind was howling. The big man himself, Taylor Jensen, got straight out there, straight into some waves, and look at him carve there. Kyla's Flint's board coming in. Kai fell on the wave just before, but this last wave, this was the last heat of the day. The last heat, wave of the heat. But look at that track that he just laid down, straight into a nice cross step, straight up to the nose. Taylor Jensen, he's looking like a fresh, different guy this year. He's really dialed in his boards, but look at this carve, and then just backs out of it, that board. And look how big that whitewash is. Taylor's a big guy, he's 6'5", and that whitewash was way above his head. So this morning when we rocked up, there was definitely some energy in the water, and it was cool to see.
Yeah, that was awesome. That wave from Taylor was so fun to be able to see the 3-time world champion just come out and show exactly why he's been that successful within his career was really exciting. Now we're going to have a big day of surfing ahead of us tomorrow. We're straight into the quarterfinals on both the men's and the women's side. Like you said, the conditions could be looking pretty favorable.
Yeah, we don't want to jinx it, but we're going to go to bed with a little anticipation. We can't wait to wake up in the morning, drive over the hill, see all the kangaroos, and then get our first glimpse of the ocean, and hopefully it's blowing offshore and we're going to see some great waves.
Well, it's going to be a huge day. Be sure to tune in bright and early. We'll most likely, we'll be live 7:30 a.m. with heats in the water, praying for those offshore conditions as we check the kangaroos. And we'll be back with more tomorrow for the Bioglan Bells Beach Longboard Classic presented by Rip Curl.